Good morning, everyone. Good morning. It is 9 o'clock and we are getting started. Welcome. Welcome, everyone. We're very happy to have you with us today. Thank you for coming. My name is Teresa Schuward and I am your CLEBC program lawyer hosting you today. CLEBC is very proud to be bringing you this program in collaboration with the BC First Nations Justice Council. Today, we're gathered in person on the ancestral and unceded territory of the Musqueam, the Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh peoples. All of us live and work on Indigenous lands that belong to the nations who have cared for them for thousands of years. I understand the privilege I have in being here, uninvited, yet living and working on this territory and gaining benefit from the centuries of care that the Indigenous peoples have provided to protect this place. I'm grateful for their stewardship and grateful to be here on these lands. I'd like to thank the faculty. We're very grateful for their willingness to contribute to the profession by giving so freely of their time and expertise. Thank you very much to all of you faculty members for making this program possible. The full faculty bios are in your materials, so please have a look through. I'd like to extend a special welcome to Anissa Jeanson of the First Nations Justice Council. Where are you? Where is she? She's just stepped out. Well, we're going to talk to her, talk about her anyway. She has done a tremendous amount of work preparing for this course, and her attention to detail is amazing. So as a member of the planning committee, a special thank you to Anissa. Our chairs today are Corey Wilson, Amanda Carling, and Amandeep Sembi. I'm going to tell you a little bit about each of them because it's really important who they are and what they do and the contributions they make. As I mentioned, you have the full bios for everyone, but just let me tell you a few things. Corey Wilson is the chair of the BC First Nations Justice Council. She is the lead on the Indigenous Women's Justice Plan and on youth and education. She is also the executive director of Indigenous Initiatives and Partnerships for the BC Institute of Technology. That program was awarded the Gold Award for Excellence in Global Indigenous Education in 2022. She is the co-chair of the World Federation of Colleges and Polytechnics Indigenous Affinity Group. Corey has over 20 years of experience in post-secondary education, community development, and in the legal profession. She was instrumental in the creation of 6 open-sourced BC campus indigenization guides. Corey has a deep commitment to education and to the power of education to move people forward into knowing better and doing better. Thank you, Corey. Amanda Carling is the CEO of the BC First Nations Justice Council. Amanda is Métis from Red River, Treaty 1 territory. She attended law school at the University of Toronto, articled with Innocence Canada, and was called to the Ontario Bar in 2013. Amanda served as president of the board for Aboriginal Legal Services in Toronto from 2014 until 2020. In 2016, she returned to the U of T Faculty of Law as manager of Indigenous Initiatives Office and adjunct faculty, where she oversaw the institution's efforts related to the TRC calls to action and taught a course on wrongful convictions. Amanda joined the BC First Nations Justice Council in March of 2022 and was called to the BC Bar in May of the same year. She has since led the organization in a restructuring, creating a 7-bundle system to tackle the 25 strategies and 43 lines of action for which the organization is responsible. Wow. Amanda is proud to be leading the BC First Nations Justice Council and blazing new trails for those who are victimized by Canada's racist laws and institutions. Thank you, Amanda. Amandeep Sembi is the Provincial Director of Gladue Services Department at BC First Nations Justice Council. Amandeep has worked with the First Nations Council since 2021 in different capacities, first as a legal reviewer and later as a Gladue writer, a report writer. She was called to the BC Bar in 2018 and has practiced exclusively in criminal defense and administrative driving offenses. She opened her own criminal law firm in 2021 and continues to practice criminal defense largely for marginalized clients. In Amanda's current role with the BC First Nations Justice Council, she works to expand the Gladue Department and to ensure that all Indigenous people are able to receive quality and timely Gladue reports. Amandeep is committed to making change so that systemic issues within the criminal justice system can be addressed and the disproportionate incarceration of Indigenous people can be reduced by a strong understanding and use of Gladue reports. Thank you, Amanda. We are honored to have these distinguished chairpersons leading our work today. CLEBC is very pleased to be collaborating with the First Nations Justice Council on this work. The BC First Nations Justice Council has made it possible for all of you to attend this course free of charge. For our part, CLEBC is contributing our production of this course free of charge to the Council. After the course, we will provide to the Council the full set of recordings and materials for this course so it can be used going forward to teach Gladue education in BC. The First Nations Justice Council is doing excellent and very important work in the area of Gladue and many other areas, and we're very happy to be able to support this work and the Council in meeting their mandate to educate the public and the legal profession on the vitally important work of Gladue. I'm finally done. Excellent. I'm first going to introduce our Elder Delia Nahaney, who is going to welcome us to this territory in a good way. Delia Nahaney is a cultural advisor with the Squamish First Nation. She is from the Nisga'a and Squamish First Nations. She has been performing with the Chinook Songcatchers for the past 20 years. Many of the Nisga'a songs she presents come from her father, Chief Chester Moore, an elder of the Nisga'a. A member of the Eagle Clan, House of La'a, Delia's family and clan nurtured her in the traditional teachings of her culture. Delia has traveled overseas to perform in Japan, Taiwan, and Turkey. On stage, she brings tremendous energy and enthusiasm. When she's not performing, Delia enjoys helping her clan with feasts and ceremonies. Thank you for coming. I will now turn things over to Elder Nahaney.
Asiam, Tanaya, Nsiaya, Nsiayat. My ancestral name is Dalgamha. I'm from the Nisga'a Nation, and I've been married into the Squamish Nation for over 40 years. And it's such an honor to be here and I read a bit about the Gladue Report and the impact it has on our people who, you always have to be the person to speak for those who can't speak for themselves. And it brought to mind when I was a social worker, I got a call one day, and it was a young man, and he said, "Delia," he says, they charged me for assault or assault, and I says, "Oh." I said, that's interesting. So, what do you want to do about it? And he goes, "Well, I didn't do it." And I said, okay, let's get this figured out. And we went up to the courthouse and took a look at the charges, and we read through them. And he goes, "Delia, I didn't do this." And I said, "I believe you." I said, yeah, I believe you. And so we went to talk to the lawyer, his lawyer, and he goes, "All you have to do is sign. You have to sign this, paper, and you'll get community service, and you just write a letter. Don't worry about it." He goes, "But I didn't do it." And he says, and he didn't want to bring it to court. He goes, "Well, if you bring it to court, you'll get a much worse sentence." And I said, "He didn't do it." And so we went to court, and I said, "Well, before you go to court, I want you to at least look innocent." So we went and got his hair cut. His hair was short, but it just wasn't cut very nicely. And then we bought him some nice clothes, and like really preppy kind of look, and and so we went up there, and went to before the judge. It was really scary, and so the witnesses all came, and they collaborated with his story, and and then so brought it before the judge, and the judge looked at all through and goes, "What is this doing in court?" He says, "You can leave." And we're all like, "We can leave?" He said, "Yeah, go home with your mom." And I looked around for his mom. And then he's leaving, and he goes, "They think you're my mom." But you know, just that one little thing, you know, like you have one adult who believed him and one adult who stood beside him. And I ran into him, maybe, like this happened like way back when he was a teenager, and I ran into him, and he's such a wonderful young man now, and he's employing 30 people. Yeah, and I was thinking, I don't know if that, just that little support, you know, helped to develop who he is as a person, but I was so darn proud of him and so darn proud of, you know, the life that he is leading. And I think that's where we all should start is, you know, they're innocent. You know, they may look like a wreck as teenagers, but they turn into great adults, you know, and they turn into amazing people if you just support them, and support them in their endeavors, and, you know, and I was so glad with the judge, because he didn't give him I thought, okay, he's going to give him a lecture. He's going to say, stay away from these people, stay away from that people, but he didn't. He just said, get out of here, go. So that was really good. But I think it's really, really important that we support our young people. I just thought I'd bring that little story to you. And I'm going to sing Anne Monnick's song, Greeting of the Day, and Sally's song. Okay. Oh, 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 he, oh, 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 he, oh, he, oh, oh. Oh, oh, he, oh, he, oh, way, yeah, hey, oh, 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 oh,
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chimigwech, to Elder Delia for the beautiful song and for the story, for reminding us that it only takes one person. And, you know, looking out in the audience of folks who are in person today, you know, there's a number of our lawyers from our Indigenous Justice Centers who've traveled to join us, and you know, I'm just so heartened to know that they are our one people who will make a difference in the lives of the community members that BCF NJC exists to serve. So as Teresa generously introduced me, I'm Amanda Carling. I have the privilege and honor of serving the Justice Council as their CEO, and my colleague Amandeep is beside me, and we've got similar names just to confuse everyone. Just a few things. Do you want to come sit down? Yeah. I just wanted to echo Teresa's words about the land. Today it's a beautiful day on Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh territory. It's gonna be a hot one. It's gonna be warm for the next few days, and really grateful to be here. BCF-NJC is very grateful to CLEBC for their partnership and allowing us to make this event free for everyone who's in the room, for everyone who's online, and for everyone who on December 31st is trying to figure out how they're gonna get their CPD credits done before the end of the year. I am going to say that this is gonna be the first year in my 12 years of call that I will have finished my CPD before December 31st. So, shimigwech to CLEBC for that. I also wanted to acknowledge, so BCF-NJC is funded primarily by the province of British Columbia, but we have a grant from the federal government that allows us to do this education work in Gladue, so I am grateful for their partnership, and always grateful for the support of the Law Foundation of British Columbia, who have offered BCF-NJC unprecedented support, flexible and unprecedented support to allow us to move forward into becoming a service provider in the way that we have in the last couple years, and Corey is going to talk a little bit more about that. We're also want to acknowledge the support of the steering committee members, some of whom you're going to hear from today. As Teresa mentioned, we have now 6 bundles, and not 7 bundles, but we have 6 different bundles of work, and each bundle is supported by a steering committee. Professor Andrea Hilland and Dr. Judith Sayers are the chair and alternate chair of our Gladue bundle, and they're not here with us in person today, but I hope that they're online. And they and the other members of council do an unbelievable amount of work on top of their regular full-time jobs to ensure that the organization can move forward in the tremendously quick way that it has over the last couple of years. So just really want to hold up my hands to the entire Justice Council and to Andrea and Judith in particular. I am now going to hand it over to Corey, who Teresa generously introduced already, and Corey is going to start us off by telling you a little bit more about our justice strategy generally, the work that BCF-NJC has been able to accomplish, and to answer any questions that you might have about that.
Hello, is it on? Yep. Hi, everyone. Welcome. Thank you, Elder, for the blessing, and thank you for the conversation earlier. I've known your family for a long time, and I'm always grateful to be in your presence and to hear your wise words in your song, and really, I hold my hands up to you. Thank you for that. And I know your husband wanted to be here as well, but I'm sure he'll get here soon. So thank you to everybody in the room. Thank you to everybody online. Really grateful to be here. Always grateful to be on Coast Salish territory. I've been a guest here since I came to university, and I actually live on Musqueam territory, and I'm always great. Oh, here's this. I'm also, one thing I'm not good at is PowerPoints and advancing them. I will forget. So if somebody says, just tell me to move the slide, I'll move the slide forward. But thank you for everybody for being here today. And thank you for our team from the Justice Council that have been working really hard doing all the Gladue reports, all of the work that's been happening in this area for our Justice Council. So, oh, okay, see, already I forgot, okay. So the BC First Nations Justice Strategy, probably many of you know, it's been around since 2015, and this really was an initiative that came about by First Nations in British Columbia and the various organizations coming together and saying, look, enough is enough, things have to change. You know the statistics, all of you in this room know the statistics, and it was the political organizations and the First Nations that said enough is enough, we need to sort this out, and we need to do something about it. So they came together in all kinds of engagement sessions, from judges to the Native court workers to the restorative justice workers to the victim services. All kinds of organizations came together and eventually developed what became the BC First Nations Justice Strategy. And now we'll just show you a quick video that I know was working earlier. So.
When our Justice Council was just developing the logo for the work that we're doing as the BC First Nations Justice Council, the thing that kept re-emerging is that salmon, where you have those 3 salmon, which represent the past, the present, and the future. We want to hold on to those teachings of the past. Those are traditional laws. And then when you think about the present, that salmon is facing a lot of challenges. And we as Indigenous people have faced those challenges with colonization, having all these foreign laws imposed on us. And that's what the future is. That salmon is for us to do the work that we need to be able to have our own laws in legislation, have it recognized, have our own road to self-determination, to have self-government, to be able to empower and enrich our people.
The BC First Nations Justice Council is an organization that is not just reforming the current justice system, but is working to restore traditional laws, traditional structures, and traditional ways of healing. The Council's mandate is to address the crisis of overrepresentation of Indigenous people in the criminal justice system and Indigenous children in care. In 2020, the Justice Strategy was endorsed by BC First Nations and signed by the Province of British Columbia. It contains 25 individual strategies and 43 lines of action that call for changes in corrections, policing, Gladue services, legal aid, and community-level support. The strategy calls for the creation of culturally appropriate Indigenous justice centers throughout the province and the systematic integration of elder and knowledge keeper guidance in every domain. Today, the organization has a staff complement of 80 people working hard to implement the Justice Strategy.
The BC First Nations Justice Strategy is a holistic strategy. It addresses all of the issues and all of the challenges that we find in the criminal justice system. It's about making sure that all of the systems of the criminal justice system are challenged to ensure that they best reflect, best support the needs of Indigenous people. The BC First Nations Justice Strategy has 2 tracks, and track 1 is redoing and challenging and making systemic change in the current criminal justice system. We know that's not working for us and for Indigenous people, so how do we change that system to ensure that we reflect and minimize the number of Indigenous people that are overrepresented? Track 2 is about revitalizing, and it's kind of the sovereignty approach and the self-government approach is ensuring that we rebuild and reignite Indigenous traditional systems of justice and move and take our values and our knowledge and have that support new ways of doing things to ensure that Indigenous people are no longer at the negative end of any socioeconomic indicator.
You know, as First Nations, we need to be the leaders. We need to be the ones to be bold and go to the RCMP and go to those judges, Crown Council, and say, this is not right. This is not working. This is how we think you can change it, and we're willing to help.
It's really important for us as First Nations, Aboriginal people, to always have these ancestral laws, our Indigenous laws, our customs, our traditions, our protocols recognized.
Ultimately, what I hope down the road is that the systemic challenges that Indigenous people face and the socioeconomic indicators that we face, we're no longer at the negative end, but we're at the positive end. And we have healthy, functioning Indigenous people that are self-determining and able to follow their dreams.
And so, this is a beginning. It's the start of changing things within British Columbia. And when you've got the government saying, okay, we're with you, we know this needs to change, and it's going to take some time to rebuild that relationship, we're well on our way down the path with a lot of dedicated board members and staff to get us through this.
The salmon, they don't give up. They have that resilience. They have that strength. They have that homing device that we as First Nations, we always want to be at our home. This is where we belong.
Great, thank you. So the First Nations Justice Strategy is Indigenous-led strategy. It's the only strategy in Canada, and we have our mandate from the 204 First Nations in British Columbia. This is our Justice Council, our current council. We've had about 4 or 5 other members, Doug White, Rosalie Wilson, Anita McPhee, and I know I'm missing somebody. I probably shouldn't have named them, but we had, I know I'm missing 1 or 2 other names, but so the original council has evolved now into this, with our newest appointments being Andrea and Clifford White, and as Amanda said, Dr. Judith Sayers and Andrea Hillard, who's a professor at UBC Allard, are our leads for our Gladue bundles. And as you saw, the track 1, track 2, I think it's quite a strategy, 25 strategies, 43 lines of action, and we really try to consciously focus on both strategies. We know that reforming the criminal justice system is a monumental task, and it's something that's going to require every single one of us to do this, but it's a system we currently have, and we have to figure out ways to maximize and do what we can to, within the current system, while at the same time doing track 2, which is really that self-determination stage, that self-governing kind of stage, that stage where we want to revitalize what is happening or what has happened in Indigenous nations in British Columbia. I come from the northwest coast of British Columbia, from a potlatching nation, and we have our own system of justice and our own system of resolving disputes and our own way of doing these things. So how do we revitalize that? And we have a current project on that, which I'll mention in a minute, but we're really excited about that part of it as well. We know it's what, July 4th? I was like, what date is it? July 4th, 2024, that there's no reason we have to continue doing everything the way we're doing it now. The justice strategy is a living document. Everything we do is a living document, and we want continuous ongoing feedback and ongoing innovation and creativity in that, what we do. So track 1, just to briefly, again, reduce youth incarceration, safety of women and girls, independent oversight, culturally safe justice centers, and systematic Gladue implementation, which we'll talk about specifically. Track 2, of course, rebuilding our institutions, and one of the things we know with Indigenous nations in Canada, of course in British Columbia, which has over a third of the Indigenous nations are in British Columbia. Over half the language families are in British Columbia, so we know we have incredibly diverse nations, incredibly diverse people, plus Vancouver probably has a representative from every nation in this country in Vancouver. So the diversity between and amongst us just in British Columbia is enormous. So we know everybody's on a different part of that path in terms of their own individual, where they're at in terms of being Indigenous and their knowledge of their culture and their community, as well as each community is at a different location, a different part of that path as well. So understanding that diversity is extremely important, and recognizing that we have to be able to figure out ways to have everybody included and to listen to all of the different ways to support and rebuild our Indigenous justice systems. So Gladue services, of course, I think that's why you're all here. And Amanda, I hear you on the December 31st. I remember one time a friend of mine, though I have to say I've also been there on December 31st trying to get my CLE credits done. And a friend of mine, she's like, please, 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 because she had to be witnessed. Somebody had to witness her actually do her CLE. So we did sit there on December 31st with some champagne. I said, if you get me some champagne, I'll come. So but all of us have been there. So it's good that we're here today doing this. And I know you're here because of your particular interest in Gladue and the good things that we can do under Gladue. So, of course, you understand the Gladue case and where it came about and the reasons for it and the needs for it. But this is part of our Strategy 6, and we've been trying to implement our comprehensive strategy around Gladue. Just so you know, in terms of our justice strategy, because sometimes people get a little confused, why aren't you working on this strategy or why aren't you working on that strategy? Because we are new and it's just implemented in 2020, March of 2020, is that we have, we go so we have to go where we can get funding. So funding, in many ways, it dictates what we work on. It's in no way indicative of our priorities or how we value something over something else. So just to be clear on that. But of course, as you know, the frustration around Gladue and the challenges that Indigenous people have faced with that. So we took over responsibility. We assumed responsibility in 2021 for Gladue, and under our Strategy 6. Our team has been working on this. So since then, we've had a huge increase in Gladue reports, requests for reports as well. Legal Aid was doing about 100 to 120 reports a year in the 11 years that they were doing them. And we've been doing on average 100 or 319. And then I do have the statistics for where was it? So in 2022, 500 Gladue report requests, and we've completed 465 Gladue reports. Oh, sorry, it's on there. I thought it was only on my paper. And the one thing that we know with this is that the need is huge and is increasing. Amanda and I went and presented to arbitrators, like the human people who work in mediators and that group of people, and they're all like, we need to have Gladue reports in this as well. It's like, okay, hold on a minute, but we recognize that it's important. But I mean, I think what it is recognizing that Indigenous people find themselves in the system, whether that's the criminal justice system or other aspects of the legal system, or in the child and family welfare system, or challenges in the healthcare system, whatever the system, Indigenous people are hugely disadvantaged. There's no question that we are disadvantaged. There's no other way to explain the fact that we are at the negative end of every socioeconomic indicator. And of course, we know the links between challenges in justice and health and job and lack of education. My other hat is in education, and Indigenous people are still far behind in education. And there's still, you know, the systemic racism and discrimination that happens obviously is in all of the systems. So we have a huge request for Gladue reports. We have a limited team, though it's been growing, and they've re-strategized and are doing an incredible amount of work. But it's unprecedented. And of course, we know that it's across the country as well, where these requests are just what's happening in British Columbia will, you could imagine, proportionately be the same in other provinces as well. So we're doing what we can, and I know the team is working really hard to ensure that the quality is there, the efficiency is there. We've switched the model. We are open to any comments that people have, any suggestions that people have. I know at one point there were some concerns about some reports that were written. Our team investigated, Amanda and the team dealt with that, but we're always open to any kind of support and any kind of comments about how to do it better and more efficient, because that's our goal, is to ensure that it's Indigenous-centered, that it's trauma-informed, and that it's responsive to the needs of the clients, as well, of course, defense and various other people that are involved in the process. And one of the things that we've been doing at the Justice Council is we know that we cannot do this work alone. Often it's justice is over here and all the other systems over here. And we've been actively trying to meet with all ministers at once. When, the fact is, if somebody finds that, why do people find themselves in contact with the criminal justice system? Often because of poverty, because of learning disabilities, because of addictions, obviously, mental health challenges, breakup of a marriage or a relationship. There's massive challenges. There's not one factor that leads to it. So there can't be just one solution, nor do we have the money, the time, or the people to do this alone. We recognize that we need to leverage all of the potential opportunities and use all of the resources out there effectively and efficiently, and work with everybody to do this work. And I know you're going to hear from the Native court workers later. This is another one of our partners that we're really working with and streamlining. And when I talk about the justice centers as well, I'll expand on that a little bit more. That's a photo of some of our team at the Justice Center. And we'll just play this video, please.
Since time immemorial, First Nations across British Columbia have passed on, generation to generation, powerful ancestral teachings about justice. Justice is embedded in our cultures, empowered by our communities, and grounded in our connections with our lands and waters. The BC First Nations Justice Council honors the sacred work that First Nations have carried out as stewards of justice. For centuries, First Nations have kept their communities safe, healthy, and thriving, and today they continue to powerfully assert their legal traditions and laws, working with the Justice Council to transform a harmful colonial system into a system that Indigenous people can trust and believe in. Guided by the leadership of First Nations across BC, the Justice Council's work is grounded in the past, present, and the future. We honor the past through the teachings of our ancestors, center the voices and needs of First Nations today, and strive towards a future where self-determined approaches to justice are upheld.
With a mandate from over 200 First Nations in British Columbia to transform the justice system for the better, BCFNJC had to mature from an advocacy organization to a fully staffed, operations-focused service provider. In 2021, we assumed the responsibility of Gladue Services from Legal Aid British Columbia. In 2022, we began the work to expand a network of Indigenous justice centers across BC. And in 2024, we will develop a new, holistic model of legal aid services for Indigenous people and transition control away from a colonial institution to our organization, ensuring that the solutions to the system that is failing Indigenous people in BC are Indigenous-led and culturally grounded. As an Indigenous-led organization, it is so important that we are the ones developing and providing justice services directly to Indigenous people. However, transitioning operations from a colonial system is never easy. There are many challenges and growing pains, including the lack of funding, discrimination that must be dismantled, and demands that outpace capacity. Despite these obstacles, BCFNJC has continued to do the work, carefully, meaningfully, and in a good way. Coming up with creative solutions, we have ensured that the legal services we provide reflect the needs, protocols, and cultural traditions of the Indigenous people we serve. We have visited communities across BC and meaningfully engaged with them, responding to their needs and supporting communities to determine for themselves how they want to administer justice. As we progress on our journey as justice service providers, we will continue to engage with communities and bring in talented artists, collaborators, and justice partners to help us.
In 2023, we rapidly expanded our organization's capacity and grew from a small team of 30 into a team of over 100 across the province. Our team has worked hard to meet the demand for BCFNJC's Gladue services, which has increased dramatically. Over the last 3 years of operations, BCFNJC has produced an average of 383 Gladue reports per year, which equates to essentially 1 report a day. In addition to providing trauma-informed and culturally grounded Gladue reports and aftercare services, our Gladue Services Department has introduced new protocols to improve the quality of Gladue reports. These include in-house Gladue writer training, a formalized internal legal review process, and a new staff model that saw us recruiting over a dozen full-time permanent staff writers. To gather feedback on the many important initiatives under the BC First Nations Justice Strategy, our team conducted over 90 in-person and virtual community engagement sessions in 2023. Legal Aid, 36 in-person meetings and 3 virtual meetings. Engaged with Indigenous communities, service providers, and legal professionals to get feedback on gaps and concerns with current Indigenous legal aid services. Themes and feedback from engagement will inform development of an innovative, holistic model of legal aid. Women's Justice, 17 community engagement sessions and 4 virtual sessions. The Women's Justice Team is leading important work to improve justice outcomes for Indigenous women, girls, and 2S+ individuals. Under Strategy 11, the team is developing an Indigenous Women's Justice Plan that is guided and centered by the voices of Indigenous women, girls, and 2S+. The team went into the heart of communities to gather feedback, stories, and guidance to help shape the final draft of this plan. Youth engagement. 17 community engagement sessions as well as 4 virtual sessions. Under Strategy 10, the youth team is developing an Indigenous youth justice plan that will focus on an expanded range of what is defined as youth and will advance prevention. Indigenous Justice Centers. 24 community engagement sessions were held in regions that are now home to an Indigenous Justice Center. To fulfill Strategy 4, the Justice Council has been hard at work to expand a network of Indigenous Justice Centers across BC. To shape these IJCs and gather community perspectives and feedback, our team held engagement sessions with elders, First Nations leadership, community agencies, and people working on justice issues. We also formally presented at chief and council meetings, following proper protocol, and receiving endorsement for the work we are doing. Our team of lawyers, writers, administrators, policy analysts, subject matter experts, elders, aunties, knowledge keepers, and staff members is moving forward with humility and are open to learning when missteps occur. We are humbled and grateful when we are called in and taught lessons about protocol that we didn't know. With diverse skill sets, lived experience, and subject matter expertise, our team will continue to work from a place of humility, compassion, and respect. Our team is committed to ensuring our operations are connecting to communities and reflecting their needs.
My name is Tiffany Craig, and I am Taltan from Northern BC, and I am a creative director of Indigenous design. For every location is on the entrance is a very much in your face welcoming from the host nations to visitors into the location. You are going to see justice according to the protocols of the host nations, according to each location, and not art on the walls. The most rewarding thing for me out of all of this has been the response from the elders who have experienced a lot in their lives, and their response to these spaces and their response to seeing their protocols done appropriately in a way that makes them feel proud and safe and seen and a little softer, to be able to feel comfortable to share their stories.
Indigenous Justice Centers. Our IJCs are fundamental to ensuring self-determination and decision-making is put back in the hands of communities. Indigenous Justice Centers, or IJCs for short, are safe, welcoming spaces in the community that provide free legal services and support to First Nation, Inuit, and Métis people, regardless of whether or not they qualify for legal aid. Not only can Indigenous people get a lawyer and request Gladue services through our IJCs, but they can access cultural supports such as elders and get connected to wraparound supports such as housing and treatment programs. Rooted in community, our IJCs are also places to work in collaboration with First Nations to restore traditional justice solutions, expand services, and partner on local initiatives. 2023 was a year of incredible progress for our IJCs, with our team growing its capacity. Last year, we provided high-quality legal services, outreach services, and referrals to over 500 Indigenous people and their families through 5 existing IJCs in Merritt, Chilliwack, Prince Rupert, Prince George, and our virtual IJC. In January 2024, BCFNJC, along with Premier David Eby and the province, helped us announce the opening of 5 large regional IJCs. To prepare for their establishment, our team found 5 new sites. We designed, renovated, and fitted them up for operations, including commissioning new artwork and implementing community suggestions for design, space, and services. We've onboarded over 50 new staff members dedicated to IJC services, including dozens of lawyers. Our services are helping Indigenous people. We received 60 new legal files in March alone, and our staff lawyers are currently supporting 300 legal clients, about 50 outreach clients, and in 2024, we have already made 207 referrals to various agencies and collaborators. As we are 60% of the way to fulfilling our vision of 15 Indigenous Justice Centres in BC, our team will continue to spread and maximize awareness of their services. We will connect clients and people looking for wraparound supports to the new IJCs. Keep an ear out for our advertisements on radio stations in the next few months. Our council would like to acknowledge that with this rapid expansion, 15 IJCs in 3 years, we are moving faster than we would have liked. Missteps are inevitable, but we commit to learning from them. We ask for your patience and love as we do something that has never been done before.
The last year has been a year of foundational growth for BC First Nations Justice Council and the critical justice services we provide. Our experienced team of lawyers, outreach workers, and staff members are now providing culturally grounded and person-centered justice services out of our 9 physical Indigenous Justice Centre locations across BC. With this expansion of operations, expertise, and capacity comes the opportunity to increase access to justice. Now, all Indigenous people, regardless of whether they qualify for legal aid, will receive access to free legal and outreach services through our IJCs. We encourage anyone seeking Gladue services, legal advice, representation, or support on criminal justice and child protection cases to connect with our IJCs. We will continue to build our team of Indigenous experts and diverse accomplices, so please walk with us, join our team, and help us push the transformation forward so we can finally reverse the wrongs of the past and create a better future. Please visit us in person or browse our website for further details on how to access the service offerings of the BC First Nations Justice Council. And please stay tuned for bigger updates as the legal aid transition advances through the year.
So, if you haven't seen our justice centers, I encourage all of you to go to the one that's closest to you. We've got the original ones, Prince George, Prince Rupert, Merritt, and Chilliwack, and the virtual IJC, and then the 5 newest ones, Victoria, Surrey, Vancouver, Nanaimo, and Kelowna. And then we will have 6 more, coming. Some of those locations have not 100% been identified, but stay tuned and you'll see where they will be. And when I think of the justice centers, I think not only is it a place for Indigenous people to come and be fully supported, especially since we expanded the criteria, but it's a place where we hope you can see that it's not static. It's not done, the services that we offer. It's going to keep evolving and keep expanding as we create greater, stronger partnerships. Each justice center is grounded in the cultural practices and traditions and protocols of the community in which it's located. There are people that advise that justice center, and we're going to keep expanding expanding. So and one thing we realized when we did all of those engagements around the province is that Indigenous people obviously have other needs besides criminal and family, and how can we look to expanding that? And the word for me in French, there's the word carrefour. It's the word that always comes to mind. If you go to one of those places, there's everything possible in those. If it's a store or if it's a hub, it's a center. So we really hope to see these justice centers becoming whatever that community needs, leveraging again, working with this other service organizations in the community, the other providers, lawyers, having those connections, having people work together, because we need to have that in order to advance and solve these issues. And as you saw in there, this is the problem putting things into video, is that we actually now have over 150 employees at the Justice Center. So we are in the Justice Council. We've increased our employee population by over 100 in the last year. So as you can imagine, that has its own set of growing pains, but we'll keep moving that. And part of the, and I'm not shameless in this, but happy to have you work for us. We are looking for people. We are looking to expand. And part of showing you our beautiful buildings and what we're doing is, you're all lawyers, you're all involved in this, and you all have a whole pile of classmates that you graduated with. This work needs to be done by people who believe in what we're doing, who understand what we're doing, and who are committed to doing something differently. So if you have anybody or know anyone, let us know, because we definitely need people. We need lawyers. We need paralegals. We need all kinds of people on our team. So please have a look. And another part, though we're not going to show you the video, I promise. So we have a video on another thing that we're really working hard to do is ensure that we are accountable to the First Nations of British Columbia, and we're accountable to all of our funders, and we're accountable to the public at large. So we've created, and you can see it if you go to our website, see our Tracking Justice. Do you call it an app, or what's it called? I don't know. A platform. It's online, but the point of that is to track what we're doing. Some people are a little afraid of it because it means that, if you're not advancing, well, it's going to say that you haven't done anything under this track. But this is the point, is that we do not want to be, as we know, our Indigenous Women's Justice Plan that was launched on April 8th came about as a result of all the incredible work that has gone on before, whether it's the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls Calls to Justice, whether it's Truth and Reconciliation, or dare I say, go all the way back to the Royal Commission on Aboriginal People and all their hundreds and hundreds of recommendations, is we don't want to be on a shelf. We want to make sure that we are truly advancing and truly making systemic change. So the best way to do that is put it out there and be accountable, and have others hold us accountable to that work. And so have a look at that. And if there's something you're particularly interested in, you'll be able to see the strategy and where it's at as well. And also it's a way for us to, get people interested. If there's something you can contribute, it was mentioned we had 7 bundles. Now we're down to 6 bundles just because we merged 2 for, again, one thing that we're really doing is always evolving, always reworking and trying to be more efficient. But if there's a bundle that's of particular interest to you as well, we're open to hearing from you and learning from you. So there's those centers. So try to find a center in your area. It'd be fantastic. Virtual IJC as well. So there's a toll-free number. So if you come across a client or come across someone or somebody in your community, know that that exists as well. Another thing that we're very excited about, we spent 3 days last week on this legal aid transition, and we're working in partnership with the province and Legal Aid BC to transfer legal services for Indigenous people to the Justice Council. I can't tell you right now exactly what the model is going to look like, but our intent is not to just replicate what's already been done, which we sadly see a lot when there's a, transition or when it becomes Indigenous led. We just mirror what was already done before. So we really spent last week 3 full days really trying to figure out what kind of how can we be innovative, how can we be creative, how can we create a holistic model that is Indigenous centered, and that takes in Indigenous values and principles, and that everybody involved in the organization, go back, sorry. I thought it was there was one more slide. making sure that everybody has cultural competency, which is also another one of our strategies. Broadening the criteria, of course, for legal aid. We know the challenges that many people face because they don't qualify for legal aid. The scope as well of legal services. One of the main things we heard about when we were doing the engagement sessions around the province is a need for wills and help with getting status cards, and those types of things are really important for Indigenous people. And of course, making sure that the oversight and quality is there, that it's holistic, and that again, we are collaborative and that we work together, whether that's with the defense, with its prosecution, Native court workers, restorative justice workers, whatnot. Oh, I did say earlier, one of the projects that we're working on, particularly under Track 2, is we were given some money in a community engagement fund that we've put out calls to all of the 204 First Nations in British Columbia to apply for the money to work towards some kind of restorative justice. Either they're already doing something, what are they doing, giving them some more money to help us understand what they're doing and support their initiative, or if they haven't done anything, to start to explore that. So this is going to help us start advance that Track 2 change, which is really important, and of course will inform what any kind of programming or changes or strategy implementations that we do in for the Justice Council. But yes, again, another shameless plug. Our team is growing. We need all the help we possibly can. And we'll take volunteer help as well. But we know that it's going to take, I think all of us like to do meaningful, empowering work, and there's great opportunities here, and making sure that all of our work is different and actually leads to systemic change. Again, we don't want to just talk about it. We all know the issues, and I know we don't need any more studies. We also, just to note, is we do have a new data plan as well. So we've been engaged with a company that will work with our data. So we're going to start keeping track of data in a way that hasn't been kept tracked before, to be able to truly demonstrate how we can make a difference. And we also have engaged with a storyteller that's going to start to tell the stories of some of the people whose lives have already been changed by the implementation of the Justice Strategy, and by the various people who have worked in all of the aspects of the Justice Council, from Gladue writers to those that are in the Justice Centres, to all aspects of all across all of our Justice Council. So we're doing the best we can, but we're always again open to communications, open to conversations, open to support. And right now, I have 10 minutes left, so I'm open to questions. And I know I'm indeed checking the chat, so people online, if you have a question, you can put it in the chat, or if there's questions in the room. I know it's important that you're on the microphone if you have a question. There's 2 microphones, or on the chat. I can read it out, or you can. Anybody? The videos were good enough to explain everything? We have a great communications team, so. There we go.
Hi, I guess I'll start off the questions. My name is Courtney McLaughlin. I had a question with respect to the updated criteria for Gladue reports. I know that some of the criteria for who will qualify for a full report versus a letter has changed. And of course, I would assume that due to the unprecedented volume. My question is this criteria, how does it impact youth files, so YCJA files, and with those timelines, the criteria, so to speak, of what Crown or typically sentences for those charges are, with the lesser youth sentences, how is that going to be factored in or bridged? Because at this point, most of my youth files no longer can get a Gladue report.
Great. Amandeet will answer that.
Thank you.
Is this mic working, do we know? Yes, we can hear me? Okay. Hi, Courtney, thank you for the question. Definitely going to get to this in my section of my presentation, but I can address it first as well. Specifically for the youth matters, I know there was a communication we sent out in April. I think it didn't go as far and as wide as I had hoped, but all youth files are still getting letters and reports. We encourage all defense counsel to keep sending in requests for Gladue reports. Essentially what the triage policies that we have is, because, as you all know, the demand has increased,
there has to be a way for us to triage how we assign a writer beyond a first come, first served basis. As everyone knows, sometimes you can put in a request for a report and you have a trial date set in 8 months. If you send that in today, but tomorrow we get something that's for something much closer, we want to be able to address that timeline first. So we look at a constellation of factors, and the biggest thing that we've been encouraging now is further information at the point of request by defense counsel or sometimes Crown Counsel as well. If you can provide that to us, if it's a first-time offender, if it's a youth, if this person's already in First Nations court, if they've already engaged in sort of a healing circle and they're wanting to get an updated report before they can return to court, if their resolution is contingent upon a report. All those sorts of factors are things we need to know so we're able to assign a writer. As of right now, under this updated policy, which is actually an update from a November 2022 policy, we haven't declined any report requests. What's happened is, because there was a bit of a delay, we've increased communication. We'll say we need further information on where this is, what the timeline is, if there's a court date set, and then we can use that and assess that and assign an appropriate writer. Sometimes we'll have a writer in a certain region. If it's more in the north, we want to have somebody that has better experience in that area, better connections to the community, better connections to the resources, and to create a lengthier, more detailed healing plan. So we do consider all of those things, and I understand that there had been some confusion since the rollout of that information, which is a big reason why we're doing a 2-day in-practice event, and a big reason why we work so hard to make sure it was accessible and free, and will be rebroadcasted by CLE, and we will rebroadcast it somewhere as well, because I realize the emails are not quite getting as far as I wanted them to go. But thank you for bringing it up. I'm sure a lot of people online had some questions as well. Maybe it's better we address that off the top. So, thank you.
Yeah, I think this is a challenge, and I think it's something that I'm very comforted by, the fact that our team is responsive. So they will constantly be responsive to what's going on and what's happening, and funding limitations, personnel limitations, all of those types of things. So anytime there's questions or concerns, please have that. And just so you know that we are also working with the Attorney General, provincial and federal, and talking to them about, and we've, again, the importance of keeping track of the data is demonstrating the need. And of course, you could multiply it for the other provinces and territories as well. So working with them to make sure that they understand the need of in our Gladue and the importance of that. And as well, of course, we'll track that. And that's part of the initiative around the storyteller, to be able to ensure that we have those stories being told, and the importance of Gladue and the importance of doing things in a way that's different than how it's been done in the past. And the provincial Minister Sharma will be here tomorrow, and she'll be able to talk. And I know we have meetings next week with the federal people. So, is there any other questions or online? No. Good. Everybody's good?
So I think with that, we will take our break 5 minutes early. We're going to come back at 10:30, so everyone can get caffeinated and buzzed up and ready to ask some questions of our next speaker, Jonathan Rudin. But please join me in thanking Corey for her presentation, and have a good break. I'm really excited to welcome and introduce a friend and mentor, Jonathan Rudin, who is here all the way from the Big Smoke, from Toronto, to speak to us today and tomorrow. So if you don't hear everything today, don't worry, because he's coming back tomorrow. Jonathan Rudin went to the other law school in Toronto, to Osgoode Hall. And in 1990, he was hired to start to establish Aboriginal Legal Services, and he's been with the organization ever since. That's how we got to know one another. Currently, he's the Special Projects Director at Aboriginal Legal Services, and he is also a member of our steering committee for Bundle C, or our Gladue Services Department. His full biography, as with all of the other speakers, is in the program, so I'm not going to read all of that. But I will say that if you don't already, you should get yourself a copy of Indigenous People and the Criminal Justice System, which is an award-winning book. More importantly, though, Jonathan is in a band. He plays the mandolin, and he sings with Gordon's Acoustic Living Room. So I encourage you to, if you get sick of hearing him speak, go on YouTube
and look up Gordon's Acoustic Living Room, and you can watch a number of their videos online. And please help me welcome Jonathan Rudin.
Thanks very much, Amanda. And yes, please watch the videos. Not a lot of people do, so every person who watches, oh, look, another person, that's great. So I'm very pleased to be with you today and tomorrow. Today I'm going to talk about Gladue through the criminal legal system with one exception, and then I'm going to pick up the exception tomorrow. I am going to try and leave time for questions today, and then I will definitely leave time for questions tomorrow, so I can pick up on the ones that I missed. For those of you who are in the room, I'll be in the room for the rest of the day pretty much, so we can catch up too. I just want to say, as Amanda mentioned, I work at Aboriginal Legal Services. That's our English name. I want to acknowledge that we have an Anishinaabe name, which was given to us by Elder Jackie LaValle. We followed the protocols for that, and our Anishinaabe name is Gakina Gwai Wabama Deboywin, which translates as all those who seek the truth. And you know, if you've ever asked for a name, an Indigenous name, and you've asked for a name and you get a name, then once you get the name, you then struggle with what the name means. And all those who seek the truth, to me, suggests not that we have the answers, but that our job is to help people find the answers. And sometimes those people are our clients, and Gladue Reports are a good way to help people find answers about their lives and their truths. Sometimes they're decision makers. And the discussion I'm going to have today to talk about Gladue through the criminal legal system is to talk about the role of lawyers to try and help judges figure out what the truth might be in the context of a legal system that's pretty formalized. So that's sort of what I've set out to do. So first principles. Gladue applies throughout the criminal justice system. Now that's not a statement that could have been made in 1999. Because in 1999, when the Gladue decision came down, it applied only to Section 718(2)(e), and that applied only to sentencing. Subsequent, the criminal code has been amended, so Gladue now applies statutorily to bail. But, as we'll see in this discussion, courts have expanded the range of Gladue beyond sentencing and bail, so Gladue applies everywhere through the system. One of the challenges I think that lawyers often face, as soon as you hear the word Gladue, we've sort of almost Pavlovian-like been trained to think, Gladue, okay, I need a Gladue report. But you don't. You don't, you can't, and it's not the same thing. So it's really important to understand that Gladue considerations apply throughout the process. Gladue reports are a way of getting relevant information, not the only way, and in some cases it may not even be relevant or significant. So it's always important to understand that you have a role, Gladue Report or not, and I'm going to talk about this, but you have a role throughout the process as the lawyer to provide the relevant information and the context for that information. In some cases, you'll need a Gladue Report, or it will be helpful to have a Gladue Report. In other cases, it won't make sense to have a Gladue Report. That does not relieve you of your obligations to address Gladue considerations. But you need to ask yourself, what information do I need? Why do I need it? And how do I get it to the decision maker? So those are the questions. So Gladue is going to apply throughout. How it applies depends on the stage of the process that you're at. So this is pretty basic. Most, not all cases, but most cases will have bail, not if the person's been released by the police, by the officer. There are pretrial negotiations, there's trial, there's sentencing. Again, you know, person may be acquitted, there's no sentencing, all sorts of things. So not all these stages will be at play, but Gladue applies in various forms at every one of these stages. But again, it applies differently. So let me talk about bail tomorrow. And we have an hour, I have an hour tomorrow to talk about bail, but also to pick up on questions I don't answer. Bail is obviously really, 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 really important. It's so important that it gets its own day. So I'm not going to talk about it today. So don't ask me questions about it yet. Don't put, you can send them in the Q&A, we just won't get to them today. So let's talk about pretrial negotiations. Crown positions are usually arrived at without Gladue considerations. And in BC, I know that sometimes Crowns take positions initially that may not even be their final position. But sometimes, to be helpful, they take positions that might suggest that jail may be required in order to make sure that clients get representation and meet legal aid criteria. So we need to understand that initial Crown positions are just that. They are initial Crown positions arrived at, and if there are Crowns in the room, they can answer this better than me, arrived at through some magical process that, who knows. But I mean, if you think about a Crown position, what dictates the Crown position? Well, what information does the Crown have? They have minimal information. What do they know? They know the allegations, because BC is a charge approval jurisdiction, they may have more information. I'm not in a charge approval jurisdiction. In Ontario, the police write up a synopsis, often with grammatical errors, often not spelling errors, but there's not a lot in the synopsis. The synopsis consists of the best case the police can come up with for why they want to charge. That's what's there. So what does the Crown have? The Crown has the summary, which may, and usually will not, at least in Ontario, include any input from the accused person. So they have that, and which is also generally does not put the accused person in the best light and puts the allegations in the strongest light. So that's the one piece of paper they have. The other piece of paper they have may be the person's prior criminal record. And that's what they got. That's it. Also, it's what they've got. If nothing else happens, it's what they have at sentencing. And there's a really interesting book by the late Daniel Kahneman, who was a Nobel Prize-winning economist. I love reading economic texts. He's a psychologist by training. It's called Thinking Fast and Slow. And one of the things that he talks about is a phenomenon called what you see is all there is. And what that means is we make decisions not based on all the information, but just on what we have available to us. And I found that insight really helpful when I think about the criminal justice system, because in the criminal justice system, people make decisions all the time based on an incredibly limited amount of information. And sometimes all it is a synopsis or allegations in a prior criminal record. And out of that, Crowns come up with positions. Judges are often required to come up with sentences based on almost nothing. So think about that. So the Crown's initial position is based on often two pieces of paper and some idea of the ladder principle or the step principle, which is whatever the person got last time, they probably should get more the next time. And that's kind of it. So how does Gladue fit? Well, in British Columbia, as in most provinces, the Crown guidelines say that Crowns should take Gladue into account throughout the whole criminal justice system. They need to take it through all aspects of their decision-making. But they can't do that unless they have information. They can't apply Gladue unless there's something to apply it to. They need some information. As we all know, Gladue is not, broadly speaking, a sentencing discount. And this becomes really important because for Indigenous people involved in the justice system, the sentence is not the only thing that matters. What are they charged with? What are the implications of a conviction, even if there's no jail? Even if there's no jail. Again, often I think defense counsel, and I'm not blaming defense counsel, but defense counsel often think of, well, how do we minimize the impact? And that means, is the person going to jail? But there are huge impacts that happen to people when they get convicted. An assault conviction, just an assault conviction, cuts off all sorts of avenues for people in terms of work. You can't be a PSW in many jurisdictions with an assault conviction. I know I've worked with clients who have applied to PSWs positions. They can't get a PSW position with an assault conviction. They can go to school, but they can't get a placement because so many placement organizations have vulnerable person checks, not saying there's anything wrong with vulnerable person checks, but they do these checks simply by looking, do you have a conviction for X or Y? So these things really matter. What the person pleads to, if they end up pleading, what they plead to really matters. And so it's important to make sure that if in the end your client is going to be pleading, you've agreed on what they're going to plead to, or you have a sense of what they're going to plead to, and think about the implications. What charges get dropped? What charges have to stay? And Gladue reports are generally totally unhelpful at this stage because the client, your client, and I'm speaking now to defense counsel, if they're Crowns, whatever you call the accused person, the other guy, they're presumed innocent, and you don't want to talk about the charges generally. You may, but you generally don't want to get into huge detail about the charges. So, and there's been no acknowledgement of guilt. So what do you want to talk about? So think about what information the Crown needs to know. And think about it specifically from the perspective that what the Crown does know, particularly if it's a jurisdiction where the Crowns don't see the same people over and over again. In some smaller court locations, Crowns may think they understand something about their client, but think about what the person needs to know. And think about the fact that inevitably, as we all do, the Crown has started to paint a picture of your client based on the two pieces of paper that they've read. The electronic thing, no one actually uses paper anymore, but the two documents that they've had. How do you counter that image? What information does the court need to know in that regard? And how do you provide it? So those are things to think about. I want to move now. Let's say you've resolved things. I want to talk about Gladue at trial. And I really thank the elder for the example that she gave this morning, because Gladue has application at trial. This is not something that we knew in 1999, even 10 years ago. There was an assumption, and even at that point, even I subscribed to this assumption that Gladue sort of applied at bail and all the way up to trial and everything after trial, but how could Gladue apply at trial? Like, there's no way you can, the trial is the trial. How does Gladue fit? There's no way Gladue can fit. Well, that's not correct. Gladue does fit in the trial process, particularly with respect to pretrial motions. So these things become really important. And so I want to talk about a couple of them. These are issues that can come up in the context of the trial, pretrial motions, Corbett applications, stuff like that. And to understand where this comes from, we go to Barton, decision of the Supreme Court of Canada. This is from the majority decision by Justice Moldaver. And this answers the question. If someone tells you Gladue doesn't apply at trial, then you just take them to paragraph 198 of Barton, where the Supreme Court says, and this is a majority, it was a split decision, but the whole court agrees on all the good parts. They disagreed on the disposition, but they all agree on this. Trials do not take place in a historical, cultural, or social vacuum. Indigenous persons have suffered a long history of colonialism, the effects of which continue to be felt. Again, trials. This is where this starts, trials. The Barton decision was about how an Indigenous victim was treated in the trial process. The criminal justice system and all participants within it should take reasonable steps to address systemic biases, prejudices, and stereotypes against Indigenous persons head on, again, in the trial context. So there is no question that Gladue applies to trial, and I'm going to give you a couple cases on this, and there's no question everyone now understands this, and there's no question that that is an evolving understanding, because I've had these arguments a number of years ago where the Crown said, no, Gladue doesn't apply at trial. And that was the Crown's position a number of years ago, and most Crowns, I think, well, they have to now, have resiled from that position. But again, it's one thing to say it applies. The bigger question is, how does it apply? And what do you need to do in that context? So let me give you two examples, and these are examples. You will, in your practice, you may find other places where Gladue will apply. So first, let's talk about voluntariness of confessions. Again, Supreme Court of Canada, LaFrance 2022 makes it clear that the question about voluntariness of confessions, the fact that someone is Indigenous, may have an impact on whether a confession is voluntary. So this is, strictly speaking, an obiter part of LaFrance, but the court says, in view of Mr. LaFrance's Indigenous heritage, I note that investigating officers and reviewing courts should be alive to the pronounced power imbalance that arises from the unique historical vulnerability of Indigenous people in their encounters with the criminal justice system. Now, what does that mean? What that means is a confession that may seem to be a voluntary confession on the part of an accused person may not, in fact, be a voluntary confession from an Indigenous person. And there is a BC case on this point, and it's called Camille. And I will give you the site. It's from this very helpful book. My publisher requires wherever I go, I have to. It's very awkward at like just hanging out. It's like we had the band as a gig and I have to bring the book and say, nobody cares. Stop it. So this is a 2018 BCSC 301. And Camille went to the Court of Appeal, but not on this issue. This issue there was not contended. There was no contention about this. So Camille is, it's a voir dire. Mr. Camille's arrested and charged with manslaughter. He's kept in custody. He asserts his right to silence, but you know, it's Canada, so the cops keep talking to him. There's no question, they're very nice to him. Like there's no suggestion other than the fact that they keep asking questions that they did anything wrong. So there's a voir dire, and because he gives a confession. And I'm not going to read the whole thing, but the Justice Holmes says, Gladue reminds us that courts must take account of different cultural values and experiences that may shape the worldviews of Indigenous people. He anticipates the Supreme Court decision in LaFrance. And then he says, and this is, there's evidence, so it's a voir dire, and he looks at the evidence of the voir dire. There's evidence in the voir dire that supports the conclusion that Mr. Camille experienced a sense of hopelessness through substantial periods of his life. Despite his impressive personal resources, the traumatic events in his life left him often feeling powerless and resigned to his fate. He spoke of being a scapegoat in his ordinary life, of homelessness and hunger, several desperate situations in which he would have met his death, but for the help of individual strangers. He spoke of receiving a very large settlement as a residential school survivor, giving away a large amounts of money and having nothing to show after only a few weeks. Several times he said he feared that he would be homeless once again. As I noted earlier, he evidently considered himself detained by the police and under their control, which others involved in the situation may view very differently. And then in the end, given Mr. Camille's particular circumstances, the judge excluded the confession. And let me just note, I was going to say note parenthetically, but how can I note something parenthetically? Let me note something parenthetically. I find the comment about the fact that he received a large residential school settlement really significant. And it's something that you should look at as counsel. If you know that your client received a large residential school settlement or a large settlement under day school or any of those things, that should immediately tell you that your client suffered significant abuse. You don't need to have a discussion with your client even about that. Like, you could just say, what did you get? If it was a residential school settlement and the client says, I got, $150,000, you can refer to the colloquially termed meat chart that the residential school process came up with, and you can see what abuse it takes in order to receive $150,000. Similarly with day school. Like, be aware of these things, because that's information that the court should know and you can bring to their attention without having to ask your client to retell that whole experience. But so Camille is a real life example. LaFrance's theory, Camille is a real life example. Confessions can be excluded. The other case, there's a lot, I'm not going to read all I put the quotes here so you can follow them, but is King, and King is about Corbett applications. Corbett applications, obviously a really big deal if you're going to trial. You're going to trial, your client is asserting their innocence. King is a case of where Mr. King was charged with murder. There was no question Mr. King fired a shot. There's no question Mr. King killed someone. That was not an issue. The issue was self-defense. There was no way that this defense could be pursued without Mr. King testifying. And given Corbett, if Mr. King testified, his prior criminal record was going to come up. So in Corbett, the judge excluded a number of his convictions on an application by defense counsel. He was acquitted, Crown appealed, went to the Ontario Court of Appeal. Aboriginal Legal Services appeared as an intervener, and we argued the Corbett application question. The second time we tried to argue Corbett, first time the court didn't want to deal with it, but this time they couldn't help it. And the court, it's a really good decision on this. And Corbett applications, again, we're talking about, if we go back to first principles, why do we allow prior criminal records to be produced when someone's testifying? Because we think that it may tell you something about the individual. Like, that's, because normally we wouldn't let you do it. So there's some probative value, in theory, to someone's prior criminal record. And the specific things that you're supposed to look at are, prior offenses related to the administration of justice, things that would make you think that the person is not going to be honest or credible. But we also know that Indigenous people plead guilty to things they didn't do all the time. We know that Indigenous people have a much higher rate of convictions for administration of justice offenses That we know that, and the court talks about it in Corbett, and there's other material you can get about that. But as the court says, where a conviction stems, at least in part, from the circumstance of disadvantage rather than subjective contempt for the law, the degree to which it advances a credibility inquiry will be reduced. So think about that. So maybe there are things that should come out if your client testifies as an Indigenous person that maybe wouldn't come out for a non-Indigenous person. And the court specifically talks about guilty pleas and convictions for offenses against the administration of justice. Court goes on to talk about the prejudicial effect. Most, but not all Corbett applications, but many Corbett applications are in the context of a jury trial. This one was. Go back to Williams, 1998, the year before Gladue. There's racism in the criminal justice system. Williams was about juries specifically. When an Indigenous accused is before the court, racist stereotypes lend considerable credence to the risk of propensity-based reasoning, right? You could, in a Corbett application, you can only introduce the prior criminal record to attack credibility. You have to always be worried about propensity-based reasoning. Because you have a conviction for X doesn't mean you did Y. Well, if there are biases on the behalf of the jurors possess, then these sorts of convictions can lead to propensity-based reasoning. The Crown argued in King that with the changes to the jury selection process that were enacted by the feds, this is not as much of an issue. That argument was rejected by the Court of Appeal. I will also say that from my perspective, on behalf of the Crowns who are listening, I think the same thing should apply to Vetrovec applications. Vetrovec applications are when defense counsel seek to want to diminish the impact of a Crown witness because the Crown witness is, the term that is used is unsavory. I don't know what a savory witness is. But anyway, the unsavory, I did a look a couple years ago at Vetrovec applications at the Court of Appeal. Indigenous people, non-surprisingly, overrepresented as Vetrovec witnesses, Crown witnesses. If it applies in Corbett, I think Crown should think about it in Vetrovec, and they should argue that if the reason that the defense is saying that the client is not reliable or is unsavory is because of their prior criminal record, you got to look at it. Now, how do you get that information before the court? Well, that can be a challenge. You can't stop the process for a Gladue report. Plus, again, the person's not guilty. So sometimes, if there is a prior Gladue report, that might be helpful. King suggests the best approach is through a voir dire, where presumably the witness would certainly, at minimum, be the person who's seeking to testify. All right, and I'm going to spend the last bit of time I have. Have I got any questions, by the way? Who's monitoring this?
Just a fun fact.
Oh, just a fun fact. Okay, good. So I'll keep talking. So the first thing about sentencing, I really can't emphasize this enough. Gladue reports are an aid to your Gladue submissions, not Gladue submissions. Now, I'm not suggesting this is any of you in the room or any of you watching. However, I can tell you that I have seen and heard and read more than one transcript where defense counsel submissions is, Your Honor has the Gladue report, thank you. And they sit down. Like, okay, you do the work. I've given you this report. Well, I didn't actually, BCFNJC sent it to you, but nevertheless, I'm the lawyer, so I'll take credit. Do the work. Gladue reports are not submissions. They are not submissions. They are expressly not submissions. If Gladue reports were submissions, they would be inadmissible because the report would have moved from being a neutral source of information to an advocacy piece. Gladue reports provide a broad picture of the person's life with all sorts of information. You have to make sense of that information. And you have to make sense of it in the context of the statutory requirements in Section 718. Gladue Reports, the recommendation portion of Gladue Reports that is obviously very important, they talk about here are some sentencing options. But Gladue Reports approach all of this from the perspective of what is the least intrusive sentencing option that's reasonable in the circumstances. Gladue Reports do not pretend or can grapple with deterrence or denunciation. That's your job. Like, you have to do that. The Gladue Report's not going to do that. So keep that in mind. You have to make the submissions. So do that. And again, I'm not saying you don't, but I'm saying there are lots of lawyers who don't. And there are some judges in the room who probably won't want to talk about that publicly, but we'll tell you if you ask them that they've seen that more than once. A couple other things. Watch your language. Okay? Don't say, my client attended residential school. Don't say, my client's father attended residential school. Nobody attended residential school. Okay? You attend a school dance. Okay? You attend the World Cup. You didn't attend residential school. Think about the language. They were forced to go to residential school. Think about the language that you use, and this is true for crowns as well. Think about the language. Your language should reflect what people know has happened. Also keep in mind there are people in the room, not just your client, who are going to hear what's being said, and they're going to hear what you say and how you say it. Also keep in mind that the worst parts of someone's life are the worst parts of someone's life. Sometimes, again, I wish this weren't true. Sometimes defense counsel think that advocacy consists of talking loudly about the worst things that happen to someone, because the more awful things you talk about, somehow it's going to knock time off the sentence. And I've certainly been in court where counsel have said, and Your Honor will have read in the report that he was raped by his father when he was 7 years old, as though this is advocacy. This is not advocacy. Okay? The reason Gladue Reports are written is so that people will have read them. And you don't have to talk about what people have read. You can just say, Your Honor will have read the information and pages, whatever. Our Gladue Report writers tell us all the time about cases where the defense counsel, because you're emoting and you're talking to the judge, your client's here, you may not be looking at the client, who, as you go on and on, their head drops further and further and further down. It is difficult enough to talk about these circumstances to anybody. And if a Gladue Report writer has developed a report, that's great. But it's another thing to hear it talked about in open court. And if you don't get it, think about, if any of you have been to therapy, think about how you would feel about everything you told your therapist discussed in open court. Or think about some of the personal discussions you've had with people. I mean, this is really painful. Don't re-traumatize people. Don't blame, be careful, don't blame people. Had lawyers talk about how the client was, ignored and mistreated by their parents. Well, the client may be trying to reestablish relationships with their parents. The father may have been having a hard time, and you can say, there was a time, the report talks about a difficult time in the mother's life where she was unable to, you can do that. But don't demonize people. Don't think that your client's going to want to go back. They're going to want to have relationships with their parents. They may want to go back to their community. Like, think about those things before you make your submissions, because what you're saying is being heard by everyone in court. And then I'll get to questions shortly. Gladue, paragraph 83, talks about waiver, that an individual can waive a Gladue report. Again, there is great confusion between waiving a Gladue report and waiving Gladue considerations. Paragraph 83 says you can waive Gladue considerations. Sometimes lawyers go, I can't get a Gladue report, and they say, Your Honor, my client's waiving Gladue. No, they're just saying they don't want to wait 4, 6, 7 weeks for a Gladue report. You know what that means? It means you're going to have to come up with that information because you have to provide it. So waiving a Gladue report doesn't mean that Gladue's not being considered. And I do think it's a confusion. I understand. I'm not blaming. Well, yeah, I am. Well, I mean, it's been 25 years, by now. And waiving Gladue itself needs to be informed. It's important if you ask your client says, I don't want anything but Gladue. You need to talk to them about why. What is it that you're concerned about? What do you know? Because maybe what they know about Gladue isn't in fact correct. We've certainly had experiences at Aboriginal Legal where the client has said they don't want a Gladue report, and the judge has, I think, quite rightly said, why don't you talk to a Gladue report writer first, and then we'll go and meet with the client, and then we'll see what the client says. We've actually had, out of the thousands and thousands and thousands of Gladue reports we've written, maybe 1 or 2 people who've actually declined when they know. But you can't make an informed decision if you don't really know what it is you're declining. Right, so last point, I think. Yeah, okay, last point. Now, how do I go back? There it is. Right, so if there's no Gladue report available, then you have to provide the information. It's not an answer to say, sorry, I'd like to, but we don't have a Gladue report, so I can't do anything. No, you've got to come up with the information. It is not, let's be clear about what Gladue says. We would say what I wish it said, Gladue and Ipeely, what I wish it said, but it didn't say. First of all, Gladue obviously doesn't talk about Gladue reports because it's Gladue. The term Gladue report was invented by Aboriginal Legal Services. We made it up in 2001. That's us. Thank you very much. You're welcome. If you just want to thank every time you say the word Gladue report, if we got a dime, we'd be great. If you just want to send us some money, we're charitable, every few years, every couple months, that'd be cool. But an Ipeely doesn't say you have to have a Gladue report. It says information is often conveyed by way of Gladue report. What Gladue requires is information. How it is provided depends. Now, that's not great because there are some jurisdictions where you can't get Gladue reports at all, and that's not a good thing. But Gladue does not mandate a Gladue report. If you can't get a Gladue report, then you have to be the one to provide the information. Okay, I have 5 minutes left, and I see the Honourable David Millward at the podium, at the mic, so turn it over to David.
Your thing about veterans kind of got me going because I myself been approached by an organization to have a look at as a staff to the case when a businessman was convicted on the testimony of an unsavoriness. So I'm not going to say which case it is, but I had to get back to them, be upfront about them, that as long the appellate court attitude, prevailing attitude is, as long as there's an adequate Vetrovich warning, we don't care what the jury does with that, even if it's manifestly ridiculous to anybody on the outside looking. I ought to take it a little further and say it's compounded by Pan shrouding the jury with total secrecy. I said, oh, well, I also pointed them in the direction of Ken Rose. Like Ken Rose says, there is a problem with Pan because it can insulate racist jury verdicts, which we do now know actually did happen with Donald Marshall, but I don't know if a ministerial review is the right forum to challenge Pan or if you have to go through constitutional litigation. So I guess what I'm asking is, do we also need to start rethinking about Pan, and is Gladue a strong enough basis to actually start challenging Pan?
I think we have to look at all the broad generalizations the court makes about how you treat evidence and witnesses from the context of what we know in Gladue. I think that's what we have to do. How that plays out in the end, I'm not sure. But there is this tension that I want to give credit to the court in King for addressing, because all too often courts are willing to say, yes, Indigenous people, we have this report, Indigenous people plead guilty when they're not, blah, blah, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We know all this stuff, but we're going to pretend somehow that none of it applies when we're in this forum. And King wants to grapple with that. I mean, the federal ministers of justice have a task force, and they've talked specifically about wrongful conviction guilty pleas. We all know this is the dirty secret of the criminal justice system, wrongful conviction guilty pleas. We're now talking about them, and we're now admitting that they exist. It's been like 3 or 4 years. And so we talk about wrongful conviction guilty pleas generally, and then more specifically, we know that Indigenous people, more than other groups, tend to be involved with wrongful conviction guilty pleas. So if we know all that, we can't keep burying our head in the sand when these issues come up. Now, how they resolve, I think we're going to have to see. But I think the world, I think it's all open. I think my job is just to try and make things as difficult as possible for the criminal justice. That's what I want to do. And so far, recently, it's been pretty good. Yes, you had a question?
Thank you. So thank you for your presentation, and I have a follow-up question on your comment on Vetrovex. If you have thoughts on the relation between what you propose with Vetrovex and wrongful convictions, as there's a lot of people that think about Vetrovex as a wrongful conviction problem, and I think what you're proposing is giving a credibility boost to Indigenous Vetrovex, and Indigenous people, they tend to know more Indigenous people, so Indigenous accused more likely to face an Indigenous Vetrovac. Do you worry that this could actually increase wrongful conviction rates for Indigenous people?
I think that
credibility boost.
It's a very good question. I mean, I think there are a number of. I think we need to think. I think we need to think this through. Is what I'm saying. I think, but I don't think we can. Again, I don't think we can automatically assume that if it applies to Corbett, then it can't apply to Vetrovac. I take your point because I think it's an important one. There are different implications. Better one, how many guilty people go free than however many innocent people go to jail? I think it's one on the innocent people go to jail front. So I think it's a really important question. But I do think we need to ask it. And we need to think about what it means. And we also need to think about, again, the point of Vetrovac is there is something about these prior convictions that's supposed to be meaningful. And if it isn't meaningful, if it doesn't do the thing we think it should do, then maybe we shouldn't have it. There may be other ways. Maybe we decide expressly to say, for example, no jailhouse. Like, there are a number of things we can do. But yeah, I think it raises questions, and I welcome people to raise those questions. And speaking of questions being raised, I don't have time for any more, but did any come in? Okay, so miigwech, and I'll see you tomorrow.
So our next speaker we have is going to be joining us on Zoom, so virtually, and it's Benjamin Ralston. I'm not sure if we see him yet. There we go. It's better to introduce you with you actually on the screen. So Benjamin is an assistant professor at the University of Saskatchewan College of Law. He's obtained his BA and JD degrees from UBC and completed a Master of Laws at the University of Otago in New Zealand. He's taught and worked at the University of Saskatchewan in various capacities since 2014, including teaching University of Saskatchewan's Nunavut Law Program in Iqaluit. He is well known to us as the author of the Gladue Principles, A Guide to the Jurisprudence, which is a book I think you might see on a lot of slide pages that we share. And he's also a member of our steering committee and provides a lot of academic insight into a lot of the movement that we have in the Gladue department. And today he's going to be speaking to us about some recent changes in case law with regards to Gladue. Thank you, Benjamin.
I'm just going to get started here. So I'm happy to join you virtually from Treaty 6 territory in the homeland of the Métis. And I'm sorry I couldn't make it in person, but my wife and I are juggling a newborn and a toddler, and it just wasn't on a personal front in the cards for me. So I've been asked to provide a bit of a case law update, but focusing on two particular themes. And I struggle with apparently a 45-minute time limit, so I'm just going to get right into it. So what I'm hoping to speak to you about with room for questions over the next 3/4 of an hour. One of these themes I'll draw upon has been titled by the organizers, Colonial Interference and Connecting Gladue Factors to the Person Before the Court. And then the other main one I'll speak about is how Indigenous law, Gladue principles, and the sentencing of Indigenous land offenders either comes together or doesn't come together, at least looking at the jurisprudence from BC's Court of Appeal right now. So first, I'll just give you a general introduction, though, about themes that can be seen in recent Gladue jurisprudence, hopefully without reiterating anything that Jonathan Rudin has already said. So as of April of this year, the Gladue decision is now a 1/4 century old. And yet we have the principles articulated in this decision remaining controversial and at best unevenly implemented across the country. I say that with a sort of extra gravity, speaking from Saskatchewan, where tools like Gladue reports are exceedingly rare. But without a doubt, I would say that there's still going to be an uneven implementation in British Columbia as well. Just a few examples from academic literature in this realm. Sharma Jaggi, or Dr. Sharma Jaggi, I should say, a researcher from here at the University of Saskatchewan, went in and observed 118 docket court sentencing matters here in Saskatoon back in 2019 and found that for Indigenous sentencing matters in docket court, only 5% had any meaningful discussion of Gladue factors, and they ran just 6 minutes on average. And in fact, the sentencing matters for Indigenous offenders were shorter on average than the sentencing matters for non-Indigenous offenders that they were compared to. Someone else, a young scholar from Ontario, David Cote, analyzed all published manslaughter sentencing decisions for Indigenous persons in the decade following IPLE and found that there was no statistical evidence of any change in sentencing outcomes, at least looking at the published jurisprudence, right? So there are certainly still general problems in implementation, and hopefully you're seeing more progress on that front in British Columbia, hopefully more than we're seeing in Saskatchewan. But at the same time, through the role of, in particular, appellate courts, we have seen the jurisprudence continuing to evolve and expand in ways that are hopefully more successful at ameliorating the crisis in Indigenous over-incarceration. So first, a point of terminology before I start throwing around and abusing the term. I'm going to use the definition of Gladue principles as the Ontario Court of Appeal put it in the King decision, essentially as a short form way of adverting to the idea that those involved in the criminal justice system, particularly judges exercising discretionary power, ought to be aware of the realities of Indigenous people appearing before them. So a broader but criminal justice specific definition that goes beyond just the specific analysis for sentencing. What we've seen in recent case law is that a number of controversies have been clarified, including from the Supreme Court of Canada, such as Hillbach and Hills. You had cases where the Supreme Court weighed in on how Gladue considerations fit into the constitutional analysis for challenges to mandatory minimum penalties. And so we know with clarity now that Gladue factors can be taken into account for hypotheticals in this context. We also know that the greater negative or adverse impacts of prison sentences on Indigenous and other racialized individuals can be taken into account as well for proportionality and constitutional challenges. Jonathan Rudin's already spoken at length about Corbett applications and guilty pleas, but we've also seen, at least in Ontario, their Court of Appeal weigh in on these matters as well. We see a sort of maturing of the jurisprudence in terms of how Gladue principles should be applied and incorporated by review boards, including some recent decisions from appellate courts on that front, and then in professional discipline for particularly Indigenous lawyers coming out of the Law Society of Ontario. But we've also seen, I think, a sort of policy implementation of Gladue in that front in many other jurisdictions, including my own. Now, There's also an abundance of case law on the need to balance Gladue principles against the vulnerability of Indigenous victims as well, none of which I promised to get into with you in the time remaining to me, but I thought I'd throw in a few hyperlinks into my slides in any event. So we've seen differing views on this, but more direction from appellate courts across the country. But the two themes focused on for the remainder of my presentation warrant a deeper dive because they're complicated and they're not conducive to easy, simple answers or advice. So I will do the best that I can. But if you still feel uncertain about the answers to these topics, you're in good company. So first, colonial interference and connecting Gladue factors to the person before the court. This has been a long-standing theme and concern in the jurisprudence emerging from Section 718.2 sub E and flowing from the Supreme Court's Gladue decision. A way to paraphrase this is, how is the jurisprudence evolving with respect to differing levels of either connection or disconnection to indigeneity? So we've seen more and more discussion from the courts on this front, providing at least a few more guideposts for counsel to work around, as well as Gladue Report writers, I should say. So first, I think it's important to remind ourselves of the purpose of the Gladue principles. Hopefully it's obvious to everyone that they're primarily, we're dealing with a section of the criminal code that's meant to reduce or ameliorate the disproportionate representation of Indigenous persons in the criminal justice systems, and particularly in the prison. But the way in which that provision of the criminal code has been sort of explored and doctrinally explained by the Supreme Court of Canada and other appellate courts across the country is essentially that this is about principles meant to deal with the causes of that overrepresentation. And so it's worth at least keeping in the back of your mind the state of the art or the state of our knowledge of what those causes might be. So we've had over half a century of studies and reports from task forces and commissions of inquiry that have linked Indigenous over-incarceration to a sort of constellation of culturally inappropriate practices, systemic discrimination, whether intentional or otherwise, racism in a more direct sense, and settler colonialism. By 1995, the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples was essentially reviewing over a dozen, maybe over 24 actually, prior reports and trying to determine what the state of knowledge was on this topic as of the mid-90s. And they came up with three primary explanations. One, many studies had pointed to socioeconomic factors related to higher poverty rates for Indigenous peoples and persons as increasing the likelihood of criminal involvement as well as criminalization. Others had pointed to culture clash or conflict of cultures from the different practices, worldviews, and perspectives of Indigenous peoples, as opposed to those implicit in the criminal justice system, such as, for instance, having a language in which there's no word for guilty, or a cultural practice of taking responsibility, even where one might not be legally guilty. And that conflicting with a very much sort of denial-based system that we have from the Western criminal justice system. But the third that RCAP really sort of picked up on and emphasized was that there's a bigger framework of settler colonialism that underlies both of the other two theories, but has other implications as well, right? This process of domination by European settlers, primarily over Indigenous peoples in Turtle Island or coast to coast of what we now call Canada, that's undermined Indigenous nations' own social and legal orders, everything from parenting practices and the ability to parent through to community or collective responses to what we might nowadays call crime. RCAP found that colonialism was key to understanding all causes of Indigenous over-incarceration and over-representation. And so ultimately, supposedly, that's what we should be trying to take aim at, as abstract as that may seem. And that was certainly influential and incorporated into the reasoning of the Gladue decision itself. So a kind of key quote here from that RCAP report, which now I'm confused, is either 1995 or 1996. I think it's actually 1995. But they said, locating the root causes of Aboriginal crime in the history of colonialism and understanding its continuing effects points unambiguously to the need for a new relationship that rejects each and every assumption underlying colonial relationships between Aboriginal peoples and Aboriginal society. So if colonialism lies at the root of Indigenous over-incarceration, some sort of decolonial method or approach to the criminal justice system is essentially what's prescribed by RCAP in its final report on this topic. So this has relevance. I'm not just speaking in the abstract because academics like to do this sort of thing, but I think it's relevant to both of the themes I'm going to unpack a little bit with what's remaining of my time here. So the first is this vexing question of, to whom do the Gladue principles apply? Now, according to the Supreme Court of Canada, which was in the Gladue case itself faced with a case where the sentencing judge at first instance thought that someone was not Indigenous enough or not the type of Indigenous person to which Section 718.2 sub E ought to apply. And the Supreme Court read it otherwise and stated that essentially anyone who qualifies as Aboriginal within the meaning of Sections 25 and 35 of the Constitution Act 1982 should be able to benefit from this provision of the Criminal Code and its reference to the unique circumstances of Indigenous persons. This includes Inuit, Métis, as well as First Nations, whether they are status or not. However, the court also made it clear that this provision of the Criminal Code doesn't provide for, quote, affirmative action through reducing otherwise warranted prison sentences based on indigeneity alone. So that's not to say that it doesn't have relevance to the length of the sentence or the type of sentence for an Indigenous person. It's simply to say that it is not some sort of more abstract and group-oriented ameliorative response where someone self-identifies as Indigenous and there's some sort of allocated reduction associated with that. As other courts have said across the country, more will be required than just self-identification before the Gladue principles really have a palpable effect on a fit sentence. And a good case for that, as Jonathan Rudin, among others, has pointed out, would be the Boyd decision that's linked to. But there's still this lingering question about what that more actually looks like in practice. So there's a major risk of essentializing in Gladue sentencing in a variety of ways, either judges and counsel assuming that there's a specific kind of paradigm of who is Indigenous, some sort of stereotype to which you can measure your clients or the person before you for sentencing. But there's also risks of essentializing in the other sense as well, where someone might have more trouble showing any kind of connection between their own circumstances and the broader circumstances affecting Indigenous peoples across Canada more generally. Either way, a more nuanced discussion based on the individual before the court will be needed to make any mileage out of the Gladue principles. Several cases have been criticized for strictly constraining who is Indigenous enough for Gladue principles to apply. And certainly Jonathan Rudin kind of took the lead on that in a few contexts. For instance, in the latest edition of his book, who I'm really plugging hard right now, I guess, he argues that some courts embrace a reductive view that essentially growing up on reserve and experiences of residential school are all but the sole source of Gladue factors. So if someone doesn't check those boxes, then Gladue doesn't really meaningfully or palpably apply. This is kind of ironic in a way, especially this idea that an Indigenous person needs to be tightly connected to their reserve or their community in order for Gladue to apply. Because if we look at empirical studies that have been done for decades now, we actually find that access to Indigenous culture, language, and practices are all protective factors against criminal involvement for Indigenous persons. All else held equal, studies suggest that the more connected an Indigenous person is with their culture and their nation, the less likely they are to engage in things like addictions or other behaviors that might be associated with criminalization or criminal involvement. So if anything, we should think that perhaps someone who's closely connected to their community might, I don't want to say need these principles less, but might be less likely to be pulled into the criminal justice system due to the broader systemic and background factors that Gladue is all about. So one way to think about this that's hopefully clarifying rather than obfuscating, I think of it as colonialism itself is criminogenic or crime-causing. Indigeneity is not. Right? There's nothing about being Indigenous that makes someone more likely to be involved in crime. It's the way in which settler colonialism has particularly impacted Indigenous peoples across this country that itself has given rise to this phenomenon. Jamie Gladue herself, notably, was Cree Métis from Alberta. but living in Nanaimo, BC at the time of her offense and the sentencing. And so the sentencing judge in her case actually erroneously concluded that 718.2 sub E didn't apply to her, right? She wasn't living within a distinct Indigenous community that was her own, way outside of Cree Métis territory, and therefore the judge used it as a reason not to do anything about this particular section. And both the Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court of Canada found that this judge had erred in doing so. Supreme Court went out of its way to make it clear that these principles are no less relevant to Indigenous people in urban centers. And you also have case law from the 90s, including from here in Saskatoon, dealing with urban sentencing circles or individuals displaced from their discrete Indigenous community, if you will, who have every bit as much of a right to ameliorative sentencing practices as any other Indigenous person. So imposing strict standards for indigeneity, like insisting that someone's growing up on reserve before applying section 718.2 sub E, clearly conflicts with these cases going right back to the 1990s. So I am happy to note that the most recent cases I've seen from Alberta in particular suggest that judges in that province have got that message, even though their Court of Appeal was putting up the biggest fight as to sort of the outer boundaries of applying these principles. Notably, in IPLI, the court also endorsed broader contextual approaches to 718.2 sub E, including its application to an Indigenous Cowichan youth, I should say, without any evidence of systemic factors affecting him. So the Supreme Court of Canada expressly cited with approval a case called RV Jack from BC's Court of Appeal, where the Court of Appeal found that it was still appropriate to apply Gladue considerations to a Cowichan youth, even though he seemed to have had a relatively stable and privileged upbringing. It was still relevant that there was a strong community connection and a role for restorative justice in educating and engaging the community in the sentencing process, right? It's not one thing or the other. The Gladue principles have many different nuanced ways in which they can apply. At the same time, reducing Gladue principles to broad generalizations about Indigenous peoples as somehow inherently damaged through reference to systemic and background factors really won't help either. I'll say, as someone from the prairies, I've had, at least one grandmother who was adamant that her own grandfather of unknown origin might have been Cree. That being said, for me to assert in court that I'm somehow entitled to the Gladue principles based on that sort of tenuous of a connection would be really unhelpful. And for me to bring all sorts of information about general implications of colonialism for Indigenous peoples without in any way connecting them to my own privileged upbringing and life as a law professor, again, really not helpful in trying to create a fit and proportionate sentence for that person. The Ontario Court of Appeal has, in sort of almost euphemistic language, dealt with this situation through a phrase they like to repeat, that an Indigenous person, through Gladue submissions, must lift their circumstances from the general to the specific in order to have any effect, right? There's a need to sort of draw on this individual's individual or personal circumstances and show some sort of link, not a causal one necessarily, but some kind of link to the broader factors, rather than simply reciting the general harms of settler colonialism on Indigenous people, stating that your client self-identifies as Indigenous and leaving it up to the judge to somehow make that inferential leap. Systemic and background factors, importantly, can include an array of distinct circumstances. So this could be geographic remoteness of someone's community that might have particular adverse impacts on them through the criminal justice system. It could also be loss of identity, culture, and language. There are various others, not all of which are closely knitted together. And I guess I have a book of my own you can refer to that's online. So I've linked to it for a chapter dedicated to trying to tease out at that point in time, all of the different factors that courts had considered in the jurisprudence. Importantly, culturally appropriate processes and sanctions matter as well. And so that is itself quite different than the systemic and background factors that brought someone before the court for sentencing, but it's no less important as a part of the so-called Gladue analysis. Now, there are a whole other host of new kind of considerations coming into dialogue with the Gladue jurisprudence that relate to this broader topic. And one thing we see is controversial discussions of Indigenous self-identification or so-called pretendianism starting to influence the Gladue case law in a way that may or may not be problematic depending on how this evolves over time. So the most famous example that I'm aware of at this point comes from the BC Provincial Court. That's Judge Patterson's discussion of these issues in a case called Legault, including his prediction that a tsunami of dubious claims to the application of Gladue principles is coming, and that both the courts and the profession need to ready themselves for this. And indeed, there's recent scholarship by an individual publishing through the Lakehead Law Journal that sentencing judges may have, in at least some cases, failed to see the risk of relying solely on self-identification, and they may have done what the Ontario Court of Appeal says they should not do, which is simply connect broad systemic and background factors to an individual's self-identification without finding any sort of palpable link between the two. Another example I'm familiar with is a case called Brazeau from Quebec, where the court gave a generalized application of Gladue principles to an individual self-identifying as Outaouais Métis. This is part of a very controversial sort of number of organizations, sometimes called the Eastern Métis, and without putting a strong opinion on it, I can at least say that there have been dozens of cases rejecting these claims or the claims to Métishood of Quebec organizations. And yet at least one Gladue sentencing decision, a judge faced with really no information by the judge's own account, connecting this individual to broader systemic and background factors solely on the basis of their membership in one of these organizations, found room for a sort of reduction of sentence based on Gladue. So there are certainly risks here, and I don't want to downplay that, but there's also risks of hypercorrection in this realm as well. BC's Court of Appeal has weighed in on some of these outer boundaries in ways that point in different directions, but hopefully in ways that provide guideposts for the different ways that the facts of one case might differ from another. In a case called Hamer, the BC Court of Appeal upheld a decision not to give effect to Gladue principles for someone who self-identified as Métis solely based on his mother's account that his biological father from a short-lived love affair told her that he was part Cree, right? So we have, even on that summary alone, not a real clear influential individual in this person's life. Doesn't sound like this person was even particularly influential in the mother's life. And so the Court of Appeal agreed that there was simply not enough there to suggest that it was an error to not give effect to the Gladue principles, right? It sort of fell outside of a fuzzy boundary for a meaningful impact of 718.2 sub E. In Olson, another case from the BC Court of Appeal that's a bit more recent, the Court of Appeal upheld a decision to give little to no effect to the principles where someone self-identified as Indigenous based on an unconfirmed theory that his great-great-great-grandmother may have been Indigenous, right? So while there is certainly room for someone on the basis of the indigeneity of a great-great-grandparent with continuity or cultural involvement or some other links to indigeneity to perhaps make a more persuasive submission in the future. In this particular case, with little more than essentially someone pointing to an unconfirmed theory about one of 16 great-great-grandparents, the Court of Appeal found that it was reasonable for the sentencing judge to really not give much effect to the Gladue principles. Now, neither of these cases does the BC Court of Appeal say, aha, you're not Indigenous or you're a pretendian or something like that. Instead, without directly questioning anyone's identity, the Court of Appeal simply emphasized a lack of connection to broader systemic factors, right? So really following the lead of the Ontario Court of Appeal for similar cases in that province. There's always a risk if the language is too euphemistic that other courts might read the decision as requiring a causal link before Gladue factors have any meaningful effect. It may not always be apparent on the face of the decision that this was sort of pushing the outer boundaries of self-identification with not much more. But at least in these BC Court of Appeal cases, it seems fairly clear that that's where the Court of Appeal was coming from. Now, The risky thing about some of these cases leading in a particular direction that limits the application of the Gladue principles would be the undermining of the application of these principles to a subset, a very large subset of Indigenous persons in Canada who are without a doubt equally deserving of these principles to anyone else, if not more needful of these principles than your average Indigenous person. Importantly, as a reminder, access to culture has been proven to be a protective factor from criminal behavior or criminalization for Indigenous persons. And so it shouldn't be a surprise that the inverse of displacement from Indigenous culture, identity, community, and practices seems to be connected to higher rates of justice involvement as well, right? The lack of those connections can be very problematic for someone and can be a very kind of clear and important factor as part of their story for why they're before the court for sentencing. Tragically, common systemic and background factors include out adoption by non-Indigenous parents, child apprehension by the state, residential and day school abuse, community displacement, and relocation, all of which have a common theme in that regard. Common denominators among these systemic background and factors can be both the disruption of Indigenous social and legal structures and orders, right? Parenting practices, community or collective practices of self-governing, as well as loss of identity and culture and exposure to racism outside of the protection of an Indigenous nation or community as well. So the BC Court of Appeal has also given you a helpful precedent, sort of giving you the other side of this spectrum, if you will, in a case called Kehoe that I hope you're familiar with already, but if not, you have no excuses now. In this case, Chief Justice Marchand of the BC Court of Appeal found error on behalf of the court as a whole in a sentencing decision where the judge found the nexus between a Métis man's Aboriginal status and his offense was limited, right? So it's a sort of what not to do, right? Different from the might be Cree temporary part of the mother's love life versus a situation where there may be disconnection in place with a very palpable link to why someone came before the court for sentencing. Justice Marchand made it clear that Chief Justice Marchand, I should say, that limiting 718.2 sub E's application due to an Indigenous person's disconnection from culture, community, and support subverts its remedial purpose and punishes those who are disconnected, right? It's the great irony that if colonialism is at the root of these harms, punishing the person who is too disconnected from indigeneity and the protective factors that come from Indigenous identity and community involvement is really, if anything, punishing those who might need these principles the most. Rather than focusing on whether the accused was connected to his Métis community, culture, and supports, Chief Justice Marchand said that the judge should have assessed the role of colonialism and assimilationist policy in causing the disconnection and bringing him before the court. The punchy quote I like from that decision is as follows: Gladue principles do not apply simply because an offender is Indigenous. Indigeneity is not related to criminality. Rather, it is the adverse impact of Canada's colonial history and assimilationist policies, if any, on a particular Indigenous offender that matters, right? Again, it is settler colonialism that is criminogenic, not indigeneity. So some practical considerations to keep in mind. Regardless of your view of your defense counsel of the merits or veracity of your client's self-identification as Indigenous, I don't think you can do a lot more than flag these issues when seeking instruction from them, right? So it's certainly something to bear in mind and speak to your client about, whether they are likely to be able to bring forward the kinds of information or evidence that might allow for a meaningful application of 718.2 sub E. But certainly as defense counsel with a fiduciary duty to act in your client's best interest, you're not well positioned to be sort of a pretendian hunter who's out there trying to act as a gatekeeper of who gets to identify as Indigenous or not. Also important to note that you might find you have a client who has personal circumstances related to Gladue factors without being Indigenous. These can still be relevant to their moral blameworthiness. 718.2 sub E is not restricted only to Indigenous persons. It does bring in special considerations for Indigenous persons, but you might have a case like the Antoine one linked to there from the BC Provincial Court, where someone is essentially vicariously impacted by colonialism. This was a non-Indigenous woman married to an Indigenous man working on reserve and facing systemic and background factors kind of through the community in which she lived and the person to whom she was married. That didn't, according to the court, entitle her to a full application of the Gladue principles, but certainly whatever kind of harm she may have faced in the course of her life could still be considered as part of her personal circumstances for an individualized approach to sentencing. So please don't try and always fit the square peg into the round hole, if you will, or try and, I guess, reframe someone who's non-Indigenous as an Indigenous person. It's really not necessary, and it certainly does create a lot of chaos for the courts and jurisprudence. Rather than trying to police identity claims, I would say that the best thing to do is to focus on how someone's circumstances either do or do not connect to broader systemic and background factors that Indigenous peoples face. This should encourage more relevant and impactful submissions because, as we know, and as we might need to be reminded, it's simply not enough to point to someone's self-identification and then assume that judges are going to make a grand inferential leap to find reduced moral blameworthiness or the heightened weight for other sentencing principles. All right, I feel like I'm doing the speed round here, and I'm going to continue with this momentum. Indigenous law, Gladue principles, and the sentencing of Indigenous land defenders. This might sound like a very niche topic, but you've had a remarkable number of cases coming from the courts in BC on this very specific issue over the last 2 or 3 years. In other words, how is the jurisprudence evolving with respect to the role of Indigenous law in relation to Gladue principles? So first, linking Indigenous law back to settler colonialism as a sort of overarching framework for Gladue submissions. It's important to note that settler colonialism extends to legal domination of one people by another, and suppression of Indigenous law by the Canadian state undoubtedly has played a key role in precipitating Indigenous over-incarceration, whether that's criminalizing Indigenous responses to crime or using systems like the residential school system and the status system under the Indian Act to displace other ways of organizing society with disastrous effects for Indigenous nations. Up until the mid-19th century, British colonial courts not only generally did not apply Canadian or Euro-Canadian law to Indigenous persons, but they doubted their own jurisdiction or ability to do so, including in criminal matters, at least until a case was ultimately resolved in the early 1800s in Ontario called Shawanakiski. By the late 19th century, British colonial policy had shifted to a focus on trying to either displace or domesticate Indigenous law, not just in what's now Canada, but throughout British colonies across the world. And now in the 21st century, we've seen increasing support for recognizing and respecting Indigenous law, at least in theory, but a lot of reluctance or at best confusion about how to do so from courts and council on the ground. So first off, Indigenous law, how does it relate to the Gladue analysis? As a moment of terminology, just to make sure I'm clear here, while you might have found older cases or references to Aboriginal law that mean Indigenous people's own laws, in academia, we've mostly adopted terminology from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in 2015. Through its final report, it defines Indigenous law as meaning Indigenous people's own distinct legal orders, as opposed to Aboriginal law, which it defined as how Canadian law has positioned indigeneity within it. So concepts like the Gladue principles or Aboriginal rights and title are primarily part of Aboriginal law, but there is also a relevant role for Indigenous law to play in each of those analyses in terms of how Canadian law might specifically interact with the laws of an Indigenous nation. In Gladue, the Supreme Court of Canada was seemingly alive to the importance of Indigenous people's own laws to the sentencing process. The Supreme Court expressly discussed Indigenous peoples having different conceptions of sentencing, varied customs and traditions, using the sort of terminology of the day, and also finding commonality among these customs and traditions in terms of Indigenous nations putting special importance on community-based sanctions and having approaches to wrongdoing that sort of resonated with the concept of restorative justice. The Supreme Court also directed sentencing judges to attempt to craft the sentencing process and sanctions imposed in accordance with what they called the Aboriginal perspective. And importantly, the Supreme Court of Canada uses that as a term of art in a number of cases to essentially refer to Indigenous people's laws, customs, practices, and traditions as some sort of aggregate Indigenous perspective. So that is relevant to the Gladue sentencing process. Do we see it on the ground, though? Not a lot of it, right? Courts and council have been very slow to try and engage with Indigenous perspectives and legal traditions in sentencing proceedings. And I don't think that should be a surprise, because it is quite a complex process of how to do so effectively and ethically. We do have a few cases where sentencing judges have referred to Indigenous perspectives to try and explain why community-based programs are important and deserve some amount of deference or respect from the courts, such as the Gladue decision from Alberta dealing with a peacemaker program, or a case called Kawapit from Northern Quebec dealing with a report from a Cree sentencing circle speaking to a proposed sanction that would involve hunting for the community, right? Something that a non-Indigenous judge may seem as unusual or recreational in nature, gets explained through a more detailed understanding of the Cree perspective on how hunting for the community might fulfill sentencing principles. In other cases closer to home for you in BC, we've seen courts account for Indigenous nations' own sanctions, such as banishment from reserve in a case called RRM. In that case, the BC Court of Appeal found that banishment was a relevant factor that would reduce the otherwise proportionate sentence coming from a sentencing decision. Or loss of hereditary titles, a matter fully within the jurisdiction of the Indigenous legal order in question, but still potentially relevant as essentially a collateral consequence of the offense in that case. Some judges have linked Indigenous perspectives to processes like sentencing circles as an explanation for why they're deserving of respect and how they might be a better cultural fit for Indigenous persons. In other cases, sanctions like conditional sentences have been linked to the accommodation of Indigenous perspectives, including by the dissenting justices of the Supreme Court in Sharma, because this allows for a community-based approach that provides more input from the community from outside the sort of colonial criminal justice system, if you will. Now, the rules of evidence are relaxed for sentencing proceedings, and you have judges accepting unchallenged submissions from counsel, hearsay evidence. They take judicial notice of broader context. All of these things could be helpful in trying to invoke or rely on or bring Indigenous law into dialogue with Canadian criminal law. Specifically, when sentencing Indigenous persons, the Gladue decision tells us that judges, in fact, must take judicial notice of certain social context facts. These aren't just the systemic and background factors that Indigenous peoples face more generally, but these are also commonalities among Indigenous perspectives, right? So there's some work that can be done in the realm of submissions and judicial notice alone. This could be conducive towards considering and engaging with Indigenous legal traditions in certain respects, right? Especially as broader context for why a particular sanction is being pursued, or a process like a sentencing circle is being pursued. However, unique considerations arise for any direct conflicts of law. And that's where we get into some rougher rides from the courts, particularly in the defense of Indigenous land defenders. So I'll tell you, I've worked as counsel for a group of Wet'suwet'en in a case called Houston, where I was in charge of bringing forward over 300 pages of affidavit evidence on Wet'suwet'en law. Even with that abundance of information, the court was reluctant to really do much with Indigenous law. It's important to note that generally, in cases that involve disputes over Indigenous territories and resource development projects, Indigenous law tends to be raised as a defense against injunctions and contempt of court proceedings, but courts are expecting a high degree of detail where there are those conflicts of law. Typically, these arguments have been rejected based on evidentiary issues. So either courts have found that the evidence of Indigenous law is too limited to reach any conclusions on it, or there's a lack of conflict or congruence between the injunction's terms and the Indigenous laws that are cited, right? So they're expecting a direct conflict before Indigenous law might feasibly trump the common law or statute. More recently, Indigenous law has been raised as relevant to sentencing in cases that involve Indigenous land defenders. And in some cases, we've seen some success with this. A lower court decision from the Ontario Court of Justice called Williams involved a case where an Indigenous land defender from Six Nations was able to call leading experts on Haudenosaunee law and ultimately convince an Indigenous justice that he should receive a discharge based on the public interest test for a discharge being best aligned with the public interest from a Haudenosaunee perspective, right? This is an unusual and rare case, though, and one that involved a lot of expert evidence put before the court rather than a more oblique reference to Indigenous law. In BC, courts have been a lot less receptive to Indigenous law playing a role in the sentencing of Indigenous land offenders. In a case called Nelson, the BC Court of Appeal rejected a Lillooet woman's argument that her, quote, belief in Indigenous laws was relevant to her moral blameworthiness for impeding traffic in Fairy Creek. The court found her arguments were framed too generally around Indigenous law and that there was no clear nexus between her conduct and any specific Indigenous law that compelled her or supported that conduct. There's another case called Davidson that's making its way through the courts in relation to Fairy Creek, and the BC Court of Appeal recently issued a decision called Layden in relation to the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion project as well, coming to the same conclusion. So seeking a high degree of kind of congruence or a direct conflict between Indigenous law and the terms of an injunction before they're really willing to engage with the topic. So practical considerations. Now, you do have flexible rules of evidence that are conducive to raising Indigenous law as context for sentencing practices. So without a doubt, Indigenous law has work to do in relation to Gladue sentencing. But where there are direct conflicts or it's argued that there's direct conflicts between Indigenous and common law, these are typically only going to succeed on the basis of the jurisprudence as it exists, where there are extensive evidentiary records and you have a kind of rights-based approach where there's some sort of, I guess, gesture at least towards the Constitution to say that Indigenous laws ought to trump other legal considerations within Canadian state law. Contempt of court proceedings also focus on deterrence. So it's not just one sentencing objective among others in this context. It's the primary one. It's essentially in these contexts, the court is trying to deter someone from continuing to act in violation of its court order because, the judge can't come down and, set the person straight in any other respect. So there's this overriding goal there that becomes very challenging where you're trying to argue either reduced moral blameworthiness or focus on rehabilitation at the same time that the client is directly defying the court order based on Indigenous law, right? It's not to say that these arguments can't happen. It's just that they're going to be exceedingly challenging to make through a Gladue lens. Relying on Gladue reports for evidence of Indigenous law in such cases also raises the risk of what Jonathan Rudin just spoke about, conflating Gladue reports with the role of counsel in making submissions, making them look more like advocacy as opposed to objective collection of information. Right? It's one thing for Gladue reports to have general information about Indigenous law that might help contextualize proposals for community-based sanctions, for instance. It's another thing for that report to be used to kind of collate information about Indigenous law to directly challenge the validity or application of Canadian state law, at which point it starts to look like an extension of the role of defense counsel. At the same time, I don't want to sound like an apologist for these decisions. I think one discussion that is clearly missing from a lot of this case law in BC is Indigenous alienation from Canadian law. A big part of Gladue and Section 718.2 sub E is that there is a need to show that the justice system is treating Indigenous peoples fairly and is engaging with their unique perspectives, including through the sentencing process. And so throwing out wholeheartedly any sort of whisper of relevance for Indigenous law in these contexts is extremely problematic from that perspective. And then, of course, as I put it in square quotes, there are some problems with the language used as well, suggesting that Indigenous law is some kind of belief as opposed to a fully valid and self-standing form of normativity as part of the broader constellation of laws in our lives in this settler colonial nation. I'm going to shut up after giving you one last quote to think about. I think these are important cases, but it's part of a more challenging fight of trying to adjust what is the common sense behind judicial reasoning and then the reasoning of lawyers more generally in this province. As one of these task forces put it back in 1991, with the input of Professor Leroy Littlebear, the legal profession's implicit convictions are so deep and so taken for granted that it's hard for people in this profession to see how it could possibly be different in the minds of other people until the implicit convictions of Indigenous people are included in the underlying premises of Canadian law. Indigenous people will continue to have run-ins with the law. So certainly there's more work to be done to meaningfully bring Indigenous legal perspectives into dialogue with Canadian law, but it's going to take some care and some consideration as to the best strategy for doing so. That's all for me. Thank you so much for your attention.
All right, and Benjamin, if we still have you for a couple of minutes, we do have a couple of questions. I sent them over to you. If you think you can answer both of them succinctly, go for it. If you want to save some for later, you can do that as well.
So I am familiar with the Davidson case. I'm also familiar with some really problematic language I can see in some of the Trans Mountain cases. I don't want to suggest that I'm saying counsel are raising the wrong arguments here. I think part of the problem might be trying to bring nuanced arguments up to further levels of appeal. That has also failed so far in BC. I don't have a magic crystal ball answer, but certainly these are not discussions that we should turn away from either, and allow for these precedents to stand if there's any other way around it. So thank you for your question, Ms. Salon. I'll try another one. Do these outer boundary cases contradict the assertion that displacement from culture is linked with increased propensity to criminality? So this is from Paul Falvo, sorry. Here's what I'll say on this, and I think this kind of touches on another question from someone else here. There's, at best, I think, a sort of every concept has perhaps a core and then peripheral cases that become kind of harder to connect to that core idea. So I think there's a nuanced discussion that has to happen around these outer boundary cases. At a certain point, claims to indigeneity through self-identification, even if in good faith, without more, it's simply not going to be a clearly salient factor in the constellation of factors in someone's life that might be relevant to the sentencing process. Does that make sense? So it's possibly, there could still be some link between a great-great-grandmother's indigeneity and someone's reason why they're before the court for sentencing now, but there might not be a strong influence from that great-great-grandmother either. And the veracity of, in that particular case, the identification of the great-great-grandmother as Indigenous, it seemed was contested itself, right? So there's a certain point at which I think probably the concept of salience is the best way to look at it. It's not to say that the indigeneity claim is false necessarily. It's simply that it becomes much harder to argue that it's a really meaningful, salient factor in why they are before the court at this point in time. I don't know if that's a good answer or not, but it's simply not going to stand out, if you will, among the other factors in someone's life to the same degree that it might for someone who has very recently faced some issues. I think that's it. Okay, someone else. Okay, I'll talk about the reverse onus.
Max has one question in the room.
Yeah, we have one in the room.
Thank you. I'd like to say thank you, Professor Ralston, for your talk and for your book. It's a very important resource out there. It's a very good, comprehensive book. And I did want to just ask you about your view specifically about Gladue and bail. I know that we're going to have Jonathan Rudin speak to us about that as well, but I thought it was an important issue, and I wondered if you had any specific thoughts on recent case law on Gladue and bail, or how it ought to be addressed, because there's 493.2, which of course talks about we have to consider the context of Indigenous people. To what end is not explicit in that statute, and there's case law like McGill from the Yukon that says we don't want to replicate racist outcomes. Of course, the Gladue sentencing stuff is all about moral blameworthiness, which you don't want to get into that at bail, because then it sounds like you're just admitting that the client's guilty. You don't want to go anywhere near that at bail. So I'm wondering if you had thoughts on recent case law, Gladue and bail, or just brief thoughts in general.
Sure. I don't have a recent case to point to, and I can't say I've seen anything recent that was sort of, ground shaking since when that book was published. It's probably updated as of the end of 2020 or so. So a lot of it's really just been kind of re-articulating those principles. here's what I'll say. First, I'll push back on the idea that at sentencing, Gladue is all about moral blameworthiness. Certainly, moral blameworthiness is part of it, right? That can go to the appropriate length of the sentence or what have you. So that is one aspect, but there are other aspects where it could go to the weighting of different sentencing objectives. And then there's this broader concept of systemic discrimination in the criminal justice system that I think is a useful kind of meta concept, bearing in mind that Indigenous people throughout the criminal justice system face systemically adverse impacts of what otherwise seems like neutral rules within that system. I think that's a really important concept to understand how the Gladue principles, sort of at their highest level of generality, can have this mobility to have relevance, not just in other parts of the criminal code for sentencing and bail, but also procedural matters at trial as well. So in the bail context, I think a lot of the work done by Gladue in that realm is done through the prism of systemic discrimination. So looking at how, let's say, the reliance on cash bail or a certain amount of cash bail might be problematic in that context, or expecting someone to be able to point to a person in their life without a criminal record who will be responsible for them while they are released, or pointing to someone and expecting them to even have any kind of social network that they can draw upon if they are very much displaced from their Indigenous nation, family, and community in some sort of urban context as well, right? So looking at ways in which someone might be more harshly impacted negatively by the criminal justice system's neutral rules for reasons related to their indigeneity. Does that make sense? So I think that does a lot of the work. And then there's also the sort of cultural difference type cases where you might have, I've only seen these really from Ontario, but where someone points to an elder in the community as being a potential surety, and the Crown doubts, why should that person act as the surety, without really understanding that sort of Indigenous perspective on the important role of elders and respect for elders within that Indigenous nation. Does that make sense? So there is that other subset, or where there has been some, at least kind of brief mention of Indigenous law in this context as helping understand why a bail plan is a feasible one for this Indigenous person because of their sort of involvement or connection to the specific Indigenous nation or community where they will reside. So hopefully that's helpful for you. That's kind of just reiterating what's probably in that chapter of my book from a few years ago, but I haven't seen things go dramatically away from that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Our next speaker is someone you've already heard from, but are you going to get to dive a little bit deeper? Until recently, as you may know, Anissa White was our director of our Gladue Services Department, and I just wanted to take a moment to thank Anissa. You may have heard Anissa stepped away from BCFNJC after over a year leading the Gladue Services team for a position with Lake Babine First Nation, where she was working prior to coming to the BC First Nations Justice Council. So I just wanted to say a chimigwech to Anissa for her time with BCFNJC. We are very grateful to Amandeep for stepping into those big shoes as the director of the Gladue Services team. She has been working with BCFNJC since 2021 in different capacities, first as a legal reviewer and Gladue Report writer. She opened her own criminal law firm in 2021, and she continues to practice criminal defense, largely for marginalized clients. You've heard a little bit about her and her background. Just on a personal note, we are very, very fortunate to have Amandeep leading the Gladue Services team. Corey showed the slides this morning just of the huge increase in demand we've had for the reports, and it hasn't been easy to serve everyone who needs it with a very limited budget, and also do that focusing on increasing the quality of reports. And I'm really proud of the work that the team has done with Amandeep and Anissa Jeanson and Christina Cook, our policy lawyer who supports the Gladue Bundle. We just have an incredible team. I'm really excited that you're going to get to hear from some of our staff writers tomorrow. But in the meantime, I'm going to pass it over to Amandeep.
Thank you, Amanda. So I'm going to dive right in.
So what we're going to be talking about today, as is the name of the course, we're going for a practical angle. So right now my presentation is about how a Gladue report is requested, and this is going to be mainly for defense counsels, the majority of where requests come from. Sometimes they do come from Crown Counsel as well. So it's good for everybody to get a good understanding of what we're looking for and how best we can work together in order to create and distribute Gladue letters and Gladue reports to everybody that requests them when we can get it to them. So I'm going to go over a little bit what a Gladue report is, and I know we've touched on the case already, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it. But as we know, the Gladue report provides the court with comprehensive information about the unique background factors of the accused, including their community, family life, underlying issues at the time of the index offenses, and offering healing and restorative justice plans as alternatives to incarceration. And of course, it derives its name from the 1999 case of Gladue. Equally, when it came out in 2012, at that point, the SCC took the opportunity to clarify and confirm their directions in Gladue, highlighting that there had been a failure in the application of Gladue factors in over the decade that had passed since Gladue. And at that point, they stated that the best way for a court to meet the Gladue requirements was through a written Gladue report. But of course, this doesn't mean that that's the only way, as we've heard earlier this morning. The courts have been clear that Gladue factors must be considered, and if they are not put forward by counsel, there's an automatic right to appeal a sentence. The right to Gladue considerations is so that it can be in the form of a report or oral submissions by counsel. And as we know, many jurisdictions outside of British Columbia also address Gladue factors through having a Gladue component in a pre-sentence report. However, the content in those reports are limited as it is designed in a different style and provided by different organization. So I'm just skipping through those because we have done it already. So what are Gladue factors? They're the systemic and background factors that have existed for the offender that brought them before the courts. So we have what is sometimes the general topics or the general factors that a defense counsel might point to as obvious factors that they know of. But it requires a little bit of extra digging. And when we have our report writers and our support workers working with our person served, which is how we refer to our clients who are Indigenous, when we work with them, it's a detailed process, discovering their background, where they come from, having them lead us through their life narrative so we can understand better what factors in their life, but more importantly, what in their background has brought them before the court or has affected them in a way where colonial interference was a main factor. And so that can touch on in someone's life in many different ways. We've discussed residential school, and that does exist, and there's some more nuanced conversations in cases where there's also disconnection, and that often is where there's child apprehension, and in terms of the 60s scoop and millennial scoop, and when Indigenous children are apprehended and they're adopted out into non-Indigenous families, and we'll touch on more of that tomorrow when we have some of our writers presenting. There's also a lot of disconnection and loss in terms of loss of status and loss of membership. There's a lot of intergenerational issues, which might not just be with the person served we're speaking to, but it might be from the generation prior. What happened with their families? Did somebody lose status from marriage? And different things like that. And it's important for defense counsel and also for our writers, but it's important for defense counsel for your practical tools in order to interview your clients and try and understand better where some of these things may have affected them. It might not be apparent to them right away, you know, what sorts of things are factors in their life, but the better job that we do as defense counsel to find out those sorts of things, the better we're able to take that information to the courts and in front of judges, because it is our duties as defense counsels. I'm a colleague of yours as well. It's our duty to bring that information to the courts, even if we can't get a Gladue report. It's still important to bring in Gladue considerations and highlight the Gladue factors. And we have also, obviously, the Gladue principles that come from the Gladue factors. And the biggest thing, as I just mentioned now, is that lawyers have the duty to bring the individual specific Gladue information before the courts, unless it's expressly waived. And that's something that Jonathan touched on this morning. Judges have a duty to apply Gladue considerations, and this is irrespective of age of the accused. It's irrespective of the charges that they face or which court that they may be appearing in. And it's in any case where an Indigenous person is facing a possible loss of liberty. We also had some discussions already about where
Indigenous considerations have to be looked at beyond sentencing. As we all know, that the Crown Counsel Manual in British Columbia does implore all Crown to take into account Gladue considerations at all levels of the life of a file or whatever matter is before the court. And this, like we were discussing again, can come as early as bail, can come as late as sentencing. But there's some other, not necessarily in your regular criminal practices where these sorts of things come up as well. There's in the administrative realm. There's also in driving prohibition areas and things like that. And I wanted to highlight a couple of instances that are listed on here. There's one case that's listed here where it's Caillou, which is the Indigenous person in a remote community being more adversely impacted by a driving prohibition. So I'm not going to speak about that case, but I'm going to speak about a very similar case that's been brought to our attention. So there was a matter where we provided a Gladue report in that case, and we've had defense counsel raise to our attention that the individual in that case was still given a mandatory minimum for a driving prohibition. But this person lives in a remote community several hundred miles north of Nanaimo, I believe it is, on the island, and she's a female. And to serve this sentence, which you would hopefully be able to do, intermittent over the weekend, it's 14 days. She can't serve it on the island because she would have to serve it in Alouette, which is in Maple Ridge. So what's unique to these factors is the conversation of how remote her community is, what she's going to do about childcare, what's going to happen to her employment prospects having to leave to attend jail. How is she going to get there if she can't drive? Transportation is not cheap. It's also not readily available in public transportation from her community to make it all the way to the island. It's not readily available from Nanaimo to get to here. It's not easy. I know some people had difficulty getting in today. And there's adverse factors like that that are unique, and those are also Gladue factors. Another matter that we've looked at and we've written a Gladue report for is a matter where the person was a sustenance hunter. And we provided them a report, and they didn't have, a criminal background. It wasn't that the charge was a criminal charge. It was a wildlife offense. But a firearms prohibition for that person in particular, it didn't just affect themselves. They're also responsible for being a sustenance hunter where it's their livelihood, but they also provided for others in their community. This person specifically provided for elders in their community as well. So the impact happening on one person has a ripple effect to the people around them. And that's why we have to make sure to bring these considerations to every court that we're in, because the judge before you will not know unless you tell them. It is our duty and it's our job to let them know the circumstances in a particular case. It's not just to say Gladue factors apply, because that phrase is very simplistic. It is not in depth, and it is not specific to the person in front of that court, and you're doing a disservice to your client if you're not able to bring some of those specific factors in front of those judges. And every time we do this correctly, we're contributing to fixing a system that we know has systemic issues. So I'm going to get to the juicy bits of this that I know all 200 online and those in the room are here for, is how our Gladue reports and letters work, and sort of how our eligibility criteria is and what it looks like to get one and the timeline for that. So in Canada and in BC as well, anybody that self-identifies as Indigenous, and that's First Nations, Métis, Inuit, they can request a Gladue report. It can be requested by judges in terms of being court-ordered. It doesn't have to be. And it can be requested specifically by Crown Counsel. Sometimes it'll come to their attention that an individual is Indigenous before a defense counsel is assigned. But mostly, and I would say upwards of 90% of the time, as you know, it is defense counsel that find out this information. And so they would be the ones making that request. We have, and I will discuss this in a couple slides from now, but we have developed measures ourselves in the organization and within the Gladue Services Department about how we work in terms of corroborating Indigenous heritage. We are aware of the case law that's come out, and we are aware of some comments by judges about questions about Indigenous heritage. And what we can proudly say is, in the work that we've done since the last fall, I would say, I think about October, November, we've revamped a lot of the program. We have revamped how the interviewing works. We've changed the templates for the reports and the letters to make sure that we are providing appropriate information to the courts. But in addition to that, we are working at ensuring we're corroborating the information that's given to us. So whether that means, speaking to additional collaterals and doing a little bit of digging ourselves to ensure that the person before us is in fact Indigenous, and we're able to provide a report or a letter in that person's case. If in the circumstances we're unable to corroborate this, we will provide them a letter advising that we're unable to complete the report simply because we're unable to corroborate the information. But we are not making a decision on a person's indigeneity. And defense counsel in those circumstances, it's also still your responsibility to go ahead and make submissions as you understand them and as you are aware of them in those circumstances. But I will get into that in some more detail in a following slide. I did touch on this a little bit, but I think everybody might be familiar that the software and website that we use is GIMS, so that's the Gladue Information Management System. It's right on our website, so it's very easy to find, and the request that you put will go in through there, and we have plenty of boxes on there that I know historically don't always get filled. But the more information you can give us, the better we are at being able to assign a writer that sort of fits the needs of the person before us. So some obvious things that we would like to know is there a sentencing date? Because sometimes no one tells us, and then it creeps up on us, and it hasn't been assigned. We don't want to end up in that position. Nobody should be waiting for a Gladue report, having a miscommunication to a judge, and not being able to have that in their hands because we didn't know that there was a date coming. So that, a distinction between that and fixed dates, we all understand what those are at our organization as well. So as long as you can clarify that in the boxes, we'll have that information. It's good for us to know whether the matter's already in First Nations court. It's good for us to know if there's already a healing circle that's begun or a healing plan that's being used, and that a Gladue report's going to be a component of that. That gives us some additional information. What's really important for us is also understanding the sentencing range. Understanding the sentencing range is twofold why we need to know that. The first one is, well, I'm going to say it backwards, but I'm going to do it this way anyways. Our healing plans and our support workers that create those healing plans, when they're providing resources for these persons served and we're putting those into the report and it's going to a judge, if we don't know that it's likely a federal sentence or that it's likely not, we don't want to put in information in there that tips the judge towards deciding for a federal sentence. Oh, if they get this much time, 2 years plus a day, they'll be able to go into this great program we read about in this report. We never want to be in a position where the information we're providing is contributing to over-incarceration. That doesn't make any sense. So if we're able to get a sentencing range, and it doesn't have to be an initial sentencing position, we all know those evolve. We know we can ask for those in disclosure, and sometimes it takes some time to get them. But if we have an idea of what the sentencing range is, we'll be able to make sure that the healing plans that are written are correct, and that the information we're providing is something that they're able to receive. In addition to that, the sentencing ranges, it informs if we're going to do a letter or report. It's only one of the factors, and we'll get into that, but it does assist us because if you're looking at sort of a shorter range, shorter timeline as well, if you have a tight turnaround to get something for that, we can do a letter instead. But again, if we don't have an idea, because sometimes the charges are incorrect also on the website that we've got your information from. Sometimes we don't always have an information or an indictment, and a writer is chasing down defense counsel because the person served might be unsure actually about what their charges are. So it's very important for sentencing range and correct charges to be in there. So we are using the right information. And when I was an external legal reviewer and also when I came on as internal, there was many times that I was looking at disclosure and disclosure was missing, or the charges on there did not match the charges in the report, and it's because the writers were telling me, well, that's what the person served told me they're charged with. We can't be in a place where if it's changing hands, that the information is changing as well. That helps nobody, and it does a disservice to everybody. So I've gone through a couple things that we do require, but in addition to some of those important factors, I've just touched on disclosure. If you have it, at a minimum, if we could get the report to Crown Counsel, if we could get the information, the indictment, the clear indication of which charges are proceeding. There's a lot of times where certain charges are going to be stayed, and that's fine, that's great. We won't have to interview and add in background information about those things that are not being taken to court or that have already been settled. We don't want to be prejudicial in the information that we put there. Our reports are neutral, they're facts, but they're not going to be prejudicial. And that's something that we want to make sure we're clear about. Another thing that we've had difficulty with in the past is contact information. How do we get a hold of the contact? How do we get a hold of the client? How are you getting a hold of the client? Because that's probably the best place to start. Sometimes we'll get a phone number and that doesn't work, and there's an email, or there's a better day of a week that someone can be reached. You're going to know that information better than us. So there's a note section on there as well. You can just write a little note in there. The writer will read it, and that's going to prepare us better to write these reports, and write these reports with less delays. Because the more information that we get listed on this slide, the more information that we get into that initial request, the faster we're assigning a writer, but also the faster the writer is able to work. I can't tell you the number of times writers aren't able to start because there's been no meaningful contact. And that's where a lot of delay does come from. And the best that we can do is, if we front load that information, we can cut that time down. So I'm going to have a quick discussion now about the letters and the reports. And these slides are all available, so the breakdown is there for you to read. I'm really trying to make sure this information gets out there. We've got this on the website, on BCF and JC's website. We have the nicely with the box and point form, so it's easy to find. We have it in these slides as well. There's a letter and there's the report. They are, in substance, they're the same item. The only difference is that a Gladue letter is summarized and condensed versus a report. So where you might have something that's about 7 to 10 pages, it's 15 to 20 pages. That's the difference. A lot of places where we can cut down some of that space is, you might have noticed from some reports you've read, there's a bit of a repetitive nature, and that would come in the initial sort of personal narrative history, where we sort of list everything from that person's life in a chronological order. And then later we get into going through Gladue considerations, going through Gladue factors, talking about their community and their connection to the community and that sort of thing. All of those headings are still within the letter. But what we've done is, instead of repeating it with the narrative and the larger block quotes, we've removed that and minimized it to about a 3-paragraph summary. So that shaves down a lot of that paper. We're also aware, sometimes we go into court, sometimes it's provincial court. It is quick. There's not a lot of time. We have a judge crisis where we don't always have judges available. We don't know how long we're going to have in front of some judges. A lot of times, even if we've sent this in ahead of time, and we do because we have distribution dates, we want them out before those sentencing dates. A lot of times we can have them sent out to Crown, Defense, and the court, but it's not going to go before the judge gets there that day. They might not get to read it. They might get to look at it, and defense will have to point them to the right pages. You know, I have a report before you on pages this and this are the things I'd like to highlight. That's why, essentially, one of the reasons that the letter came to be last year. So the letter is not a new product. It was formed because there was a demand also for that. And there's a growing demand for Gladue products, and it's for letters or for reports. And we use our discretion. We've had defense counsel, and you'll hear from one of our writers tomorrow, but we've had a defense counsel reach out saying that they have a matter where sentencing date is set. It's very firm for a variety of reasons. It's been adjourned many, many times, but they need to have that letter or report. We had it written over a weekend, had it go through the legal review process, had it distributed in, I want to say less than 5 days. It might have been 4 days. But that's something we were able to do because a template existed and we had trained writers able to do it. So it's not that you're getting less of a product, it's that it's a specialized product for certain circumstances. And we've discussed earlier this morning, but I'll touch on it again, is that we do have our triage policy, which was adopted by council in fall of 2022. And it's as the demand continued to outweigh our supply, this triage policy has allowed us to triage and prioritize the assigning process of writers. It allows us to respond to our wait list of requests and address the delays in delivering reports in a timely manner or in a prioritized manner in terms of when your dates are coming up. We also know that there's instances where the delay in the production of a letter or report is going to be longer than sometimes the time served somebody is going to be getting. But the sooner we have the information from you in the requests, the sooner we can communicate to you the likelihood of getting that report in time, or if it's going to be longer than the projected time this person is going to get for time served. And as soon as we know that, we can communicate that to defense counsel, and then defense counsel can prepare having defense submissions instead, because we don't want to be in a position, again, where you're waiting for a report. You would never have someone stay in custody beyond what time served would be. So it's just another way, the triaging of it, it's another way to make sure we are putting the Gladue factors, Gladue considerations, Gladue reports in front of judges in every circumstance where we can, and in any circumstance where we can't. We're working together with defense counsel with the Native court workers to make sure that additional submissions are made to court, or simply submissions are made to court without a report or in the absence of a report, to make sure that that information still gets there. And I want to highlight again, thank you for Courtney's question, but Youth Matters, we ensure that there'll always be a letter or a report because we obviously know it's a particular type of liberty risk with youth. We also have letters designed for Youth Matters because oftentimes it's different interviewing youth than it is interviewing adults. The type of, not pushback, but the type of hesitation that comes with interviewing for something like this is something that's apparent with youth in particular. So we like to make sure that with a letter, there's less of a need for large block quotes. We can corroborate information by speaking to other people in their life. You'll hear more about this tomorrow, but we can corroborate that information and check back with them and make sure it's correct, but it can go into a letter where we don't need lengthy quotes. It's also something that we have because it's trauma-informed, and it's trauma-informed because all the collaterals we're contacting, we're not expecting them to recount everything that happened to them in their history. We're not contacting grandparents and asking them to relive traumatic experiences just so we can get a block quote. That's not trauma-informed. It's also not moving Indigenous people forward. It's also not helping anybody. So the letters allow us to provide something where the factors are in there, the information is corroborated, but it's also trauma-informed. And then before I get into the timeline, the updated triage policy is temporary. We are actively hiring right now. We've got 3 new writers that I know are on the webinar. This is part of their onboarding and training. They just started this week. So we're also hiring additional writers and additional support workers, and we're moving to address the waitlist issue as fast as possible. With the growing demand, we're not trying to do it in a rush. We're trying to do it right. So we want to hire the people that are qualified so we can keep providing consistent, concise, and correct products to courts to assist our persons served. And to date, no one's been declined under this. And I've checked back with my staff many times to make sure. So if anybody is under the impression that they were declined, email us back. You can email us at Gladue Services. We have the contact information at the end of the slides. Please put in your requests. We're here to help. Our timeline for these matters is, for letters, we try and do them in 6 weeks. And then again, if there's a bit of a tight turnaround and we're able to assign somebody, we can do it faster where needed. Otherwise, it's 8 weeks for reports. And we do have an internal review point, and we also have external legal review. Okay, so further to our point earlier today about corroborating Indigenous heritage, what we provide in a circumstance where we're unable to corroborate that information is what's called a no Gladue letter or a declining letter. And this is something that's was quoted in a recent 2024 case, which I have written here, RV Cade. And in that case, they excerpt our letter. And they wrote in there that the portion where it explained that Mr. Cade was substantially unaware of the specifics of his Indigenous family history. One cousin that was contacted by the writer advised that they were working on constructing a family tree and unable to corroborate any Indigenous heritage. Later on in that report, what we wrote, or in that letter rather, what we wrote and what we always write is that at this time, we're unable to prepare a report for this person because we're unsure, as is the person themselves, about their Indigenous ancestry. And even if their Indigenous ancestry could be confirmed or corroborated, we cannot address how being Indigenous has affected their life, or more specifically, colonial interference. This letter should not be read in any way as stating that the person served is not an Indigenous person. We're unable to draw such a conclusion. Neither should this letter be read as stating that there may not be relevant Gladue issues in this case. The fact that we're not able to prepare a report does not mean that there are no Gladue-related issues counsel may wish to raise in court. And in that case, the person was actually also African American, and we did work with legal aid to get an IRCA report provided for them. And we wrote that into the letter as well, and you'll hear more about IRCA reports tomorrow. So what we need from Justice Partners, and this is a bit of an overview of what we've sort of listed already, but the main thing I would want to say is let's be proactive. the more information that we can have provided to us at the outset, the faster this process is going to go, and the more people we're going to be able to assist. So what I'm going to do now is take you through a quick videos, I promise. 2 short, quick, about 2 3-minute videos that are, they're a walkthrough of the website in case you haven't seen it. So again, GIMS, it's centralized, it's user-based, everything's on there. That's where we facilitate the requests. It's also where we distribute the reports from. So I'm just gonna, don't play yet. 1 second, thank you. So the 2 videos we're gonna look at, they're gonna be back to back, so I'm just gonna give an overview right now. The first one is how to create a GIMS account, because if you don't have one yet, you're not gonna get a report at all. The second one is how to request a report, so we'll take you through a walkthrough of how that works.
Please follow along as I do a demonstration of how to request an account through our Gladue Information Management System, also known as GIMS. The first thing you're going to want to do is open your browser and type in bcfnjc.com. This will take you to our website that looks something like this. You will find that there are 2 ways to request a Gladue report and to get to the GIMS login portal, one of them being this button here on the main page, Request a Gladue Report. The other is by hovering over the Gladue Services title and scrolling down to Defense Counsel. Here you will find more information for Defense Counsel when requesting a Gladue report. Scrolling down, you will find 2 blue buttons. One is How to GIMS. By clicking on that, you will download a PDF document that will show the step-by-step process we are reviewing now. So please remember that is there for your reference. We will also refer back to this. The next blue button under the Access GIMS title is to request a Gladue report. By clicking that will take you to our Gladue Information Management System login page. If you do not have a login, the login page will look something like this. You will find in the bottom right corner the option to request an account. Once you've clicked on that will bring you to this page. Here we have some information we need to review before approving the account. We'd like to know which role that you are applying for the account under. Also your name, first name, your last name, email, and phone number. Don't forget to review the user terms and conditions before agreeing, and then create account. Once you've created the account, you will be brought to the DocuSign portal to complete your user account request. Once the DocuSign document has been completed, you'll be brought back to the GIMS login page. At the top of the page, you will see a message in a green box pop up. It'll look something like this. Your account has been created successfully and is waiting for admin approval. The next step is to please check your email for a receipt stating that the account request is being reviewed for approval in the GIMS system by the Gladue Services Department. This should take no longer than 72 hours from submitting your request. The Gladue Services team will review your name and email and make sure you are a practicing lawyer before approving the account. The final steps will be to activate the account. You will get an email with the subject line GIMS user account confirmation. In the body of that email will be a link to reset your password. Click on that and go ahead and reset your password. Once you've reset your password, you will be able to use the GIMS portal and log in. From there, you will be able to go into the next steps of requesting a Gladue report. Now that your account has been approved, I'm going to do a demonstration of how to request a Gladue report through our Gladue Information Management System, also known as GIMS. Again, step 1 will be to open your browser and type in bcfnjc.com. From here, you're going to want to find the Gladue Services title at the top, hover over that, scroll down the drop-down menu to Defense Counsel. This will take you to a page with more information for Defense Counsel when requesting a Gladue report. You will also find Gladue Services here on the right side of the page, phone number and email address. You're going to want to scroll down to the 2 blue buttons, and it's the second blue button under the title Access GIMS, Request a Gladue report, that you're going to want to click. This will take you to our GIMS login page where you can use your new login. This will take you to our GIMS homepage. On the top of the ribbon here, you will find 4 categories. The first, active cases, cases in review, archive cases, and the 4th option is request a new report. Go ahead and click that.
Those videos are made for us by Michael Conlon. I do have this page up as well. I was just speaking about the email address, so it's on this slide. If any questions you guys have, it's for @gladueservices@bcfnjc.com. So I've saved some time so we can do some questions. I do have one that was just passed up for me from online, so I'll address that one first. And then if there's anybody in the room, please feel free to make it to a mic. The first question that we've received is, in terms of Gladue training and working as a Gladue report writer, does it matter where the training is from? It doesn't matter where Gladue writer training is from because we do in-house training. So like discussed before, we do trauma-informed interviewing practicing, and we do Gladue writer training on the templates. We have our own internal sort of database for what kind of unique Gladue factors might exist in certain communities as well. As you may know, there's certain nations where historically there's been displacement of the people because the nation itself had to move. So there's things like that that are very nuanced and specific to a nation, and then therefore specific to a person served. So that sort of additional information that's specific to the people, we have that sort of training that we do in-house. So if you were to apply, and please do, if you were to apply to be a Gladue report writer with us, we would hope that you have some writer training, possibly writer experience. We've hired some people that did in the past, but also have some experience with criminal law, Indigenous law, lived experience. All those things are what we look at. What we will say though, and it's something that we've communicated in the past, we don't have a roster of writers anymore that we hire for contract work. So we don't have a streamline for, take a writing course means that we will hire you for a writing job, because like we've discussed earlier, we're funded by the government, so we don't have, we can't hire as many people as I really, really would love to hire. I hope that changes, but if we could, we would. But in the interim, it's okay for you to have writer training from somewhere else, and it doesn't matter to us when you had it. Apply, we'll do the interview, let's talk. And then, yeah, Brittany.
Student or another service provider, perhaps a legal advocate, can you also make a login on GIMS and request reports, perhaps on behalf of defense counsel?
Yes, you should be able to. I know I've got a friend in the audience that doesn't practice in defense, but they have a login. Article students should be able to as well. The only sort of trip up is which email address you're using. So as long as we know maybe what office it's from and that sort of information goes in when you create it. If your firm has a general articling email they use for different articling students, again, you can contact us at Gladue Services and we can walk you through maybe what's the best way to put it together. Because I know we have turnover with those emails, but we can do something for that, yes.
Okay, I have a quick question. Yes. I understand that BCFNJC took over Gladue Services in 2021.
Mm-hmm.
What if I have a client that had a Gladue report prior to 2021? Do you have access to that?
Yep, great question. We've just worked on having the full transition completed to have the LABC copies of Gladue reports that existed prior to that time to be moved over to our secured servers. So that's what took a little bit of time, is making sure that it could be done in a proper way. That's just getting finished up right now as we speak. So if you have a client that has a previous report and you're wondering if there's access to it or wanting an update to it, at this point we should have access to it.
Sorry, just to be clear, because your emphasis on secured made it sound like legal aids were not secured.
I didn't mean that.
We were just ensuring that we had the right technology. And the reason for that is because, as an Indigenous organization, as an organization that is governed by 6 BC First Nations leaders, we thought it made more sense for our team to be, and Legal Aid agreed for our team to be the caretakers of those sacred stories that are contained in the Gladue reports. And of course, we want to be efficient and effective, as our chair says, efficient and effective, and, not start from scratch if someone's already had a Gladue report written for them. That way we can go back to whatever Legal Aid had produced in the past. We can, improve on it, update it, and hopefully deliver it to those who need it more quickly than if we had to start from scratch. So I just wanted to add those things.
Thank you.
All right, hopefully I can ask this, well, and I'm only asking because I don't know. I was wondering about advancing Gladue as a practice and potentially strengthening cases through freedom of information requests, if that's possible. Gathering information from the government side by side of what's been shared by the people, and perhaps it could help in reducing the amount of trauma that would undoubtedly come up in such a process, while also strengthening the case itself. Is there a connection between Gladue and freedom of information requests? And if there is, could you let me know what it is? And if there's not, could there be in the future?
So if there's copies of previous reports, that's what we're touching on right now with Legal Aid's sort of control of housing them previously, because that's where they were written. We should now have copies of those. So if there is anybody that is seeking their own report, they can contact us and we should be able to get it for them.
I think to clarify further, because I think that might have gotten a bit lost, there is so much information held with the government about a person's experience. If they're so in their trauma, sometimes it's hard to recall that. Would it then not be beneficial for, say, the Justice Council or for another organization to support someone in requesting information from different sectors that would be relevant to the person's experience to strengthen the case, that the files that, the writing that you're doing, to also make sure that you're covering all your bases, but you have the most information you could possibly have, but also treating it as something that's growing and developing.
It sounds like you're volunteering. Yeah, so I think, this is a really good point, and I think one of the, albeit daunting, but exciting things about the work that we're doing and kind of the provincial scope of our work and the way that the 200 plus First Nations in British Columbia have come together to appoint the Justice Council to create economies of scale will allow us in future to take on interesting, projects like that. One of the reasons, in addition to what I've already cited, but one of the reasons that we started this long conversation with Legal Aid BC to eventually transfer those stories that are in the Gladue reports is because we wanted to create a database of what can be taken from those reports that have been written previously in terms of, resources that are available in the community, the Indigenous legal traditions. Like often, the Gladue report writers are doing that really laborious and important primary research of calling up a First Nation and asking them about their their community's experience and where they were, impacted by residential schools and, what are the ongoing legacies in that community specifically. And, when in the last couple of years, when we started to kind of really make Gladue our own and take, and change it into something that Legal Aid had done into what BCFNJC wanted to do, we started to work towards creating this database and, scrubbing data, for lack of a better term, in an appropriate and respectful way, compliant with OCAP principles, but taking that kind of aggregate information not only to make our report writing more efficient and better,
but also to alleviate the burden on the community who are constantly fielding these inquiries. You know, it's the person answering the phone at the band office who's got to like be, oh, another Gladue Report writer? We just talked to one of your lot the other day and we told them all of this stuff. So, you know, I think the way that we've tried to do that is through using our past practice, but FOI requests are a really good, a really good idea. And I'm not an expert by any stretch of the imagination on the amount of times communities have made requests for records that the government has been resistant to, but I do think that is another path to us being able to do our work better. One of the, one of the cornerstones of the justice strategy and the success we've had to date is that we're trying to do the work relationally. We're trying to do it in partnership. It doesn't mean it's not a rocky road sometimes, but the strategy really was developed between British Columbia and the Justice Council. And in 2021, the Department of Justice federally came to the table through a tripartite MOU. Last year, the Public Safety Canada, the Ministry of Public Safety Canada came to the table through that tripartite MOU. So we're hoping that we can go a more track two way to affecting our change and not have to do those FOI requests and not have to go that kind of more colonial adversarial process. But we're keeping all of our doors open to get to our ultimate goal. So thank you for that idea, and I look forward to your business card and knowing more about what you're interested in helping with. So the next question from an anonymous attendee is, when a report is ordered by the court, how can we follow up to provide the further necessary information? What a great question.
Yep, create an account on GIMS and put the request in, because if a court orders a report, it still requires a human to put in the request. So if you just have a court order, we don't know that. So whoever's defense counsel or Crown, somebody contact us either by email asking, letting us know that there's this court order, and then we'll redirect you to GIMS to put in the request, and then we can get the process started. I'm short on time now, so if there's anything additional, I think we can save them.
We have one question left.
Okay, there's one more.
You got it. You can talk fast. Okay, the question is from Kimberly Bradley. Are details of the offense ever included as part of the report?
No, not if we don't need to. So it's nothing prejudicial that goes in there. We want to talk about the background factors and what was going on in somebody's life as an underlying issues at the time of the index offenses. So what we'll refer to is the charges, which are already in the information and are already before court. We're not going to be talking about someone's involvement or the level that a co-accused was involved. That's not our area. We're doing neutral facts, and that's what we're providing to the court, because it's the unique background factors, underlying issues, colonial interference that provides a full picture. That's what we're giving to the courts. It is for defense to get into the details of which facts are being submitted, if there's agreed statements of facts, if there's not. We know there's nuances to that, and we don't want to provide something that is prejudicial to the person and is also counter to what's actually being discussed in court or is in a plea, etc. So, short answer, no. I think
Thank you, Amandeep.
Thank you.
And it is now my pleasure, honor, to bring to you Condessa Strain, who is a lawyer in our Vancouver Indigenous Justice Centre. It says Virtual Indigenous Justice Centre, but that's wrong.
No, it's wrong.
Yeah, okay. Well, we're learning as we go. So Condessa, I think, will probably introduce herself and tell you a little bit about her experience and her family and where she's from. She's a proud mom of 2 lovely children who came and joined us for lunch. She earned her BA in Applied Criminology with an honors degree from Douglas College in 2018, and her JD came from the Allard School of Law in 2021. During her education, she became passionate about the effects of colonialism on Indigenous people and their contact with the criminal justice system. In 2020, Condessa worked as a student clinician in the Indigenous Community Legal Clinic, and in 2022, she completed her articles with the Provincial Crown. She cares deeply about making the process more relatable for clients, is committed to bringing respect, reciprocity, and humility into her practice. And in her spare time, she spends, you have spare time? That's funny. Spends time with her family and nature, playing rugby in Vancouver with her club, The Scribes. On a personal note, you know, as a member of the leadership team of BCF-NJC. There are so many people in our organization who are doing wonderful work, and frankly, I don't know all of their names anymore, but there's rarely a day that goes by that I don't get told by one of our managers what a great job Condesa is doing for people in the IJC. So we're really lucky to have you on our team, and I look forward to hearing your speech.
Thanks so much, Amanda. Now I don't know how to follow my own introduction. So yeah, I'm Condesa Strain. I do work at the Vancouver IJC. I'm Shekwetmukh from the Eustache families. That's in the interior. I'm also Nasilkchin, so I'm Okanagan from the Lewis family. And I'm Coast Salish here in Vancouver. I'm from Musqueam and Squamish, and my families are the Point and Cortez families. So yeah, I've been with the Vancouver IJC since January when it opened, but I was in the virtual clinic before that. And then I did my articles at the Provincial Crown. So we're going to talk about how to do your own Gladue submissions. And a lot of this is going to be a lead up into how do you collect that Gladue information. So some of the reasons, and I think Jonathan touched on a lot of it this morning, why you would want to get your own submissions going, how you would want to get your own information, is going to be around things like if you want to give that information to Crown, like in two parts, right? In terms of like charge assessment, which I think is like one of the first earliest points you want to be able to get in there with that Gladue information. Waiting for a report doesn't just come at sentencing. And so like in the magical process that Jonathan talked about and charge assessment standard, and when you look at the Crown Policy Manual, it's CHA 1, and they talk about that it's really important in the Crown's charge assessment standard that they're making sure to include information about Indigenous offenders, to take it into effect, particularly when there's Gladue factors that led your client into the criminal justice system. So definitely really important information to have early on. Also really important in your resolution discussions. When you're looking at kind of the sentencing ranges, in being Indigenous and Gladue factors are consideration in sentencing ranges. So we're going to make sure that early on in your resolution discussions, you're including that information as well. You also might benefit from having your client have their matter resolved sooner and not wanting to wait if your client for some reason or another, particularly say in a driving issue, and you want to get, that there's a mandatory minimum or a mandatory prohibition, you might want to start that as soon as possible for your client's benefit. So that's another reason you might want to do it without a Gladue report. And then of course, due to the new kind of temporary Gladue triage policy, your client may not qualify for a Gladue report or Gladue letter. So what are the background factors? I think we have to really kind of bring ourselves back to what those actually are. Sometimes, and I'll get to this in a minute, a lot of our Gladue submissions, and I'm not trying to take down any defense lawyers here, but it really is a problem, I think, in the case law where we see all of our submissions a lot of the time turn into trauma porn. And it's really not helpful for your client. And in fact, it can actually kind of turn into a risk factor. It can look like risk factors if you're not grounding it in Gladue and you're not grounding it in kind of like what brought your client to the court. So some of those factors are dislocation. So dislocation can exist on kind of a very basic, like being removed from an area, but also on a more kind of philosophical level. So you might see dislocation in your clients who have been in foster care or have been through the 60 scoop or residential school. They've been literally taken from their families. They've been dislocated from their families and oftentimes their communities. But you also see dislocation in terms of cultural or familial connection. People who are taken away from their families and they don't have a way of kind of connecting themselves to who they are. And that's true for culture as well. The other one is economic development, low income, educational attainment, high unemployment, lack of opportunity. Those are all very largely connected concepts. So for example, with a lot of isolated communities. When you're looking at bans or reserves, right? Reserves aren't places that are actually put there because they're on the traditional land of those people. So there are reserves that exist with people on it who actually didn't occupy that land in history. And so that's not actually their land. So that's, again, another kind of relationship to the dislocation. But they're also not always put on lands that are particularly valuable. That's not to say like in, here in the Lower Mainland, that's not necessarily the case. In Musqueam and Squamish, that they have very valuable land, and have luckily in the past few years, since Indigenous people were allowed in the last 20, 30 years, allowed actually to hire lawyers to develop economically, now have like capital corporations that they can draw from. That's not the case for most of your clients. Most of your clients are going to come from communities that are in very remote parts of the province or remote parts of the country, and that land isn't super valuable. They're not going to have like resources for them to draw on to be able to develop economically, and that's kind of dribbled through generations of those people and those communities. So it's kind of a big issue as well. Those isolated communities as well don't have very great or diverse economic or employment opportunities. So you have clients in the north, particularly if you have clients from, say, Terrace or in that surrounding region, those clients really only have access to jobs that are, say, fishing jobs or camp jobs or on chief and council. So it's not a very big kind of like pool to draw from in terms of your job opportunities. So this in and of itself will lead to more dislocation. So what happens is people have to either go away to support their families or move their families out of their community so that they can actually have kind of long-standing careers. This also leads to kind of the issue with post-secondary education as well and educational attainment. When you have clients in these kind of far out communities, their youth have to actually move away from the community to get educated. So even when I was going to school, college at Douglas College here in the Lower Mainland, there were a lot of students that I met who were flown in from different remote communities to live in the city. So there was no support for them here. They didn't have families. And in a lot of cases, they were experiencing like a really intense culture shock. When you're in an isolated community and that's where you are your whole life, the world operates differently. Everybody has the same worldview in that kind of sense. And then you get here, things cost more, you don't know anybody, you don't know where to look for support, and it's really difficult to get that economic attainment. And so that's another kind of particular like dislocation, educational attainment issue. A lot of communities that are very isolated also only have elementary schools on their reserves. So if you're in an isolated community, what happens when you turn 13 and you have to go to high school? So some communities, and this is something you need to pay attention to with your clients, some communities will have their kids actually flown out or fostered in a different community so that they can go and get a high school education. So it's a really important thing to note and to ask your clients about where they're from and where they went to school. And then that kind of leads us into the lack or irrelevance of education, right? There's that barrier to just secondary school. But on top of that, if you have clients that are residential school survivors, those clients sometimes finish at the age of 16 without basic elementary education, and sometimes without being able to read. Residential schools weren't places where people learned stuff. They were where Indigenous kids went to be trained to be in a more agricultural lifestyle. So they maybe learned how to farm at those places, but they weren't necessarily learning how to read and write. They weren't necessarily learning how to do math. So that's another kind of like background information, kind of Gladue factor that you have to take into consideration. And then of course there's the substance use and mental health. Now like this I'm gonna touch on a little bit more, and it was touched on earlier today, but a lot of the pathways to substance misuse for Indigenous people is a lack of cultural relationship, the lack of a positive sense of self and positive identity. And I'll talk about that in a moment. So those are kind of a broad outline of some of the background factors and more context that you might need to make those submissions. So how do you get that information? You want to start, or what kind of information do you need? You want to start with getting to know your client's family. And I know it's a little bit weird for some people, but Native people exist in a way that is relational. So our whole world in a lot of ways exists around who we know, who our family is, our kids, our grandparents. We have really deep connections and responsibilities to those people. And so getting to know your client's family. So where were they raised? Were they raised with their family? Why or why not? Are their family members still alive? Sometimes you can find out some really kind of interesting things about the context of your client's life by, like they had a lot of cousins who experienced like health issues in a way. They had high rates of diabetes in their community, and they lost a lot of their family members because of that. There may be high rates of addiction in their community where they lost a lot of family members. So talking about their family in that context is going to give you a lot of that really good information. Did their family members suffer from dislocation? Because as we know, trauma that way can be intergenerational. So when you have a client whose grandmother was raised in a residential school and didn't have a good relationship with her family, or was very damaged from that experience, that translated then onto your client's mother and then onto your client, right? So that information is really important. Do they have children? What are those relationships like? Do they have child support obligations? Do they see their kids on a week-on, week-off basis? Do they support with or live with any family members? I don't know if you've ever noticed, but if you've worked with your Indigenous clients, you might find, if you ask these questions, a lot of them have to take care of their grandmothers. A lot of them may have to take care of their cousins. I've had more than one client who takes care of their sibling and their nieces and nephews. So that's a really important one too. Again, it's like relates back to the relationality of Indigenous clients. And those factors, right, they're not all gonna be about the sad things in your client's life. And I'll get that, again, to the trauma porn. Some of your Gladue information is gonna be about the strengths that your client has. And that's gonna pull you away from the moral culpability part. It's gonna pull you into the kind of more fit sentence part of your submission. So that's really important information too. Are they supporting other people? How are they doing that? The substance misuse and use, you wanna look at, have they ever been using? What's your drug of choice? Did they go to treatment? Where did they go to treatment? So sometimes you might have clients who are repeat offenders who've been often sent to Christian treatment centers that have not helped that client. Maybe sending them somewhere different is going to be a better outcome for them and will give you a stronger argument in your submissions. Were they affected by addiction in their life? Have there been epidemics of addiction or mental health issues in their communities? Are they from a community where they have an astronomical suicide rate in their youth? That's going to impact not just that individual, but the whole community is going to be really negatively impacted by that. And so that's important information I have as well. So the cultural piece. So again, the social science, as we were talking about earlier with Benjamin, the social science says that Native people who are related to their culture, who have a positive cultural identity, have lower rates of recidivism, lower rates of suicide, lower rates of mental health issues, or higher rates of kind of coping mechanisms when they have mental health issues, lower rates of addictions, but also higher rates of abstinence. And so this is for probably a couple of reasons. One is that what a lot of people don't know, and again, this is going to come back to your more fit sentence piece, is that there are large Indigenous ceremonial communities that require abstinence. So if, for example, your client is part of a cultural kind of community that practices the Sundance, Sundancers have to swear a pledge for 4 years. Part of that pledge means that they have to be abstinent from drugs and alcohol for that 4 years. So there's a community culture around abstinence. And in fact, with Indigenous people, although we have the highest proportion of addictions in the country, we also have the highest proportion of complete abstinence in the country. And that's a really little known fact. And again, that comes back to that strength piece in your Gladue submissions. The other part is the identity. So every Indigenous client you have has experienced a kind of an identity crisis at some point or another. Because culturally, we've had all of those traditions, we've had all of our languages, our songs, our values kind of stripped away from us. And so what happens when you're an Indigenous person living in the world is you know that you look different, you know that you're treated different, people talk about you, and how do you identify yourself from there without something positive, without kind of a cultural kind of background? You lean back into stereotypes, right? And so that cultural piece is really what is again, like a protective factor, and it's really important to kind of piece that out from your client. How do they identify? You might even find some of your clients will say, like, I'm not one of those Indians, because they have a negative perception of themselves. And it's a really difficult thing for a Native person to experience, and even talking about culture can be a really difficult thing to talk about for your Indigenous clients. So the information you want to ask is like, what community are you from? Do they consider themselves Indigenous? Why or why not? Can they articulate to you what it means for them to be Indigenous or from that particular community, right? Do they have experiences in ceremonies, sweat lodges, Sundance, cold water baths is a Coast Salish tradition, longhouse, big house, smokehouse, language, song, dance. Those are all really important questions to ask. Again, that's going to come back to the more fit sentence piece. Would they be interested in reconnecting with their culture or getting some cultural support? And in this piece, we really want to avoid pan-indigeneity. It's something that's kind of really prevalent in corrections and has been for the last 10 years, where a lot of the programming out there is very centered on kind of prairies-based cultural practices. So you have to remember, a Coast Salish person is not going to benefit from a sweat lodge or smudging, because that's not their cultural heritage. That's not who they are. And in fact, it's likened to kind of sending an adopted Chinese child to a Japanese cultural event and saying that you're trying to get them, cultural support. So be really careful about that kind of pan-Indigenous piece. You really want to understand where your client is from. There are 11 language families throughout Canada. 7 of those language families are in British Columbia alone. So British Columbia actually has the most diverse Indigenous cultural nations in the country. So you got to be really careful. You got to get to know your client in that sense. It's really important. So when you're trying to get this information, the best way you're going to do it to be able to get the best kind of submissions is you need to do it in a respectful way. So, and a trauma-informed way. So what that means is that you have to be aware that your clients who are really traumatized are going to react in a way or going to behave or have emotions in a way that may not seem super reasonable to you in the circumstances, but it's a part of their trauma response. And the important thing for lawyers to remember is to not take it personally. Lawyers need to really remember, myself included, that we took an oath to the court. It's not unreasonable for an Indigenous client to look at one of us as being part of the system that harmed them and their families and their children and their grandparents. It's not unreasonable, right? I think we need to make sure we're not taking that personally, and we need to be able to respond with empathy and respect. So yeah, that's one of the big ones. The other thing too, in terms of trauma-informed practice, to remember that our client is the keeper and the expert in their own life. They've gone through some stuff, and it's really up to them how much they want to share and how they want to share that with you or the court. So some of the things that I do is I often send a list of questions ahead of time to my clients. I make sure that they already have an idea of what I'm going to ask, and so they can prepare, right? Emotionally, but also decide whether or not what they're going to share with me. I often tell them during and before the interview, like, hey, just so you know, this is going to be rough, and we can take a break at any time. And a break might be 15 minutes, it might be a half an hour, it might be a week. So make sure you're starting those interviews ahead of time for your clients, because it might be so intense for them, they might be, I need to take a week away from this right now. And you go, okay, and you give them that time. It's also really good because it's also really important to remember that it can be really traumatizing for your clients. So look up some resources for your client before your Gladue interviews. The Indian Residential School Survivor Society has a really good resources. They have a crisis line, and you don't have to be a direct residential school survivor. You can also be the child of one or a descendant of a residential school survivor if you need to access that crisis hotline. It's a really good resource. And I'll talk about resources in a second. And finally, try to get your client to recognize their strengths kind of at the end of your interview with them. So are they connected with their culture? Are they supporting their family? Are they working? Do they have a career? And the cultural connected stuff, those things too, those strengths, can really help you in terms of getting like letters of support for your client for sentencing. And it's a nice objective kind of eye that you can bring to the court. So say you have a client that's into sweat lodges, you can ask them to speak to the sweat lodge pourer. They're the person that's kind of like in charge of the sweat lodge. They call them the sweat pourer. You can ask them if that person can write a letter for your client. And that's a really good kind of objective person to give information to the court for you. So yeah, those are really good people to ask. I think the really big thing I wanted to focus on too is just to remember that there's two parts of Gladue, right? It's the moral culpability or the moral blameworthiness part, but it's also the more fit sentence. And so when we're trying to do it, we need to make sure that we're connecting those factors back to how they brought your client before the court, right? R.V. Hamer, although was talking maybe not in a great way about identity, also had a really good point in that case where they brought up that it doesn't simply apply because somebody's Indigenous. Instead, it applies as a result of the adverse impacts of colonial history and assimilationist policies. So we're bringing back those factors and bringing them to our client and how they're before the court. And that's your moral culpability arm for sure. But then you want to have the more fit sentence. So 73 and 72 of Gladue, those are the pieces you want to look at in terms of more fit sentence, but also in terms of the explanation of restorative justice. Restorative justice specifically in Gladue talks about how it's not a less punitive measure. In restorative justice, somebody has to get in front of somebody that they've harmed and has to really hear it. And from an Indigenous perspective, that's actually a much more victim-centered process, because in the Canadian criminal justice system, somebody has to come up and they testify, they give a statement, maybe they write a victim impact statement, maybe it gets read out. It's certainly considered by the judges, but it's not a situation in which somebody who's harmed you has to actually face you and recognize the harm that they've done to you. And so this is kind of the way that a lot of Indigenous communities have experienced justice for a long time. And again, bringing back to that cultural piece, if we look at the dislocation, if that's one of the factors that you're looking at, which is going to be something you see in all your Indigenous clients, if dislocation is the problem, then isn't it, you need to logically bring it back, then the reconnection, right, is the logical solution in your submission. Right? Can you find resources for your client to reconnect with their community and become accountable to their family and their community in a way they haven't been before? Those are really strong submissions to make in my position. And so how do you find those resources? And I'm going to run through this real quick because I'm running out of time again. A good one is to call bands. A lot of bands will have resource support workers, social workers, or even justice workers that'll have great ideas on how to support your client, but also how to find them community-based resources, cultural resources. Maybe you call a justice worker from Squamish during the longhouse season, and you can get your client going to the longhouse and chopping wood all day, every day for a few weeks. Maybe they're gonna have to travel around and with that community, with the longhouse community, into different parts of the province and be volunteering their time. And that's really valuable for your client, but also really good submissions. Calling institutions and talking to resident elders there, they have experience with connecting their clients and your clients with cultural supports. So they know how to do those, and sometimes they're actually leaders in their own communities. I know three men who've worked in federal corrections that actually are Sundance chiefs in the province. So calling elders in those institutions, they have really good resources there. Friendship centers have lots of programs that are online, but also when you go there and talk to people, there's also counseling services there that'll be for different people. They also have well-brighting meetings, which is kind of an Indigenous-based AA. There's also FNHA. So FNHA is a really good one if your client needs counseling. FNHA is for status Indians, and if your client is status, they have access to free counseling. There's a nice, easy provider list on the FNHA website, and it'll give you all the counselors in the province that can help you. And then, of course, the Residential School Survivor Society has a plethora of resources, including cultural support. And so those are the kind of resources you want to look at in terms of can you craft a creative sentence on a CSO or a probation order that's going to connect your client to these kinds of resources that are actually going to be at the base of their criminogenic factors? And just really, really quickly, hopefully nobody has questions because I'm running out of time. But the one thing too that's really important to remember is that your clients are really, really going to be angry sometimes that they're in those situations. It's not going to make a lot of sense to them. Sometimes they're going to yell and scream at you, and sometimes they're going to swear at you, and they're going to be really angry. And it's really not about you. And that's where the hard part of advocacy comes in for your Indigenous clients, is they are going to see you as part of the problem. And that's okay. And you just have to be reassuring and trying to look for any support you can give them and try to continue to build trust. So yeah, that's all I have. Do we have questions?
The main question we had, actually, I think you were answering. I was writing the resources as you were listing them. So I think I could just type that out and send it off.
Oh, yeah. There's lots of different kinds of things. You just got to be creative is really what it comes down to.
Perfect.
Can someone use the aftercare program at the Justice Council if they aren't affiliated with them at all? Like, let's say you're not their lawyer, they have a lawyer from somewhere else, and they're in a community where they don't have any resources. Can they contact the council for the aftercare program?
Yeah, they can do it through Gladue Services. We also have at the Indigenous Justice Center's resource workers that operate separate from us. And so those resource support workers, that's kind of what they do. They actually probably do more work than we do, to be honest. Our poor resource support worker is always running around like a chicken with her head cut off. She's got a lot of work to do, but yeah, she has access to those kinds of resources, and also she kind of, even though it's a little bit of a uphill battle, it's kind of a straight line battle, but she does support in housing as well. But she's helped me also in my submissions and my crafting of like sentencing positions, look for treatment centers, for example.
Thank you, Kendall. Now I would like to introduce Daryl Shackley, who we knew as the Executive Director, but he's now the CEO of the Native Court Workers and Counselling Association of BC. He has been there since September 1996. He's also the co-chair of the Tripartite Working Group on the Federal Indigenous Court Work Program and is a member of our GST Department's steering committee. So please join me in welcoming him.
Thank you, Amandeep. Thank you so much. Again, my name is Daryl Shackley. I'm CEO of the NCCBC. I belong to the Noayich Band in Merritt, BC, but I'm also Kwakwakiwak from my mother's side, related to Corey. So anything she says, I'm ditto on that. As he mentioned, 28 years of service that I've provided the NCCBC. 10 of those years were met at 222 Main Street in the downtown east side. I am not a lawyer, but I did meet one once on the way to Potlatch. My office is in Squamish on their beautiful territory in North Vancouver. So I would like to acknowledge Delia for our welcome this morning. I've known Delia for a long time and her husband. I loved her story about the fact that she talks about stands with, and that's one of the biggest things we pride ourselves in the NCCBC throughout British Columbia, is that we stand with and beside the people we serve. I would like to acknowledge the Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and Musqueam people for letting us do this great work, and obviously on their wonderful territories the right way, which our partner, the BC First Nations Justice Council, works very hard to make sure that we always do things the right way. I want to thank Teresa Cheward, I had to write C-H-E-E because I would have said C-word, for inviting me to this process. Obviously, Corey Wilson, Amanda Carling from the BC First Nations Justice Council, for this massive opportunity and privilege to really tell our story within this realm. We've been doing this work for a very long time. Jonathan Rudin and I go back. We were trying to put the math. I got to see him play in Toronto some 15 years ago. So Gladue's been a part of our world and our life for a very long time. I want to recognize Amandeep and congratulations for dropping the acting. She's no longer in acting. She is actually a director, so congratulations on that. I'd like to acknowledge AJ, who today I came up with a new nickname. I call her Age. And she's now the standalone Anissa. So that's That's interesting. Christina Cook obviously is a great partner from the BC First Nations Justice Council. Jonathan Rudin and Ben Rolliston, we share as steering committee members, and I'd like to thank Professor Rolliston for really shaving about 40 minutes off my presentation. I'd like to acknowledge Judge Wolf and Chief Justice Marchand for being with us. Judge Wolf and I were talking about allies and how important allies are in this process, and he gave me his business card and said, please, always connect with me if you need some help in the field. If you need to connect and do some stuff, it's important that we do this work together. And so for him to reach out that way is awesome. I have a great relationship with all of the judges, and especially our Chief Judge, Melissa Gillespie, Associate Chief Judge, Sue Wishart. Through COVID, we developed an incredible relationship, and we were able to come up with a lot of strategies, and they trust our organization a lot to do some of the work that we need to do throughout this province and really throughout the country. So I really wanted to recognize their work in connecting with us. Today I'm going to talk about the history of courts and our programs. I'm going to talk about the Order in Council, which gives us certain privileges in court. I'll talk a little bit about the role of the court worker. Work plan development is something that I kind of caught, so I thought I'd maybe throw that in today. And really, the reason that I'm on the agenda is to say how this helps the world of Gladue. Obviously, with the history of courts, we know the residential schools. I'll just kind of go over this briefly because I know we've heard this history a lot of times. But residential school created a lot of trauma and massive disruptions in our communities. There was a high number of arrests throughout British Columbia, Canada. And there were a lot of charges, and people did not have any access to justice whatsoever. As way of the Indian Act, we know that we weren't even allowed to have lawyers or counsel at one point. And through our history, we've always known that there were people that would get charged with an offense, not know what they were charged with, and plead guilty with a term that we've heard thousands of times. I just want to put this behind me. So they'd have really no access to justice. So there was a lot of really full courtrooms and full courthouses of our people, and people with no advantages and no rights and a lot of disadvantages. A term that I've heard a lot of times through Jonathan Rudin, that Indigenous people have disadvantages before the court system. So they knew that something had to change. In 1962, Alberta began a program. In that program, we were told there was one court worker, one person through the province of Alberta. And they saw a change. It actually started to make a difference because people understood their rights and responsibilities. They started to realize what the system was about, the massive juggernaut, which is the criminal court system. And that made a difference. In 1968, according to Professor Ralston, there was a task force made up of like John Howard Society, E-Fry, and law students that came together and started chasing funds and started developing plans, connected academia and Indigenous community to really look at solutions to help our people before the system. And that was massive because at that time we had nothing. We had nothing. Our people would walk up to court. I mean, if anybody in this room has ever been before court without counsel, it's terrifying. I had to actually speak on a speeding ticket that I may have had. Allegedly. I had no native court worker helping me in that moment. I'd been a court worker about 4 years. I was terrified, and it was like, I wasn't looking at my freedom. I was looking at a ticket, and it really shed some light on what I do for a living. Just to have somebody standing there was massive. So that was huge. 1973, First Nations leadership, there's a group called BCANSI. And a funny story, BCANSI is the BC Association of Non-Status Indians, which became UNN. UNN? And when I was growing up, my mother worked at BCANSI. And for years, she said BCANSI. And I thought BCANSI was like a law firm, like BCANSI and Company. And I was like, my mom's a legal secretary at BCANSI. And it was until like, I don't know, not very long ago, she goes, that's BC Association, not a status. I'm like, oh my God. Yeah, the NCCBC had a small team created in the downtown east side, and they started to do that work. They started to, like, with law students. And I mean, the history of our organization is just kind of like, it depends on who tells the story and how it started. Like Corey and I growing up, we heard probably 19 different stories about how the NCCB started. And it's kind of like when you think about the Qualyuth and the Nishka and the Coast Salish, they used to talk about all the fights and battles we used to have, and canoes full of heads would come home. Now, the winner would depend on who the story was. Qualyuth always, yeah, that's right. Now we serve over 51 locations in British Columbia. We have over 50 years of service, and we're sharing this responsibility with the BC First Nations Justice Council, and we welcome that relationship. Now we call our motto is we have the helping hand to justice. We explain rights and responsibilities. We connect to legal advice and representation. As I mentioned, we're not lawyers. We are advocates in the field. We stand with and prepare people for court appearances. It's not just as simple as we stand with our people. People that have court appearances need to know what they're up against. Just because somebody has a lawyer doesn't mean they're prepared. As we all know, especially in the downtown east side, lawyers have very little time to spend with the people they serve. So it's like quick, and out. And a lot of the people we serve come to us saying, I talked to my lawyer, but I don't know what's going on. Or I'm trying to reach out to my lawyer and they're not reaching back to me. So we are that contact to ensure that people are connected and they get through the process. We try to address barriers and gaps within the system with our relationships with everybody in this room and our relationships with judges and our relationships with Crown and Defense and even registry and sheriffs. They're a big part of that system as well. One of the things that we always talk, and we've been priding ourselves a long time, is how we manage custody lists and court lists. My experience in the past 28 years, I've seen that there's an average of 20 to 100% of court lists are made up of Indigenous people. Obviously at 222 Main Street, where we'll have 1,000 people on the court list per day, and 20% of that is Indigenous. Our court workers, which we have 3 of them, will try to navigate that every day. When I was a court worker at Main Street, on average, I would have about 60 people a day that I would have to work with, that whether they were in custody, dealing with remand, dealing with bail, dealing with sentencing, or any other kind of matters. One time they actually asked me to go up to Supreme Court. I was terrified. I didn't even know what I was going to do. They said, the person's up there, has a court appearance, doesn't have a lawyer. What do you want me to do? So I stood beside the person and I tried to explain the best I could. And I realized I didn't have to solve all the problems of that day, but just by standing with that person was a massive effect on their confidence in that process to realize that they're not alone. So that's a big part of what we do. I don't want to talk about the disproportionate numbers of stats. We've heard that hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times, that we make up less than 5%, but represent over 40, 50, or 70% in jails. That's something that all of this team is trying to change. We're trying to make impact on that. For over 50 years, we've got an average of helping over 6,600 people a year in British Columbia. Right now, we have less than 30 court workers, and every court worker that's hired identifies as Indigenous and is hired by a community-based hiring panel within their jurisdiction. So we find people from that territory that will stand on a panel and choose the right person for their community. We have 13 board of directors, and those board of directors are also elected by members of their community within their region. So those 13 people usually really believe in what we're doing. They work really hard to ensure that we're doing things the right way and that we stay within our lane, and that lane is strengthened to help First Nations people before our provincial courts. In the courtroom, again, this is according to Professor Ralston, lawyers have a monopoly on court advocacy. Non-lawyer actions are considered unauthorized practice prohibited by the Legal Profession Act. However, the Criminal Code authorizes what we call agents. Section 802.1 says that persons accused of summary conviction offenses are limited in their rights to appear before criminal courts by agent. The agent must be authorized to do so under a program approved by the Lieutenant Governor in Council of a province. And on March 17, 2005, the Executive Council Chambers of Victoria, the Lieutenant Governor in Council approved the BC Order in Council, and it reads, on the recommendation of the Lieutenant Governor by and with the advice and consent of the Executive Council, orders that an Indigenous court work program is approved as a program referred to in Section 802.1 of the Criminal Code. How does this help? The Order in Council gives a Native court worker in the province of British Columbia full authority to provide assistance and support to Indigenous clients who are appearing in provincial court on summary-related court matters where Crown is not seeking jail sentences of 6 months or more. So really, when I share that, that's a big piece of when the council asks, how can the court workers help? Well, if they can't get a Gladue report, it's probably because the matters are not as serious. The big ones get reports, the little ones are stuff that we've been handling for a very long time, over 50 years. The certain privileges that Order in Council gives us is it allows us to cross the bar and address Crown Counsel. It allows us to access jails, court lists, and in custody lists. And really, it allows us to speak in court, which is an important thing. Because as I mentioned, when you're going before the court and this massive juggernaut, there's anxiety, there's fear, and when we're standing beside somebody, we can actually relay that information to a judge or Crown. Again, standing with our people before the courts. In bail courts and supported by a massive ally, which is Chief Judge Melissa Gillespie, our piece in bail courts is we do interview people in custody. We coordinate legal advice and representation for them from in and out of custody, develop and communicate release plans, which is a big part. Our court workers will spend some time in custody with somebody. They'll kind of talk about what's going on. Then they'll go up to Crown and talk to Crown and say, I saw so but so. Crown will say, well, here's our position. We're either looking at release or we're looking whatever. And then we can go back and communicate that with the person. I mean, duty counsel's around, but they're usually really busy. So we kind of streamline that relationship, that transfer of information. And all the while, we talk about connecting to resources and looking at things that are going to strengthen their ability to get a release plan. Judge Wolf and I have talked about this, a lot of other judges we talk about where court workers are really beneficial is that judges trust us. That trust has been built over decades. And when we come up with a release plan, they're excited to hear it because we're a member of the community that knows what's going on. And so we're making those connections, and that's a very important piece and a very important part of our relationship with the Justice Council. We do this in person for years, and now recently we're starting to do that in virtual courts, where we become that connection to community where judges rely on us to be a connection to that. Because with release plans, judges need to hear that things are in place, that there's an action happening. I'll talk about sentencing with a lawyer because I'm losing time. Sentencing with a lawyer is we connect resources, we develop action plans, we report to counsel. So if we have action plans in place, we'll report to their lawyer and say, this is what we've got going on, this is what we've done. And the lawyers appreciate that because, of course, they've got other things going on. We gather letters, as was mentioned by Condessa. We take a look at what letters may happen in community that we can gather for submissions. Preparing clients for court, as I mentioned, people should know what they're up against. Lawyers just keep dragging people in and they do all these things and nobody knows what's going on. We prepare them. Are you dressed appropriately? In some cases, if they may or may not be sober, they may have issues. We just help prepare people. We're there as a connector. A big part that I think Jonathan spoke about is, was it Jonathan that you talked about administrative charges? That was a big piece. Because we're connected to people, we go on the report on record. Like one of my submissions for the record, Daryl Shackley, Native court worker. This is Mr. Smith to my left. We're here to do this is a first appearance. We just need particulars so that we can then do a legal application, and a 2-week adjournment would be perfect. Well, I'm now on the record. If this person's not there, the registry will say, Mr. Shackley was here on the last appearance, and then that JP will usually drag me in, or a judge will drag me in and say, can you find so-and-so? And I'll say, yes, Your Honor, if we can stand matters down, give me 15 minutes, I'll see if I can find out what couch they are, and I'll drag them in by their ear, and that prevents a bench warrant, right? That prevents a failing to appear. The same thing applies when I was a court worker. I used to staple my business card to probation orders so that when they made their first appearance, that probation order officer would see that my card's on there, and before they'd make a breach, they'd call me. Hey, Daryl, I can't find so-and-so, they didn't make their appearance, they can get them in. Give me a couple days, let's see what I can do. So again, we're a massive gap in that problem of administrative charges. Sentencing without a lawyer, Judge Wolf and I talked about this. This is kind of flip-flopped over the years. Again, I help clients Crown with communication. No, I don't do that anymore. I used to do that. Share Crown's position, develop work plans, prepare client submissions, and most of the time I'll ask for permission from Crown and then ask for permission from Judge to make submissions for the person because they're too scared to do it themselves, so I'll kind of organize it, put it together, and then share that information. Now, a lot of lawyers have come in to us and given us the gears saying, like, you're practicing law. And it's like, I'm not practicing law. I'm the only person in the city that's going to talk on behalf of this person. My biggest thing I used to say, and if so-and-so wants to come in and do this pro bono, I'm happy to get out of the way. And that's usually when they went away. Again, I get a lot of consent from Crown and judges to do any of the work that we do. Standing beside the client during readings of Crown submissions, the report to the judge, it helps lower anxiety. Hearing of decisions, that's another thing. We'll stand beside people. Like, you'll see a lot of our court workers will be holding the hand of the accused because they're terrified, and that's a huge gesture, right? All of this, hearing decisions we're support, and so instead of them having to do that by themselves. Work plans, I'll go over this really quickly. When it comes to counseling, treatment, cultural connections, basic needs, housing, funding, and obviously checking in with the process. That's something that we'll always be doing. So when we're working with Gladue writers, we share that information. When we work with lawyers in the past, we share that information, right? Like that's a big part to grow and try to prevent future crime. We're standing there with the person to ensure that they get through this process with understanding, with try to lower some of that anxiety and preventing those massive administrative charges. Administrative charges. Where court workers can help with Gladue reports, I think I've spoken enough about it. Expanding the process of our clients, navigating the referral process, connecting and sharing our resources, and then assisting with, there was a question about follow-up. That's a big part of our organization, is just to help with follow-up. We talked about that. That's it. My last thing is I would just like to say, in Canada, we want to be viewed as an essential service. As long as Crown arrests and charges our people, we want to be there to set up in courthouses to make sure they understand the process. We understand that they get help. And we want strong allies like the BC First Nations Justice Council and help our people navigate this process. Thank you. No gift?
We have a gift for you. So just very quickly, because we are eating into our break. So to be clear, Daryl only let us put him on the agenda for 15 minutes, and that's the last time we'll listen to Daryl. Had a wonderful day to this point. I know that these days are long, but we are very, very fortunate to have the Honourable Chief Justice Len Marchand, as well as the Honourable Judge Alexander Wolf, joining us today to give perspectives from the bench. I think I will save you listening to me reading their biographies so that you can spend a little bit more time hearing from them. But I just wanted to say on behalf of the Justice Council, on behalf of our chair, Corey Wilson, how much it means to us, not only that you showed up for your presentation, but that you spent the entire day here listening to the other presenters. Judge Wolf, you've participated in other events for BCF-NJC in the past, and it's not lost on us how difficult it is to get away from those sitting days to do this kind of work. So we're just really grateful. And our first speaker is going to be the Honourable Chief Justice. He's Silks, and I'm fortunate to live on his home territory, and a member of the Okanagan Indian Band.
Unlike Jonathan, I don't have a comedy routine, so I have to fall back on technological gimmicks. I'm happy to be here with Judge Wolf to give to contribute a perspective from the bench. I'm going to take you through some polling questions in sentencing, like a sentencing scenario, and then I'm going to turn it over to Judge Wolf, who will speak to you about some tips, some courtroom tips. He'll hand it back to me. I'll finish off with maybe a couple of other little pointers and another sentencing scenario to see if things have resonated. So here we go. People, I hope, have already downloaded their polling software, or at least are online to respond to this to these polling questions. So I'm going to take you through the sentencing scenario. The first one, we have a 65-year-old First Nations man who pleads guilty to one count of aggravated assault. During an evening of drinking on a local reserve, he has stabbed his friend 6 times with a knife. The wounds had to be sutured up. Fortunately, the friend recovered without without incident. He does have a record, so in those documents that you get sometimes, there's a record. He's had some property offenses, impaired driving offenses. He'd assaulted a peace officer a couple of times. A count of common assault some years ago, and there's a firearms offense as well. The longest sentence that he's had in the past was 6 months. The Crown is proceeding by indictment. And the sentencing range here in BC for an aggravated assault is 16 months to 6 years, with unprovoked attacks like this one, involving weapons like this one, usually at the higher end of the range. So the Crown emphasizes, not surprisingly, specific deterrence, general deterrence, and denunciation, and seeks a custodial sentence well within the usual range at 36 to 48 months. Defense counsel waives the preparation of a Gladue report, but helpfully relies on Gladue principles in submitting that the court should suspend the passing of sentence and impose a lengthy period of probation. How helpful was that? So here's the first polling question. Just hold your responses just for a minute. But as the sentencing judge, you all get to play the sentencing judge in this exercise. Do you A, impose a custodial sentence of 2 years or more, like the Crown is seeking? Do you impose B, a custodial sentence of less than 2 years? C, do you impose a custodial sentence plus probation? D, do you impose a conditional sentence order? Or E, do you suspend the passing of sentence and impose probation? Okay, we hit 50 responses. Okay, so the responses are that mostly a conditional sentence order, but a range of responses all the way down to probation. So let's give you a little bit more information. Suppose a Gladue report is prepared and you learn a bit more about the offender. You learn that the offender's parents attended residential school and that he witnessed alcohol abuse and violence in his home and community when he was a child, that he experienced physical abuse, emotional abuse, and neglect in his home growing up, that he himself attended residential school for 8 years, and while there he suffered emotional, physical, and sexual abuse, and that within his family he's had a lot of other traumas where all of his siblings and children have died as a result of substance use disorder or accidents or violence associated with substance use disorder. So now we know quite a bit more, and let's see, does that make a difference? Again, the options are the same. And I'm going to open the poll because you know what they are. A, custodial sentence of 2 years or more. B, custodial sentence of less than 2 years. C, custodial sentence plus probation. D, impose a conditional sentence order. Or E, suspend the passing of sentence and impose probation. Okay. So there has been a shift, and now conditional sentence order is way more heavily weighted than it was before. Okay. What if we had some more information? What if you, as the judge, you're sitting in an Indigenous sentencing court and you learn more? So the complainant attends court and says that he's forgiven his friend, doesn't even want a no contact order, and doesn't want his friend to go to jail. The elder has been in counseling, and the counselor attends court and says that the elder has successfully completed various programs, violence prevention program, an anger management program, and an alliance within our families program. The chief of the community attends court, and he says that when sober, the elder is a valued community member with traditional knowledge, that the community would like him to be accountable to the community, and proposes that he do so by working for the community and sharing his traditional knowledge with youth. Sounds productive. The community doesn't want to lose the elder through a custodial sentence and is prepared to support him by providing housing, income support, and access to traditional healing opportunities, as well as additional counseling. And suppose that the sentencing elders weigh in and recommend that the elder attend the sweat lodge and complete residential trauma and substance abuse programs that are designed specifically for residential school survivors. Same options. Sorry if I'm one short. I apologize for that. But let's open the poll again with the same options. A, custodial sentence of 2 years or more. B, custodial sentence of less than 2 years. C, custodial sentence plus probation. D, the CSO. Or E, probation, suspended sentence and probation. Okay. So now there has been a significant change. There's only 2% Crown in the audience. So now we see that we see that the suspended sentence and probation seems as a viable option. Here's the reveal. So this was a fact scenario that arose in 2016 when I was sitting in the First Nations court in Kamloops. And at that time, a conditional sentencing order was not a sentencing option. And so in the unreported decision, because you don't get reported decisions from our Indigenous sentencing courts, I went through the applicable sentencing principles, relied on the Gladue Report and all the input from all the people who were participating, and concluded that that probation would do with some house arrest, with some curfew, with some other terms to meet denunciation, deterrence, and protection of the public. And also attached a healing plan to the probation order that the healing plan was attached on a best efforts basis, but the elder on a best efforts basis was intended to participate in a community restorative justice program, attend a peacemaking circle, again, make best efforts to attend an identified trauma and substance abuse program for survivors, participate in the sweat lodge, and I guess I say volunteer, but maybe it was voluntold with community youth. And the outcome was terrific. Subsequent reviews in our Indigenous Sentencing Court, which is a key part of the program, demonstrated that the elder was doing very well. He was complying with all the terms that had been imposed. He'd written a formal letter of apology to the complainant. With the chief's help, he'd enrolled in something called the Choices program that some of you may be familiar with, and he was on the waiting list for a well-known program on Quadra Island, South in Laleham. He had worked with youth at a summer camp. He would be fulfilling his community work service hours by building corrals for the benefit of the community. And he was happy to have the support of Chief and Council, and Chief and Council were proud of him. It was quite a memorable case. And it demonstrates just how important it is to have, the right information from whatever source. This doesn't have to happen only in an Indigenous sentencing court. This can happen in any sentencing court. So I wanted, with that, to pass it over to Alex.
Thanks, everybody, and thanks for the invitation to be here. I was at the last Gladue in practice, which was many years ago, and when I look back on the information from that time period, we're all very excited to learn more and actually see how to put it into practice, because we knew what Gladue was, we knew where it came from, we knew there were principles there, but one of the biggest things that we battle with as council and as a judge is, how do you actually take those principles, those ideas, and put it into practice? So this is a perfect topic. But I was thinking, how am I going to talk about putting things into practice? And I thought there's only one way to do it. When I got this job about 9.5 years ago, by the way, I'm Alex Wolf. I'm a judge with the BC Provincial Court. My traditional name is Abatsuji. I was given that after 3 days in a potlatch ceremony. This vest is from my hereditary chief, Bobby Joseph, who said, anytime you talk on important Indigenous topics, you should wear the vest. This counts as one of those occasions. I thought, when I got this job, if I could go back in time and speak to Alex, the lawyer, and tell him, all the things that he was doing wrong and all the mistakes that I did wrong, and that way I could have been a better lawyer for that 20 years up until the point of my appointment. So I'm going to share with you some of the mistakes that I made as a lawyer and that I also see quite often. My background is a little bit complicated. I've been duty counsel, I've been defense counsel, I've been crown counsel. I'm called to the bar at one point in time in the Yukon, BC, Ontario, Northwest Territories, and the Republic of Fiji. Don't get me going on that one. And all that to say is I've really spread my mistakes around, nationally and internationally. Go me. So if there's any one lesson you take from this afternoon and my brief time with you, it is try not to do what I did, or at least try to do it a little bit better. So I've been in 29 courthouses as a judge. That's not a record by any means at all. There are judges that have been in many, many more. I've had the privilege of sitting as a judge in 3 of our Indigenous courts, And I spent many, many years in the New West First Nations Court. I say First Nations Court, even though under the larger umbrella of BC Provincial Court, we have specialized courts, which I call some of them Indigenous courts, and then each Indigenous court has adopted their own reference, and sometimes it's an Indigenous name, or in New West case, New West First Nations Court. When I got this job, there was a chief judge named Chief Justice Crabtree now, who said, Alex, you know, I've heard you speak in public before. Could you do me a little favor? Before you start speaking in public now that you're a judge, could you say that you cannot speak on behalf of all judges? I don't know what prompted that from him, but if you're out there, Tom, I have promised, I do this all the time, I cannot speak on behalf of all judges. Just like when I was a lawyer, I couldn't speak on behalf of all lawyers. So, when I was duty counsel, long time ago in ancient history times, one of the things that I never did was actually identify the client as being Indigenous. I appreciate the reality that sometimes you have 60 seconds, 90 seconds, and if you're busy in Surrey, where I was working for years, I appreciate the person will come up from cells, and as duty counsel, you say, the Crown's gonna let you out, just listen. And that's not a quality environment, and it may or may not play into the bail concept that the person is Indigenous. I'm not faulting duty counsel for not trying to locate that information. You're lucky if you get an address, if they have a bail plan, or if they're okay staying away from particular people. If you can get that basic information and get them out of jail, you kind of think that, you know, you're victorious. But sometimes it matters, and it would be useful if duty counsel could identify that client as being self-identifying as Indigenous. It may not take me down a different path, it may not change the conditions, but as a judge, I'd like to have that choice, I'd like to have that information. Otherwise, you're putting me in a very awkward position. I'm looking out at somebody, I'm like, sir, do you self-identify as being Indigenous? I did that once because I thought I could spot an Indigenous person. Obviously I can't, and I was wrong. And that person said, no, why would you even ask that? And I didn't have a comeback. I had thrown myself on the sword, and I'm just like, oh. And so for the judges out there, I often mention this, if you're going to make inquiries, you should explain yourself why you're making that inquiry. Otherwise, it could come across as being misunderstood. So, defense counsel. As a defense counsel, I did this many, many times, and Jonathan Rudin brought it up. You know, his submission of, there's a Gladue report, Your Honor, and sitting down is more common than not. And especially when they say me, they go, oh, this is Judge Wolf. He's not only an Indigenous person, but he's an Indigenous judge, and he's pretty familiar with these things. I don't want to waste his time. You're not wasting my time. You're helping me with the process of achieving justice by informing me about important things that I need to understand in order to determine what a fit sentence is. Now, let's balance that with the reality. I appreciate on a busy list day, you're looking up at your judge, maybe the judge is, you know, I don't know, we're human beings. We sometimes get a little bit tired or grumpy or just want to make it through the day. And you're trying to read the judge. Well, I appreciate how you might say, I don't want to waste this judge's time, but you're not helping me out. And how I got to that determination is that here's one of my submissions, and I've gone back and apologized to judges for this submission. He said, she said case, spousal assault, and I stand up, and here's my closing submission. Well, it's a WD case, Your Honor. And just sit down. The judge knows it's a WD case. He or she is the judge. But I'm not giving information. I'm not giving the analysis. What does it matter? I'm not doing my client any favors either by not going down that road. And sometimes spoon-feeding the obvious to your judge increases the chances that they're going to echo that reasoning back to you. It's a fast-paced world, but glossing over the issue of Indigenous is just not worthwhile. And I get this one all the time as well. And well, my client is Indigenous, so Gladue applies. Well, thank you very much. I know that, but how does it apply? Help me figure that one out. And it's never good when I look at the person and say, well, this person is an Indigenous person, but it wasn't mentioned by the lawyer at all. And that happens all the time, especially in joint submissions. And so when I say, does your client self-identify as being Indigenous? Often this will take place. You Indigenous? From where? I can't pronounce it, Your Honor, but yes, she says she's Indigenous from around this region here. Thank you. Those are my submissions. That's not helpful either. This has already been mentioned once, and being insensitive to the use of language is really important. If you're going to use a particular word in court as Crown or Defense Counsel, maybe let me know where you kind of picked up that word. Does your client self-identify as being a Native person? If so, you say my client self-identifies as being a Native person. You have to be careful with the use of language. I had a big battle with an unnamed, very, very famous judge who used the word Native all the time. And we sat around and I argued that it should be Indigenous, and he said it should be Native. And we never really resolved it. Years later, I got a little note saying, okay, Alex, you're right. And I don't know why I was right. And in fact, what I want to do is apologize to that judge. Who am I to say what language you choose to use in your circumstances? Language can be very complicated. If you're trying to consider an Indian, what's an Indian, then you can use that word if it's trying to determine status or something under the Indian Act. And I'm going to steal Jonathan Rudin's point from another presentation he made years ago. When my granny says, I was born in an Indian and I'm going to die an Indian, which she used to say all the time, it's not for me to step in and say, oh, sorry, Granny, we don't use that word anymore. You're actually an Indigenous person now. It's not appropriate. And we have to understand, back to, I think it was Professor Ralston's Back to the Basics, Section 35. When you're trying to understand what Indigenous means, well, Aboriginal is defined under that as 3 distinct groups. Yesterday or the day before, I had somebody said, well, my client's First Nations. And now I spent some time in Nunavut, it's not much, and Yellowknife and Iqaluit on circuits. And I looked at the name and I said, I think your client's actually Inuit. And said, oh, well, hold on. Yes, she's Inuit. And I said, okay, well, we're splitting hairs here, but an Inuit person is not a First Nations person. On the other hand, if that Inuit individual said, I self-identify as being a First Nations person, it's not really for me to correct and say, oh, sorry, you're not really a First Nations person, you're an Inuit person. So helping me understand why you're adopting and using language in the proceeding is extremely helpful. And I think it's important for judges to not overuse the word Indigenous either. We have a habit of doing that. There's been a transition, a progression of language. Remember back in the old-fashioned days, back in the 90s, we used to say Native, or then it was Aboriginal, and that was no good, and then it was First Nations. Well, that's a nice one. That's polite and common. If you follow our academics now in the United Nations, you should feel pretty comfortable that Indigenous is a real word and it can be used in a very helpful context in court. It's okay to ask questions too to your client. Ask them and learn about things. We in this Indigenous world, I know many of you know this, we kind of have a shorthand lingo. I'm non-status. Well, that means something to me. It's not good or bad. It's just sort of a self-identifier. I'm from Musqueam Res. If that's how I define my home address, and that's how I define it. So it's good to understand these things, and when in doubt, ask questions. This has been said already. Jonathan brought this up. Not being sensitive to insider information. You've got that Gladue Report, or you as a counsel have that insider information and sensitive information from your client. And when you're trying to explain it to the judge, there's different ways to do it. I literally hear this sometimes. Well, Your Honor, he's an addict. Specifically, he's a cokehead and an alcoholic. Mostly of the hard stuff, has no job, and has alienated his family, and his children won't talk to him. Those are all submissions from a counsel. You're the client there. He's an alcoholic and a cokehead. You know, like, you could be a little more sensitive with the way you share that trauma, with me. And this is daily. And it doesn't matter where I am, I run into this insensitive approach to that trauma. And I live in a small community, and we have a reporter every day in my court. That always makes me feel good. And if you're going to share something specifically about John Smith, how he was sexually abused by an uncle, Bill Smith, you better be pretty sensitive to the idea that in a small community, that could be reported, or somebody in the courtroom knows who this is, or maybe the accused mother's in the courtroom who doesn't know that her brother had done some of this, because that private, sensitive information needs to be treasured and dealt with appropriately. So the tip that was already given, Your Honor, I won't go into the details, but you'll see that there's been a really complicated background between my client and his family on page 5. That's good enough. Now I know what you're talking about. But don't stop there. How does it affect what decision I should make? What value should I give it? What use should I make of it? Or how should I not use it? Those would all be very helpful scenarios. And just the plain old idea of being sensitive, not re-traumatizing your client, should be a step in the right direction. And everyone is right. The courtroom is not an inviting environment. It's intentionally designed to be hierarchical. I'm dressed like a priest. I'm wearing mourning pants that a funeral director wears. I'm looking down at you. You're looking up at me. You'll speak when you're spoken to. People will jump up and sit down. People don't know why. And it's no wonder that any person going through the court system, and particularly Indigenous peoples, might find that colonial environment a bit uncomfortable. Our benches look like benches that might come out straight out of a church, for example. It's a very confusing process. All defense counsel in here have sat down and explained in great detail to their client, we're going to go in, you're going to plead guilty, you're going to get a period of probation, and that's going to be it. And they go in and they plead guilty, they get the probation, they come out, and the client says, what just happened? Or they'll be in the middle of the sentencing and look really confused. And we as defense counsel, when I was a defense counsel, hate it when the judge says, your client looks a little confused. Do you want to stand down and actually explain? And you're thinking to yourself, I just spent an hour explaining it to my client. But that's the kind of emotions that the courtroom environment can evoke. If I could go back in time and speak to Alex Wolf, the lawyer, I would, in a more meaningful way, explain what Gladue is and worry less about my understanding of what it meant to me, but make sure that the client has a basic understanding of what it is. Because I quite often surprise counsel when they either don't identify the client as Indigenous, and then I find out that they are, and I say, well, have you had an opportunity to speak to them about Gladue factors and Gladue reports? And quite often the lawyer, on the strength of the joint submission, is saying, well, no, I haven't done that. I'm pretty sure you don't want to wait 8 weeks, do you? And it won't make a difference in the sentence. It's a joint submission. They have these these terrible conversations right in open court. If I could go back in time and speak to Alex, I would have a conversation with my client. I'd make it really simple and straightforward. I may say something like, do you consider yourself to be an Indigenous person? If you do, there's a case called Gladue, which allows a judge to look at different things in your life. And sometimes the judge can get information from reports, or I could share some information for you if you wanted me to. But if for any reason at all you're not comfortable sharing information about your Indigenous background, you can just tell me, and I'll make it very clear in very clear terms, and I'll let the judge know that for you. And if you're in BC, here's a conversation I rarely ever had. We have Indigenous courts. We have 9 of them. One of them is in New West. You live here in downtown Vancouver. If you're interested, we can talk about the possibility of going to that court. I'm not saying you have to or you should, but if you have questions, I'll answer them for you. And if I can't answer them for you, I'll find somebody who can answer. Because now you're empowering your client to make decisions. I want to share, I don't want to share. I want to consider this court versus that court. And they need to be the decision makers. We might think we know what's best, but what's best is to follow that solicitor-client relationship and let the client drive the process in an informed way. And you could actually create a better thing than me. I just wrote this down. I looked at it a little bit like, when you're swearing an affidavit, do you hereby swear the contents of this affidavit to be true to the best of your knowledge, so help you God? I know with every affidavit that I ever swore, that's the wording that I used. It would be nice to have a consistent approach that you're comfortable with, that explains in a very straightforward way to your client what the different options are and why this word Gladue kind of even exists, why are we even talking about it. So they're not shocked and surprised when I look to the lawyer and say, have you had a chance to talk about Gladue? Because that's a shorthand lingo which is excluding the person and participant that's supposed to be part of that process. Ideally, I know these are things that we do in the perfect world, and you don't want to anger your judge. You don't want to make your judge look down upon you. I'm not sure. It's awkward in the middle of a sentencing to stop it. But sometimes you just need to stop and think twice, stop and slow things down. And if you haven't had a quality conversation about Gladue, it's okay. What I'll do, and I'm sure lawyers hate this, I'll say, well, we have other things to deal with. Why don't you take 5 or 10 minutes, go get a private room, and when you're ready, just cross the bar, and we'll call your matter. That way, I'm signaling to them, I'm okay with there being a private conversation. And I'll often say, and if your client wants to go ahead today, we will. And if your client wants to pause it, we will too. And I say cross the bar, that way everyone doesn't think they're gonna be stuck there all day, because the lawyer is thinking, my God, I got 4 other cases I gotta deal with, I gotta get out of here. And the Crown's like, oh, not this thing again. I warned him about this and this judge and all the rest of it. So, but take 5 minutes, have that private conversation and empower your client to make the decision of choice. I find it depends. It's almost half and half. Sometimes if people are at significant risk of jail, they will actually embrace the opportunity for the judge to learn more. Other times, if it's a joint submission, and they just want to get it over with, and they're tired of coming to court, they will go ahead with it. But until you have that quality conversation, you're not really going to have a quality end result which includes the client. I think it's important to be consistent too with that template little understanding of your communications, because you'll notice when I started out, I said, do you self-identify as being Indigenous? Well, my granny would find that a very confusing question, and maybe other people will too. And so they might come back with a question, well, what do you mean by Indigenous? And you might want to have a simple explanation like, well, an Indigenous person might be a Métis person or an Inuit person or First Nations person, and it doesn't matter whether they've ever lived on a reserve. This person might also have some limited connections to their cultural background. Now you've drawn your client into this basic conversation of what Gladue is, why they might want to use it, and who they are. Because we as Indigenous peoples quite often question our own connections to our own understandings of who we are in relation to how we grew up and our language. And it's not unusual at all for other Indigenous people that are involved with the justice system to also question and try to cobble together their understanding of who they are in relation to their culture. Don't worry, if I want more information, I'll get more information. And that's really an important thing. The message to judges would be, counsel will follow your lead. And if you're leading them down the path that this is a busy day and you don't have time for it, then everybody should just stop and think twice, well, is time going to make a difference? Because sometimes, and if I could go back in time, I would have done this much more often. I should sever this sentencing off of a busy list and put it into a quality environment. Your Honor, there's lots of reports and it's a joint submission, but I'm wondering whether a couple of hours on a different day might be better. And nobody wants to do that. Everybody wants to get through the day. Everybody wants to close their file. Everybody wants some closure. And delay now with it comes to court can be outrageously long. But is it going to make a difference? There's a big difference between 3 years and 2 years less a day, or 3 years of probation versus 1 year of probation. So if the environment requires it, then maybe we need to make time and not be on these busy lists. And I respect the idea when a lawyer has a quality conversation in a quality environment and their client says, I just don't want to talk about this stuff. It's private and I'm not ready to talk about it. That's fine. And so it's expressly waived, and I'm not going to call you on it. Another plug for Jonathan's book. He lists all the good reasons why you might not want to go down the Gladue path. Maybe it's a joint submission and the person's getting out of jail. Maybe they just plain old want to have the information private and not be re-traumatized. Maybe they're not ready for it. The list is endless as to why you might not want to. But it all starts back with that early self-identification. Through duty counsel or through defense counsel, because the Crown doesn't really have the great ability to do that. But what Crown should do is at least advise the judge that you've put your mind to the person is Indigenous and that there are Gladue factors. It's a very hard thing to do in a vacuum because you don't have access to all the same information as the defense counsel might. But if you're giving me your sentencing position, you should tell me whether you've taken it into consideration or not. I see this a little too often. 6 months but on a joint. And they stand up and they give the joint submission for 6 months. Is your client Indigenous? Yes. Well, I'm not going to send them to jail for 6 months unless we learn more. Do you have any information? No. And I live in a region where we don't have great access to some of the same resources. So I think the BC First Nations Justice Council would say that I'm probably responsible for ordering many, many, many more reports than others. But I have 14 Indigenous communities in my region. And I think yesterday I had 35 Indigenous people on my list or so. And so almost all the clientele in my courts are Indigenous. So it's no wonder that I need more access to more information. And legal aid retainers are limited, and defense counsel can't do pro bono work, and Native court workers can't sometimes fill that void and give information. And certainly a lot of the clients out there don't have the ability to give that information to the lawyers to pass it on to court. It's nobody's fault. It's just a reality. So sometimes I do need a Gladue report. And I've seen this happen. Come back in 12 weeks' time, and counsel standing up and saying, well, yes, we see the Gladue report and the factors, and we've learned much more information now, but, it was a joint submission, and I feel compelled to stick to the joint submission. Well, I'm not certain that that's the right way to do it. Sometimes you might stick to the joint submission because you still think it's fair and reasonable, and this is why you're jointly submitting it to the judge. But sometimes we do need to stop and think twice and look at those Gladue factors and come up with the idea that, well, maybe 6 months wasn't right. Maybe it's something else. Remind the judge about the victim. Is the victim Indigenous? Because that's important. And when we started Gladue Journey in 1999, we sort of focused it, in my opinion, on the offender, on the circumstances of the offender before the court. And for years, we're only catching up now with how we deal with these things. For years, we lost sight of all those findings of the Murdered Missing Indigenous Women and Girls inquiry, that the violence rates are high, the rates of sexual violence against Indigenous women are high, the domestic abuse that they suffer is high. And that didn't come really into the picture very much. And so now we're doing better. What I try to do when I write my judgments is I'll talk about the Indigenous victim first, so it's not all offender focused. But let the judge know if the victim is Indigenous, are they a member of a vulnerable population, and if there's a history of violence. And then at least the judge will have a fighting chance to balance all those different factors that we have to do. And it's really tough. I loved how quick everyone was off the mark to do the sentencing thing earlier, pressing this button, pressing that button. I wish it was that easy in real life. It's not, and some decisions are really difficult. So here's some tips to do with judges. If I could go back in time, don't seize your judge. If you start your sentencing process and we have to stop and get a Gladue report, I'm now seized, which means my calendar and your calendar have to mesh up. The last time, people in my jurisdiction are really tired of hearing this one, the last time that I was seized on something, it took 7 months to complete it. 7 months. That's no good for the victim. It's no good for the lawyers. It's no good for me. So try to avoid it. If you're in doubt about whether more information is required, let the judge know. Before we start the sentencing, I just wanted to share this information, that information. Here's the Crown's position, here's the defense position. Then that'll give the judge a fighting chance to say, well, don't seize me because, it'll take too long. So let's talk about the different options. How long would it take to get an elder in? How long would it take to get a Gladue report? How long might it take to do this and that? So delay is really, really bad when you seize your judge. And don't fall into this trap. Don't look up and say, oh, my client's Indigenous and Judge Wolf is Indigenous. Let's seize this judge. He's going to be a good one. Because I, as well as my other 5 Indigenous judges in British Columbia, we don't sentence people based on whether they're Indigenous or not. It's a very complicated process. And just because we're Indigenous doesn't mean that we don't have to follow the law. We have to follow the law. And between us, we've sent many, hundreds, if not thousands of Indigenous people to jail. So don't be misled who your judge is, whether they're Indigenous or not Indigenous. Every judge has the same role and duty to accomplish what they have to accomplish. Here's another one. If I could go back in time, I would occasionally, on a really important case, well, first of all, get some letters of reference and things like that, but I would occasionally maybe do a 1-page write-up that says, here's some of the Gladue factors, here's why I think they should apply, and here's why I'm arguing for this sentence. Here you go, Judge. And on a 15-minute break, I can go back and I can piece together a sentencing, and I'll be probably saying, oh, defense counsel's position is this and that, and based on that and this and that, and it makes great sense. It's going to increase the chances you're going to get an end result which is consistent with what you're trying to accomplish. I myself also, people don't know this with judges, I like to get a digital 10-liner because I can slip that right into my judgment. And that's really important because for judges, there's this unwritten thing that we never talk about. We don't like to have reserved judgments. We don't like to start a sentencing today and have to finish it in 6 weeks. Sometimes you have to. But if we can avoid it, we like to avoid it. So anything you can do to make the judge's job easier and increase the chances that they can create a fit sentence which meets the needs of your client, the better off you are, the better off the judge is. Another one too, I only did this once. I was doing a sentencing somewhere and I didn't know the judge, so I researched some of the judge's sentencing written reasons. And I saw that there was a pattern there. And so I created this sentencing plan, went and got a very good end result. And the judge said, that was so good, you should teach sentencing. And I was thinking, well, that's a funny thing to say because I'm not that good of a lawyer. And really all I did was research you and how you think through these things. Research your judge, know your judge. There are people that will get up. I've had counsel say, well, we're ready to go. And I said, well, okay, I hope you have some information for me about your client's Indigenous background. No problem, I'll deal with all that. And we get through all the submissions and there's no mention that the client was even Indigenous. And, I said, you said you were going to deal with it. You didn't even mention your client was Indigenous. And the person said, well, it's a joint submission. There we go back to this idea of relieving ourselves of the responsibility of learning more information based on this little approach, which makes your life easier as a lawyer, but doesn't make my job easier as a judge, and certainly isn't raising every legal argument for your client. Again, I'm responsible for some of these mistakes. I've done all of these. So it's not on you. Nobody got up and told me, hey, you should do this, or you should do that. So know your judge. Why not take 10 minutes and punch in their name and see whether they wrote anything on a particular topic, whether it's Gladue or Indigenous or not. Any topic. Oh, you're about to go do a voir dire on this topic. Why not see if they've written something? Yeah. All right. So I'm going to finish up here. Judges, too, I'm pretty certain our Court of Appeal chief would agree, are too quick to gloss over the topic and say, well, this is the sentence, this is serious, denunciation and deterrence are appropriate, and I've considered the Gladue factors. Well, that's glossing over the topic. It's not diving deep into it. Now, in conclusion, I know that some of you are seasoned experts and you've been working with Indigenous clients for many years. For most of you, these are just simple reminders. But sometimes changing that process of achieving justice is what we need to do. Slow it down, take it off the list. Why do people never say, this might be an appropriate sentencing circle? Could we create a space for that and spend some time preparing that? Because the process is mysterious to individuals that want it. Should I just ask the judge? Hey, judge, could we have a sentencing circle or a peacemaking circle? Or maybe it doesn't fit into that legal aid billing structure. Oh no, I got to come back like 6 times now to finish this all off. But there are cases which might be appropriate for different methods of justice. With our youth conferences, I'll come down, we'll sit there, we'll sit in a circle. It's more meaningful contact than me sitting up here and presiding over you versus being an equal participant in the conversation and inviting other people in. And here's another thing about this idea of you do what you know. It would be really helpful to let me know what's going on. If there's no family here, tell me why. It's okay if they've got work, they have little ones at home, they don't have bus fare to get there, but you've spoken to them and they wanted to be there. Or if they are there in the back of the room, tell me they're here. Grandma, uncle, mother, that way I can at least acknowledge them. So I'm going to stop there and leave you with this idea that in your journey of all of us doing better, share your victories and mistakes. You've heard about a few of my mistakes today. It's also good to share your victories. And sharing your victories, it increases the chances that other people will also follow the right path. And in sharing your mistakes, you'll learn from them, but it'll increase the chances that other people won't follow the wrong path. So thank you for all your hard work, everybody. I'm going to turn it over to Chief Justice Marchand.
That was absolutely great advice from Judge Wolf. I just wanted to make a couple of comments. Just picking up on this joint submissions point, I worry about the implications of these practical resolutions. Judge Wolf wrote a terrific judgment in a case called TLC, lovely initials. And in that case, there was a joint submission for a suspended sentence and probation. And Alex wrote, I mean, how about we stop and think about what the implications of this are? And, they were serious. There were going to be some this person was already facing a lot of barriers, and with a criminal record, there were going to be even more barriers. And Judge Wolf, imposed a conditional discharge. And that seemed like the right thing to do in that case. I know I had a case called LaForge when I was sitting as a Supreme Court judge, and there was a joint submission for a certain period of incarceration. It was time served. But when I was listening to the submissions, I thought, if this happened a month ago, what would the submission have been? Time served. If this happened a month from now, what would the submission have been? Time served. And there's really big, it makes a difference if it's 3 months or 4 months or 5 months, Jonathan mentioned about, the sort of the step-up principle. And if you're at the wrong point, the next sentence is going to be worse. And it's also might be worse for the next person who comes in as well. So that's why you have to be so careful about the joint submissions. The other thing I wanted to mention before getting into the second sentencing scenario is this sort of, at least at the Superior Court level, the forgotten aspect of Gladue. We know that the two key things are the role that was played by the systemic and background factors in bringing the person before the court. And we know that the second part of that is about alternative procedures and sanctions, which ones might be appropriate in the circumstances of the case. So those systemic and background factors often get lots of attention, and the alternative sanctions get lots of attention. But what about the alternative procedures? Where did that part go? It just sort of evaporates when you're in Superior Court, at least here in BC. I'm only aware of 2 times that there was a circle sentencing procedure in a Superior Court courtroom here in BC, and it's quite a long time ago. So maybe that's a call to action to counsel out there, to think about those alternative procedures as well, not just in provincial court where we have Indigenous sentencing courts and we have the capacity to deal with these things. But think about that in your other matters as well. Okay, let's go back to the sentencing scenario. So in this sentencing scenario, let's start with the assumption that we know nothing about the heritage of the complainant and the offender. So we have a 13-year-old female complainant. Her step-grandfather was convicted of repeatedly sexually assaulting her when she was 11. The sexual assaults were invasive. They occurred in the family home. They occurred at times when the offender was drinking. He has a dated but an unrelated record. And the indications are that he's otherwise been a pretty decent person. He has steady long-term employment, and he's provided lots and lots of reference letters that describe him as being kind, very reliable, respectful, courteous, and well-liked. The Crown relies on Friesen and seeks a sentence of 10 to 12 years. The Crown highlights the offender's breach of trust. He's the step-grandfather, after all, and submits that the paramount sentencing objectives are denunciation and deterrence. The defense, on the other hand, highlights a number of hardships that the offenders overcome to lead an otherwise pro-social life. And the defense asks the court to exercise maximum restraint and impose a 5-year sentence, quote-unquote 5-year sentence comprised of 2 years of incarceration plus 3 years of probation. What do you think? As the sentencing judge, do you A, impose a custodial sentence of 10 to 12 years, B, 6 to 9 years, C, 3 to 5 years, or D, the defense submission of 2 years plus 3 years of probation? All right, so we're at about 50 responses, so let's see where we're at. The majority is at 6 to 9 years, but there's a variety of sentences from 20% at the low end up to similar 25% who would send this person to jail for 10 to 12 years. Okay, so let's find out some additional facts about the complainant. Now we know that the complainant is Indigenous, that her Indigenous mother was murdered when she was very young, and that's why she's in the care of her grandmother and her step-grandfather. She feels worthless, broken, sad, and scared. She has problems sleeping. She blames herself. She's easily triggered. None of this is surprising given what she's been through. And she's using substances, misusing substances, and has begun cutting herself. Now, with that information about the complainant, what do you do? The same options are available. Let's open the poll. Custodial sentence of 10 to 12 years, 6 to 9, 3 to 5, or 2 years plus the 3 years of probation. Let's have a look at the results. Okay, so not surprisingly, the responses are gearing more towards a more serious sentence now, and that makes sense because of what we've learned about the complainant. But what about the offender? What if we learn more about the offender, and what if we learn that he's Indigenous, that his childhood was marred by parental drinking, violence, and neglect, that he spent time both in care and at residential school, and while he was at residential school, he experienced indiscriminate violence and hunger. that he's struggled with misuse of alcohol since he was 12 years old. That despite dropping out of high school, he completed his GED and has useful skills, and that he's also experienced many traumatic losses within his family. So now that we know more about our Indigenous offender, what's the impact? And I'm going to open the poll. Same options: 10 to 12 years, 6 to 9 years, 3 to 5 years, or 2 years plus 3 years of probation. Okay, we have a lot of future judges here. The scale is tipping back closer to maybe what it was at the beginning, or maybe more towards a sentence at the lower end of the ranges that have been proposed. And you know, this scenario is a difficult one because you know, we have these forces pulling in opposite directions. You know, what do we do when we have a vulnerable Indigenous victim on the one hand and an Indigenous offender on the other hand, an Indigenous offender who has been harmed by colonial forces? So let's dive a little deeper into this. I won't spend a lot of time on the purpose and principles of sentencing. These are concepts that all of you know. Section 718 of the Code says that the fundamental purpose is to protect society, promote respect for the law, and maintain a just, peaceful, and safe society by imposing just sanctions. And in a case like this, denunciation, deterrence, and rehabilitation are probably the most important animating objectives. We have I should give a shout out to my law clerk, Isabel McLean, who I think is online and did the fancy graphics for me, because I definitely couldn't do this myself. But anyway, you know, we have this fundamental principle of sentencing that's in section 718.1, and that's the proportionality principle. So we're balancing the seriousness of the offense against the moral blameworthiness of the offender. And 718.01 says that we have to give primary consideration to denunciation and deterrence when imposing a sentence that involved abuse of a person under 18 years of age, like this case. I'm going to skip through a couple of slides about other sentencing principles that flow from section 718.2, like parity and restraint. And then back to the fancy graphics. These are the two key provisions we've been talking about, 718.2 sub E today. So we're exercising restraint, particularly with respect to Indigenous offenders. And then on the other hand, we have 718.04 that says that for an offense that involves the abuse of a person who's vulnerable because of personal circumstances, including because the person is Indigenous and female, the court has to give primary consideration to denunciation and deterrence. So, like is common in sentencing cases, there's a real tension here. Friesen is the leading case in this area, so to determine what a fit sentence is requires some consideration of this case. This isn't a Friesen seminar, so I'll only highlight a couple of things from Friesen. I won't take you through the circumstances. I won't. Let me just see here. Let's pause on this slide to just indicate in Friesen that the Supreme Court of Canada says that sentences have to reflect the inherent wrongfulness and harmfulness of sexual violence against children. And of course, exploiting a child's vulnerability to satisfy an adult's need for sexual gratification is highly morally blameworthy, especially when perpetrated by a person in a position of trust and in the child's home, both of which were at issue in this fact scenario. Further guidance from Friesen, you know, we know that sexual violence against children can have devastating long-term consequences, and offenders ought to be aware of that. And as a result of that knowledge, that amplifies their moral blameworthiness. In Friesen, though, the court, it wasn't a case involving an Indigenous offender or an Indigenous victim, but the court paused to say this about Indigenous offenders, and I'll just read this out. So the court says, sentencing courts can't ignore factors that may reduce the offender's moral culpability. And at paragraph 92, likewise, where the person before the court is Indigenous, courts must apply the principles from Gladue and Ipili. the sentencing judge must apply these principles even in extremely grave cases of sexual violence against children. The systemic and background factors that have played a role in bringing the Indigenous person before the court may have a mitigating effect on moral blameworthiness. Similarly, a different or alternative sanction might be more effective in achieving sentencing objectives in a particular Indigenous community. So that's helpful to keep in mind. There's no case that's so serious that you ignore Gladue. I'm going to skip some more of these slides. Now, I should pause here and say that the court in Friesen didn't establish a national range for sexual violence against children, but did say that mid-single-digit penitentiary terms for sexual offenses against children are normal, and upper single-digit and double-digit penitentiary terms should be neither unusual nor reserved for rare or exceptional circumstances. There's the result in Friesen, but what about reconciling 718.04 and 718.2? Can they be reconciled? We have, on the one hand, we know from the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Inquiry that there's this documented, established crisis of violence against Indigenous women, girls, and gender diverse people. Gladue, IPLE, and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission also have identified, and many other reports, and we know this, a crisis of overrepresentation of Indigenous offenders within the Canadian justice system. And, there's both crises are driven by the same factors. They're both driven by the alienation, by the poverty, by the substance abuse, by the lower educational attainment, the lower rates of employment, and bias experienced by Indigenous people in Canada as a result of our colonial history and assimilationist policies. There are, of course, some gender issues at play there as well. But these, these twin crises have, they're why these provisions in the criminal code have been introduced. So are they at cross purposes? I would say no. In cases involving an Indigenous victim and an Indigenous offender, both are important and have to be taken into account. And how does the sentencing judge, though, emphasize denunciation and deterrence on the one hand without exacerbating the over-incarceration of Indigenous people on the other? And it's just, there's no easy way to deal with these sorts of cases. They're tough. And as with all sentencing decisions, it's an individual assessment, it's a holistic process, and all relevant factors have to be taken into account, the ones that pull the one way and the ones that pull the other way. So the reveal is this was another case that was before me when I was a Supreme Court judge, and I felt that the range in the circumstances of this case was sort of mid to upper single-digit jail term, and imposed a 5-year sentence. Did that represent a heritage-based discount from what might have been imposed otherwise? I would say no. It was a matter of balancing those factors. So, there was a reduced level of moral blameworthiness that tipped the scale down a little bit from where it might otherwise have been. It certainly was a grave offense with many aggravating factors, but there was some mitigation of the high moral blameworthiness to some degree based on the impact of the offender's harrowing childhood experiences. I also had concluded in the facts of that case that this particular offender was at a low risk to reoffend. So that takes us to the end of the presentation. I wanted to thank the organizers and everyone for the opportunity to be here and share a few comments with you, and also to be here, to benefit from all of the other presentations that I've witnessed today. I always learn more than I get more than I give when I come to these sorts of conferences, and so I want to thank the organizers very much for having me to participate. Thank you.
Could I get the mic for a sec?
Yeah, can we do both of those mics? All of these mics? We're going to sing now.
I just wanted to say it's always a pleasure to be doing anything with Chief Justice Marchand. You're not supposed to have heroes when it comes to judges, but he is one of the few ones that I think I would consider an exception to that rule. And I wanted to say two things before we get to a question. One is, in my career as a lawyer, didn't wake up and say, oh, if I work hard and if I really like it, I think I want to be a judge. It doesn't work that way. And I want to send a message out to all people out there. No matter who you are, no matter what background you come from, if you like being in court and you want to have a great job that involves the court, being a judge, in my opinion, is one. And if you have an interest at all, feel free to contact me privately, and I'll tell you all the good, and I'll tell you if there's any bad, and you can make up your own minds. And secondly, this is a message that I always give every new judge, federal or provincial, in the last number of years at a new judges school has heard these words from me. I know you all work hard, and sometimes it can be a little bit overwhelming, but I'm going to call on you and ask a favor of you to work just a little bit harder on 2 cases. So if each of you, if there's 200 people listening, pick 2 cases at the end of the year, we'll have just done a little bit better for Indigenous clients in the court system, and that's 400 people. And if you did it the next year, that's 800, and so on. So don't be overwhelmed. It's taken us a long time to get here. It's going to take us a long time to do better than we are now, and everyone's effort counts. Every minute counts, every client counts. So pick 2 and try and be a little extra creative, and that might help you manage that stress of the being overwhelmed. That's it.
So we have a couple of questions on the webinar, and if anybody in the room wants to, again, we have the 2 mics up there. So the first question has to do with self-identification. So the person stated that they self-identify as Nisga'a, but fall into the category of First Nations and on a broader scale, Indigenous. Does this identification fall under the terminology of labeling? And if the identification of a nationality changes through the decades, then it seems to be colonial. Would it also be a euphemism in identifying as a race or a nation?
I think we have to be sensitive to the idea that we might have our own labels for our own reasons. A student of mine many years ago, Steve, said it took him a long time to come to terms with who he was, and the word that I used earlier, cobbled, was his word. He said, it took me a long time to cobble together my identity. He has his own view of who he is in relation to his culture and his background. I myself have my own understanding of who I am and what practices I do. I'm not the most culturally Indigenous person in the world, but we've welcomed smudging into my home because that's something my daughter likes. I come from a family that traditionally speaks a language from Kinkum Inlet and Alert Bay. My daughter on Thursday graduated in an Indigenous school where she gave her speech in Chelmsford, which is a totally different language. And she's Haisla Nation. So it doesn't, I don't want to get too caught up in labels, because what does it matter what nation I come from or what language my daughter speaks? We as Indigenous peoples should still be treated fairly and more justly if we have contact with the justice system. So that's why I quite often fall into using the word Indigenous. I appreciate that it's not reflective of, it's not being fair to the 3 sort of meanings that we have under our Constitution. And it becomes confusing when we start to talk about Métis people and their connection to their culture and this idea of pretendians and everything. But it's a concept that I'm comfortable with. And for example, if a person came up to me and just said, I self-identify as being Indigenous, to me it doesn't matter. Oh, how? Métis? On reserve? Off reserve? Have you got a status card? Oh, non-status. On your mother's side? On your father's side? None of that matters. And in my role as a judge, just that identification helps me do what I'm supposed to do as a judge. I don't know if that's helpful.
Thank you. And then we have one more. Or actually possibly 2 more. An individual claims to be, it's a scenario that they were posing. If an individual claims to be impacted by the colonial system, i.e. Gladue factors may apply, and requests a report, but this person is admittedly non-Indigenous, however, they're requesting that the individual factors be understood. How might a judge or counsel view such a request?
Speaking of pretendians.
Well, I've said the story twice today privately, so I'll share it more publicly. A case, a person identified as being Indigenous and more particularly Métis. Gladue Report was designed, and in there, when you're reading it, it said, and I'm not giving enough information that you'll be able to track this person down. His mother said, "I have no idea where we got that idea from." None of us in our family have any attachment at all to Métis culture. But he had a trap line. He was learning Métis ways. He was, in a lot of ways, more culturally attached to his Indigenous roots than I might be to my own roots. But I think our Court of Appeal might correct me if I'm wrong. They often do. And would say, yeah, well, that's all fine, but the factors, the Gladue factors, would not play a role in the sentencing because there were no way to identify what those factors would be or how they impacted this individual. But as I mentioned to Jonathan earlier, I said, but it was interesting to me reading this report because I saw a lot of commonalities that I might have found. The only thing missing was the confirmation that he was an Indigenous or Métis person. He still came up from a broken family, still suffered violence at the hands of his father, and all these different things I was able to use. So it was actually still valuable, but it was just more information which I was able to use in the sentencing process, which was not directly linked to using it under a larger Gladue analysis.
I'm not overturning that.
Thank you. And there's one more. This is coming from an anonymous attendee, and they're speaking for themselves. So they're saying they have limited experience. So as somebody with limited experience in the criminal justice system, when balancing the factors that affect both the victim and the accused, what amount of consideration is made towards the propensity to perpetuate intergenerational trauma?
I mean, these cases are just so individual. It's hard to answer. I mean, if this person poses a risk of, like, if I could put it in that framework, if there's a risk of reoffending, that's obviously an important consideration that might weigh further towards denunciation, deterrence, and protection of safety of the public and separation of the person from society. But it's hard with that limited amount of information to say.
We were speaking one time, and Chief Justice Marchand said, it's a tough process, and there's no right or wrong answer, to which I responded, that's very easy for you to say.
Thank you. And we have a question from Kara.
Yes, it's not really a question, it's a comment. I hope everyone's okay with me making it. Judge Wolf mentioned, and it is something that's very, very relevant on the day-to-day ground for legal aid lawyers, how will I get coverage for this? Whether we like it or not, the reality is legal aid lawyers are underpaid for the efforts that they do. And I'm on the board, I'm a director for the Association of Legal Aid Lawyers, and we're always trying, we have committees working with legal aid to expand funding, especially to help better advocate for our Indigenous clients. That's something that's very important to us as an association, and to me personally, it's one of my greatest passions in my work. And I've been working very hard privately and on the board to speak with the managing partners at Legal Aid, the managing lawyers, to figure out, even when there's not a tariff item, how you can bill something. Every single thing I've ever done that I've asked for funding for to advocate for an Indigenous client, I have been paid. So it's taking the time. So I'm here just offering myself, Kara Hunt, karahunt.ca. If you want to contact me, I will coach you on ways to utilize the tariff to your advantage, to better serve your clients, because that's really what it's about. Thanks.
And we are going to hear from Kara tomorrow as well. So thank you so much to Chief Justice Marchand, to Judge Alex Wolf. Thank you for being here. We have a small token of appreciation to you, but just put your hands together one more time. I'm just going to say a few things before I invite our elders up to close our day off properly. First of all, I just wanted to say thank you to Judge Wolf for offering the career counseling services. He mentioned the need for more judges, more people, and particularly, maybe I'm reading into it, but more First Nations people on the bench. That is strategy 23. And if you don't have a copy of this beautiful handy dandy justice strategy booklet, for the folks in the room, we will get you a copy if that's something that you're interested in having. For people who are online, it's all on trackingjustice.bcfnjc.com. You know, we're here to talk about Gladue. That is strategy 6. This morning, we talked a bit about the Indigenous Justice Centers, that's strategy 4, but there are 25 parts of the strategy, and it really is looking at a revolution. So it's really important that, you know, memorize it, have it tattooed on your arm if that's what it takes. Just by way of closing comments, unfortunately, Corey had to step away to catch a plane. She's off to another place and won't be here tomorrow. So just on behalf of the Justice Council, I wanted to thank everyone here, everyone online, all of our speakers for a really great day. In particular, on behalf of Andrea Hilland and Dr. Judith Sayers, who are the chair and alternate chair of our GSD, or Gladue Services Department bundle. I wanted to go back to the question that I think Kara posed earlier today regarding access to BCFNJC's wraparound services. Condessa, of course, correctly answered the question, but I just wanted to expand on that for a minute. I think it's really important that we share with an audience of 200 plus people, many of whom are lawyers, some of whom may be interested in working for BCFNJC, that the Indigenous Justice Center model is very different from a legal aid clinic. We are that plus. We are that plus those wraparound services. We have amazing lawyers. Many of them are in the room today. We're hoping to come away from these 2 days with more of them on our staff. But there's only so much a lawyer can do, even when they're properly resourced. You know, the healing that is necessary, the healing that is going to allow us to see our vision of not just serving someone and serving them again and serving them again, that happens with the other people who are on our staff who are just as important as the lawyers, the people who are really working in that track 2 space, who are our aunties, who are elders in the model, who are the resource and support workers, who are, you know, all of the staff who are doing what it takes to make sure that that person who comes into the clinic because they have a legal issue in track 1 with the colonial system is going to get help to deal with all of the problems that led to that problem in the first place. You know, we know that people come into the clinic because they have a criminal law issue or they have a child protection issue, but they have housing and homelessness issues. They have, you know, all of the other issues that need to be fixed so that we're not seeing them again. The model is really about bringing someone in, serving them properly, and then not seeing them again until they work for us. It might not work the first time, it might not work the second time, but I think we can all agree, because we're here, that what we're doing right now, the status quo, isn't working for Indigenous people. So that's what we're trying to do different, and I wanted to share that. You know, everybody is anxious to go home, I think. So maybe I'll just leave it at that. I want to thank again all of our amazing speakers. We have an amazing day planned tomorrow. You know, fortunately, we're going to be joined by the Attorney General to speak a little bit about her experience representing Indigenous people before she was the Attorney General, as well as many of our staff. And with that, I'm going to invite Delia and Latash up to close our day in a good way.
Tano and Siam and Siaya. Siaya qua, Tlacha Nomen on hot and swallowing. Natha uns the Tash Krishamin. Tanalachan os the Hano Hameo. In other words, bonjour, comment ça va? Raise my hands up to all of you in the room today out of respect and love, respecting the work that you do, the knowledge, the gifts that you bring. Thanking you today for the work that you do. Today has been a long day, and I think that you don't get in this job maybe like a mechanic, but it's because your love for other people. I thank you, and out of respect to all of you, have a good evening. Thank you.